Come on, is it gonna work? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. It is January 16th, 2025. We are coming off of the CPI, and now we have just had the retail sales. I think you kind of dodged another bullet. We have just had the retail sales. I think you kind of go. So it wasn't too bad. It did not come in hot, which would have been a bad outcome. And now we get to hear from Scott Bessent, the Treasury pick, and he already put out a pre-market statement, but this will have the ability to move things as we get ready to close the week and get into the first 100 days in inauguration. So we got a lot to go over. If you are new and have no idea what you're looking at, it is about to be 7 hours of the stock market. You got the SPY in the top left, bonds in the bottom left, a live momentum scanner. Let me turn it on. There it is. You also got a live news wire with updates. And then, best of all, even though it's moderated by me, I'm kind of strict. We got some rules, but you got the best chat room in the world for stocks. Now, here's the deal. You cannot chat for 24 hours. Why? You got to be subscribed. I want you to learn how to invest, not only in the community, see the vibe and everything else, but honestly, good things take time, man. And that's it. And that's what we teach here. Long-term news is great. Stocks, trades, all of it. But if you end up not owning any of it, you are probably playing yourself. And make sure you own the stocks. Minimum 10 years. Save 10%. Because your labor will always get outpaced by capital. So let's go, baby. Start the saving and start the owning. And Chatadonia. Good morning. How are you, baby? Happy Friday, Junior. What up, Axel? What up, Mark? What up, Tim Whitman? Good morning, Tiffany, Turbo, Can, winning loser, baby. Anza, Zoraz, 3, Monica, Jerry Woods, y'all. What's up, baby? How you doing, Baileys? What up, Complex? What up, Ian? Most dope. Ben Stone. Frank V, baby. Big Ron in the house. What up, Joey? What up, Cashflow? Aiden, Keenan, Lego, Trav, Caballero, El Chapato, Enrico, Brown, Tom Cruise, baby. Chop off! Oh! He up and let's go! I'm already losing my voice, baby. I had leg day yesterday. What's up, man? What up, Gunnar? What up, Chris? Dr. James Cash, baby. What's going on, Skittle? How we doing, Paul? Good morning, Frank. Good morning, Brendan. What about that Twitch? What about Sasquatch? Swinging Bear, Miss Cherry Cola, the Mercator, Preforms, Blowing Dough, Real Fried Rice, KD Sweaty, Danny V, Charlie in the Tree, Feed Me Seymour, El Coyote, Blazing Bob, and Roach Vince and Robo Hand Tech, baby. Oh, what up, Krishna? How you doing, baby? So, Chatadonia, I hope you're ready. Again, we are going to be listening to a lot of Congress today. Are you guys aware of that? So, listen, I'm not trying to get out of talking. I'm telling you, that's the event. So, again, Scott Bessent today, it's going to begin around, I think, 7:30 my time. He already put out a pre-written statement, but that's it. Retail sales wasn't enough to make us go too crazy. At least it wasn't bad. But now that's pretty much going to be the final event. So I hope you are ready for it. But now here is Josh AI with the news. U.S. futures off highs with retail sales test ahead. U.S. stock futures edged higher Thursday with traders encouraged by a fresh slew of earnings releases and a revival of Federal Reserve policy easing bets. Futures contracts for the NASDAQ 100 were up 0.3%, while those on the S&P 500 rose 0.1%, setting up Wall Street to extend gains notched in the previous session when U.S. core inflation came in a touch below forecasts. Sentiment was also helped along by estimate-beating results from Morgan Stanley and Bank of America Corp. Futures were off the day's highs, however, as 10-year Treasury yields resumed their rise, having slid 10 basis points Wednesday when traders revived bets on Federal Reserve interest rate cuts. Investors are now gearing up for U.S. data on initial jobless claims and retail sales, with economists polled forecasting the latter to have slowed slightly last month. What we want to see is pretty much a Goldilocks scenario of decent growth in the U.S., but no strong reacceleration. said Amélie de Rambure, a portfolio manager at Amundi Asset Management, referring to a scenario where the economy is in good shape but not hot enough to derail interest rate bets. What we don't want is something too crazy on the retail sales that would put pressure on the Fed, she added. Also in pre-market trading, U.S. technology companies such as Nvidia Core and Super Micro Computer Inc. rallied after a strong outlook from chipmaker Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company reinforced hopes of resilient spending on artificial intelligence. On the downside, shares in United Health Group Inc. slid more than 4% after revenue fell short of expectations, dragging other health insurers lower. European shares rose too, buoyed by luxury goods maker Richemont, which reported a jump in jewelry sales. Its results drove an index of European luxury stocks higher by the most since March 2022. In currency markets, the dollar index edged higher, halting a two-day losing streak. The latest lackluster growth data from Britain underscored the divergence between the U.S. economy and its peers in the developed world, knocking the pound lower against the greenback. TSMC's upbeat outlook fuels hopes for 2025 AI spending. The main chip maker to Apple Inc. and Nvidia Corp. foresees spending $38 billion to $42 billion on technology and capacity this year, or up to 19% more than analysts anticipated. It predicted revenue of $25 billion to $25.8 billion in the March quarter, as much as 6% above projections. Shares in TSMC suppliers, including Tokyo Electron Limited and Advanced Corp., spiked in Asia. Scott Bessent, the likely multi-hour hearing, kicks off at 10:30 a.m. in Washington, with senators set to quiz Bessent, a 62-year-old veteran hedge fund investor and manager who hasn't previously held a federal office, on topics ranging from financial sanctions and currency policy to the U.S. fiscal outlook and management of the $28 trillion Treasuries market. Lawmakers will likely press Bessent to spell out how he aims to shrink the federal budget deficit by 2028 to 3% of gross domestic product, as he's proposed, from more than 6% now, while extending Trump's 2017 tax cuts. Outgoing Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen on Wednesday warned that a full extension of the reductions risked roiling financial markets, offering Democrats on the committee a talking point for the hearing in the Hindenburg lands. Nate Anderson, the short seller who made his name with campaigns targeting billionaires Gautam Adani, Jack Dorsey, and Carl Icahn, said he's disbanding his small but renowned firm, Hindenburg Research. There's not one specific thing, no particular threat, no health issue, and no big personal issue, Anderson wrote in a letter posted on the firm's website Wednesday. The intensity and focus has come at the cost of missing a lot of the rest of the world and the people I care about. I now view Hindenburg as a chapter in my life, not a central thing that defines me. BOJ sees good chance of January hike barring Trump surprises. Bank of Japan officials see a good chance of an interest rate hike next week, as long as the arrival of Donald Trump at the White House doesn't trigger too many negative surprises. According to people familiar with the matter, BOJ officials acknowledge there's a likelihood the rate will be raised from 0.25% at the end of its two-day meeting on Jan 24, unless Trump ruffles markets or changes expectations about the global economy at the start of his presidency, the people said. Top overnight news, U.S. Commerce Department announces USD 1.5 billion in final awards to support next generation of U.S. semiconductor advanced packaging. U.S. President Biden said in his farewell address that he wishes the Trump administration success and is concerned about a dangerous concentration of power in the hands of a few wealthy people. While he added that excessive wealth threatens democracy, Biden is also concerned about the tech industrial complex and said Americans are buried in disinformation and free press is crumbling. Furthermore, he said AI needs safeguards and that they must make AI safe and trustworthy, as well as noted that America must lead on AI, not China. U.S. Treasury Secretary Yellen said a duplicative agency doesn't seem like a good step to save money for taxpayers when asked about Trump's plan for an external revenue service, while she said Trump's plan to impose new tariffs will raise costs for U.S. goods and services. U.S. Treasury Secretary nominee Bessent said in prepared remarks ahead of his Senate testimony that sanctions must be part of a whole government approach and they must ensure the dollar remains the world's reserve currency. Bessent also stated that the U.S. must secure supply chains vulnerable to strategic competitors and the U.S. must carefully deploy sanctions as part of a government-wide approach to address national security requirements. Furthermore, he said Trump has a generational opportunity to unleash a new economic golden age with more jobs, wealth, and prosperity for Americans. U.S. House Speaker Johnson said one bill strategy makes sense, while he added that they will pass the budget and target by late February. Israel says new demands by Hamas, casting doubt on Gaza deal. Oil holds gain as IEA warns on Russia curbs and stockpiles ebb. Trump fuels hedge fund, bets on stocks under attack by GOP. TSMC's upbeat outlook fuels hopes for 2025 AI spending, and Israel and Hamas reach a deal to pause 15-month-long war in Gaza. Investors seek $5 billion for basketball league to rival NBA. Bitcoin flirts with $100,000 level as angst over Fed path eases. China is facing longest deflation streak since Mao era in 1960s. Tencent stake in Skydance Paramount draws lawmakers' scrutiny. China hackers broke into 400-plus Treasury PCs, report says. U.S. to finalize billions in funding for Rivian, plug before Trump. Universal plans U.S. share sale for Pershing Square stake. FTC states sue Deere over alleged tractor repair monopoly. Bessent to say dollar's global status is critical to U.S. economy. That's it. Oh, I didn't have the BBGs today. Where was he? BBG. I don't know. I didn't want you to miss it. There you go. There's more, though, Chad. There is more. Yes. S&P futures, they are flat Thursday morning trading. Off of the best levels comes after U.S. equities rallied on Wednesday, with the S&P, NASDAQ, and Russell all recording their best sessions since the day after Trump's election in November. Big tech, banks, most shorted builders, semi-software among the standouts. Breadth positive with nearly 75% of the S&P higher. Treasuries weaker across the curve, though off the worst levels following a big rally in the prior session. Dollar is up by 0.2, yen stronger on Bank of Japan rate hike expectations. Gold is up by 0.7, Bitcoin off by 0.5, and WTI is down by 0.5. A few moving pieces this morning, including a barrage of economic data that featured softer headline retail sales, better control group sales, blowout Philly Fed, bigger than expected increase in claims, and higher import-export prices. Still some positive sentiment surrounding the cooler core CPI print and related rate reprieve. Started bank earnings was another bright spot on Wednesday, though the raised bar for this morning's reporters, which have tended to lag. Nothing on tariffs in Bessent's prepared testimony, while press reports continue to flag deficit complications surrounding the tax piece of Trump 2.0. Target not getting help from better holiday performance, fitting with the high bar for retail. Some favorable developments overseas with AI theme back in focus following results from TSM. And European luxury, another bright spot following results from CFR. Big day today. Headline December retail sales were up by 0.4, a bit weaker than consensus and down from November. However, control group was stronger at 0.7 for a 0.4 monthly rise. Weekly initial claims came in at 217, above consensus, and then the last week got revised to 203. Continuing claims unexpectedly dropped. Very big leap for January Philly Fed. New orders hit highest levels since November 21. December import-export prices have been slightly higher, a monthly decrease since, where was that? We're a little bit higher since November, a monthly decrease elsewhere. Washington in focus with Bessent Treasury confirmation hearing. In prepared testimony, Bessent highlighted importance of strategic investments, making Trump's 2017 individual and small business cuts permanent and ensuring that the dollar remains the world's reserve currency. TSM profitability ahead and raised guidance. UNH EPS better, but revenue and MCR miss, while company reaffirmed 25 outlook. Bank of America beat with strong IB results, sees NII growth accelerating further in the back half of 25. 2025. Morgan Stanley beat with NII and equities both stronger. PNC guided disappointed. USB full revenue growth forecast light. Target raised Q4 comp guidance. DD announced acceleration and separation of electronic business, but no longer intends to separate water business. Full Q4 miss with midpoint of full year high guide below. CNXC Q4 better on Q1 and full year 25 guide. Sezzle said 24 revenue and EPS would come in ahead of prior guidance, highlighting exceptional holiday demand. And Washington Post reports Trump considering executive order to buy more time for TikTok. Wow. There's more. The Fed Beige Book shows optimism for 2025 through tariff and immigration concerns. Fed officials say CPI data shows disinflation process on track. Bank of Japan officials see good chance of rate hike next week, barring any Trump surprise. ECB Centeno sees Eurozone inflation under control, sees scope for rates to decline to 2. Bank of Korea unexpectedly leaves interest rates unchanged amid concerns over exchange rate volatility. TSMC beat. Richmond reported strong beat in sales. Trump considered executive order suspending TikTok ban. U.S. weighs options to keep it open. Advertising bosses say Meta and YouTube will be clear beneficiaries if TikTok goes dark on Sunday. Microsoft Nadella discusses AI and cyber in meeting with Trump and Musk. Google Sundar wants his Gemini AI chatbot to be used by 500 million people. Apple loses smartphone dominance in China as Vivo and Huawei sell more than iPhone. Apple cooked to join the inauguration. Dealmakers worried that cross-border M&A will be hostage to volatility of Trump. Tesla started offering discounts on new Cybertrucks in inventory this week. Universal Music agrees to sell U.S. share sale by September 15th. Amazon Bezos steps up challenge to Musk SpaceX with new Glen maiden launch. Rio Tinto reports lowest annual iron ore in 2 years. Stellantis shipments down 9. North America drops 28. Chinese automakers eye Volkswagen German plants amid industry shakeup. Based on GDP deflator, China's on track for longest deflationary spell since the 1960s. China citizens grow doubt of official growth and claims as many feel economy is in recession. UK GDP for November misses with risk of stagflation rising. German corporate distress on the rise as economy exposed to weakness in industrials and real estate. Australian labor market remains tight. Odds of February rate cut ease. Japan wholesale inflation unchanged at 3.8 amid rising raw material. Scott Bessent today to make tax cut permanence. Republican lawmakers increasingly cognizant of interplay between bond market and fiscal plans. Democratic press AG Bondi and CIA head Ratcliffe about loyalty to Trump while Republicans give an easier ride. Ceasefire uncertainty in Israel. PM Netanyahu blames Hamas for reneging on deal as he delays cabinet vote. Rubio stresses need to confront China and reduce U.S. dependency on country. Canada prepares tariffs on $105 billion in goods if Trump follows through. U.S. targets China's answer to OpenAI Beijing Zippu. U.S. defense industry based for shakeup under Trump as uncertainty of spending and fears disruption way. China imposes provisional duties on U.S., Europe, Japan, and Taiwan industrial plastics. China will launch investigation into U.S. government subsidies to mature node chips. And Trump confirmed interest in acquiring Greenland during talks with Danish Prime Minister. Wow. That's a lot. That's a lot. We still got good timing. Yes, I am trying to become the CEO of Intel. I'm very, very excited about that. If you guys didn't see my Twitter post, feel free to support. Yes, I'm very, very excited. We got a couple of pre-market movers, though. SYM, they're up 25 to acquire Walmart's advanced system and robotics business. TSM up 4.7 off earning. A lot of chip names up. Mandy is up 3.7. City upgrade. FTAI is up 3.6. Stock went up 24, down after a short report. Dexcom up 3.3. Baird upgrade. Estee Lauder 2.9. They're up on Richmond sympathy. Mobileye up 2.6. Oppenheimer initiates outperform. Tapestry 2.4. Richmond sympathy. Rivian is up by 2.1. U.S. to finalize loan for Plug Power. First Solar 1.7, Seaport Research Partner upgrade, UPS Bank of America upgrade, they're up by 1.4, MTB 1.1 off earnings, Sezzle 26 off guidance, LTH up 12.6 preliminary earnings, Plug is up by 6, finalize guarantee or US finalized loan for Plug Power. Dan is up by 4.6, UBS upgrade. Docken is up 4.6. Morgan Stanley upgrade. Talo up 4.4. Successful drilling results of Katma West 2. IBRX is up by 3.8. Regulatory upgrades. CPRI is up by 3.6. Richmond Sympathy. Oscar is up by 3.4 in reaction to UNH earnings. Bill is up by 3.3. Morgan Stanley upgrade. PMAX is up by 66. Commenced activities to pursue acquisition. Doyu special dividend. BBAI CEO step down. Where'd the rest go? There it is. QSI is up by 16. Quantum names trading higher. PSO is down by 3.9. Preliminary earnings. UNH down 3.9. Earnings. Snap down 3.4. TikTok ban may be reversed. USB down 2.9. Earnings. PNC down 2.7. Earnings. PRU down 2.6. Report Q4. AUM. Datadog down 2.5. Morgan Stanley downgrade. Southwest down 2.1. Citi downgrade. Nokia down 2. Goldman downgrade. Ball down 2, Wells Fargo downgrade, EW down 1.8, Wolf Research downgrade, Meta down 1.5, TikTok ban, Google down 1.3, TikTok ban, PSNY down 11.5, updated business strategy, CNXC down 5.9, earnings, HOMB down 5.5, earnings, BOR down 4.2, notice of temporary suspension, CFLT down 2.9, Morgan Stanley downgrade, ST&E down 2.3, Santander downgrade, and then PAGS down 1.7 downgrade. And then PRTH 9 million share offering. Wow. Chad Adonia. My Twitter is real cult news. Not bad though. We got good time. That's it. We're struggling a little with the Honda today, but I think we'll figure it out. But either way, again, I think hour after the bell we get Bessent. Not too bad. I think the headlines generally are positive. It's neutral leaning positive. The data kind of leans a little bad today, but was generally not hot. So I think kind of yesterday with a little bit more bullish upside, but you're mostly getting driven by yesterday's reaction. Today helped, but not too much, and it didn't really make it too sticky. So we will see. But give me 1 second if I have time. I do. All right, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter.
To hike the rents beyond the permitted 10% in an emergency will face criminal prosecution and public shaming. Zillow tells me it has flagged 2% of its listings that exceed the threshold. It removed them. But this is a big issue, and it's already being reported broadly. Some of these rents, all of this, before the fire, they were listed. And then after the fire, they jumped 200%, Sarah.
Yeah, no, we've heard about it. Just awful. I'm glad they're cracking down. Contessa, thank you very much. From Los Angeles, Contessa Brewer.
Sure.
Squawk on the Street. We'll be right back with the Open.
Okay. All right, I think that was good enough time. Oh, you didn't hear anything? What? Hold on. I got a carbo, but I didn't get to go to the bathroom.
Hearing on Live Go or follow our live blog.
No, we ain't got time.
Live Go.
Woo! So, Chad Adonia, are you ready or what? Are you ready or what, baby? So I hope you're feeling good. You did get, I don't know, the fires. That's what you heard a little bit about. Again, a lot of earnings. You're even going to get a little bit more tomorrow or next week. But tell me, my friends, you're here right now. You're ready to go. You got the data. Get ready for Bessent. But tell me, man, what is your first play of the day? Post it in the chat. What do you got? Let's go. Oh, wait, that took out my monitor. Wait. Okay, go. We're good. Long SoFi, SLV puts, Walmart, Snow, MKC, SPY, Broadcom, Apple puts, DJT Long, Uber put, Palantir put, watching XRP, SYM, SoFi put, Trimming Hood, 48, UNH, calls on the peach, buy one UPS for the long term, IWM, NVIDIA, AMD call, long Rumble, TSM, 225, XRP, shorts, Bitcoin long, Rocket Mortgage, SYM, cart calls, Lulu call, Lulu debit spread, long term, SPY put, NatGas future, win call, just watching, long NASDAQ, GCTK, put on Amazon, Amazon, Tesla, taking profit on coin call, TSM, H-bar in the final plays. Uber shares, Rigetti, IWN, Super Bowl, Netflix, long-term ad, calls on the Chad, the Peach, RTX, and Intel phone calls. Woo! So, Chad, I got a couple. We got a little bit of time. I need to take my sweater off. It's getting hot in here. So buy your long-term stock. I am buying long-term. Oh, my bad. Excuse me. I didn't know you were listening. I didn't. Man. Yeah. I'm trying to be the CEO. You guys should look into it. I think we could do it every day. But I got a couple of plays I'm watching. SYM, Win, KRE, ARC, Beto, TLT, all of the Trump trades. Again, it's Thursday. Next week, you're going to get all of that. Netflix, they have earnings coming up. Sezzle had good guidance. UNH, watch all the insurers. They could be a good post-earnings. And then MO and Bud. I didn't see it. Anheuser got an investigation. That happened not too long ago. And then, again, all the cigarette stuff that you've been hearing with the FDA. I think you're going to get some movements. And then we watched the bonds for Scott Bessent. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very, very special and important group of people. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So before we get into it, man, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, the families, anybody who has served this country, man. Thank you. Whether you agreed with the politics or not, some of you have never met me. You've never met the people that you serve for, and that is so honorable, and it's so easy to take it for granted. So veterans, thank you. I hope you get that long term, get that crib, and at the very least know that we love you and are so appreciative of you. So shout out to vets, baby, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making their community run, baby. God bless you and keep it up. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no, I love it, man. I'm excited. That's in my voice. He wants to wake up, but I'm hyped, man. This is Treasury Day. I talked about this since November. They don't feel me. Since October, since September. Oh, man, good morning. Let's go. I don't know if I could give you a discount on Intel if I become the CEO, but I did say I will take a $1 salary. So to bring shareholder value from day one, I will reveal my face, obviously, because like full transparency is needed. That's fine with me. But then I will take a $1 salary. I could save like $10 million right off the bat. That's how much they pay people. They pay them like 10, 20 million, bro. So I'm just saying, I'll do it for $1. I'll do it. That's right there. Shareholder value. They don't feel me. Yeah, NVIDIA TSM earnings. So you had good earnings out of TSM. That is affecting a lot of the, what's it called? A lot of the chip names and anything related to AI. So get ready. We got about a minute. Like the video. Call out any plays. You need anything from me, you let me know, Chad. 25 of 31 economists see a 25 basis point rate cut on 29th of January. Oh, what? 25 of 31 economists? Oh, that's Bank of Canada. I was like, that makes no sense. Yeah. I was like, wait a minute, bro. All right, not bad. All right, you got less than a minute, man. Good luck. Let's have fun, and then really, it'll be like an hour of nothing and playing this. Again, you're leaning positive. It's like a lighter version of yesterday, but then after that, you're going to start getting Scott Bessent, and then we're going to go from there. So get ready. Luke. Oh! I hope you've been doing good, baby. As long as you got the long term and a lot of joy in your heart, man. I hope you've been doing good, bro. Good to see you. We got 15 seconds. Scott Bessent's going to be in an hour, 10:30 Eastern. So we'll see where it takes us. Gazum. Good luck. Yeah, poster plays. Again, XRP. That's what everybody was looking at this morning. Again, it's kind of going crazy. Round one. Fight. Alrighty. Again, you have all of the banks for the earnings. There's a couple of them. Again, that Richmont stock, it's Switzerland, but it's not American. But again, Estee Lauder and a lot of the other people are going to be going up. Scott Bessent, he's going to talk about the deficit, the Treasury, the dollar. He already talked about the dollar being the reserve currency, then making the tax cuts permanent. So he's going to pretty much talk about, Trump has all these plans. Let's see if his money guy kind of lines up with him. So again, in a weird way, we're going to find out if there's going to be more friction or certainty. It's very important. I'm telling you, I've been saying this for months, and even the way things have played out, I even have another update for you and why today is so important. So let's get through the first couple minutes, and then we could go over it if you're down. Let me see. I need to check the bank earnings. Yeah, Bank of America. Both sides are clapped, though. So, again, that's kind of a cuck. After yesterday, the bar was very, very high. So, again, all the banks kind of ripped yesterday, and then everybody got optimistic. The earnings were good today, but then now you're comparing it to yesterday. So, yeah, Bank of America is right in the middle. Both sides are pretty much getting clapped from the premium. Social media stocks down on the TikTok thing. Target, their earnings wasn't too good, so they're down 4, but see if that bounces. And then UNH, that is the next one, my brother. So, again, I think those insurance names might move a lot. Yeah, UNH was down 5. It's only down 1 now. Tesla on the low. TLT and retail sales. That's because there was bad parts about it. It wasn't like an easy one. It just didn't get hotter. I wouldn't necessarily say retail sales cooled down. I'll go over it in a little bit. I already have a chart to show you. If you really care about it, go click retail sales and then go pull out the chart, and then you could kind of get an idea. Like the number came in a little lower, but it's generally still kind of higher. If anything, your jobless claims was a little better today. But I think it buys us a little bit of time. I think it's just like yesterday, slight tilt positive. It's not the same, though. All right, UNH, they're still coming up. Let's see. JP Morgan, XRP 333. Ugh. The UNHs, they got cheap contracts, wide spreads. So I don't know. If you get filled on one, let me know. I don't know if I'm going to play it with that, though. Nike is a buy, in my opinion, yeah. But then again, I took NVO. So I don't think they're the only buy out there for the long term. Probably another waiting day for bonds. Well, no, I mean, just at the end of the day, like, have you guys not learned anything over the last 2 weeks? A lot of the bond moves, you'll see where it's at by the end of the day. So it's not as if the bonds aren't a Woody doll where they have been showing you exactly what's been going on right away. It'll reflect with kind of a lag. So that's why, too, wait to where it's at, but the data was very lukewarm today. There was some positive elements, but there was stuff that didn't really get there. But again, at least it didn't come in really hot. And that now leads you into political certainty really driving everything now, as it was on the watch list that we discussed. Senator Cruz reintroduces bill for exempting tips from income tax. Microsoft's still in the green. They're coming down. NASDAQ is, everything's at like break even. Damn, NASDAQ, Russell, SPY, all literally within 0.1%. NASDAQ just flip red right now. Target's still kind of holding. Where are they at? It's not bad. Litecoin, I think all the cryptos rip, but wasn't there like a Gary Gensler thing on XRP last night too? I think he's trying to do another one policy right before he leaves. Bro, spreads are wild on every company. Bro, it's like 1,000% spread on Target. Or 300%. My goodness. Watching. Oh, yeah. There is a big expiration tomorrow. I totally forgot about that. You're right. A lot of people bought the January 17th. JP Morgan, yeah, they didn't do much yesterday after the earnings, so they do take off today. Yeah, that's running 1.7. Again, Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, those are other ones. They're going up. TSM starting to break out. Again, this was earnings. I don't know if this is 2 standard deviations or not. Let me double check. Again, TSM is helping a lot of the chips. There's SPY. Again, NASDAQ just went red and then popped up, is almost a leader now. My goodness. Yeah, TSM's a slow mover. Contracts up like 50%. It's not too bad. So 5. Let's see. Unity on the low. AMD. Again, high-low ticker is kind of balanced here, but at least you are advancing. Let's see where we're at. Again, I do think, like I said yesterday, on the watch list, I don't think the levels change too much. So it's a wide range, but up until next week, we should stay here. Yeah, the VIX is down. Down at 15 now. So where do we go next? You're in between this gap fill. You got a gap on the table. Yeah, so yeah, you go to 594.80, and then 597.62, and then 600. And then we'll go from there. Small caps running. Yeah, Russell's doing good. 0.18, same as this SPY. Again, everything's like eerily matched up exactly the same. And then you got bonds coming down. I would say today's data was very neutral with a dovish tilt just because of the jobs in yesterday. But generally, it just didn't rob you, but I don't think it gave you any more of the story. Because again, just like yesterday, some went up, some went down. But like I'm saying, one more hour, I think bonds are really going to be focused on Scott Bessent and what he is going to do. It's going to take a couple of hours. They're going to grill him for a couple of hours, and he is going to talk deficit, dollar, taxes, funding, terming out debt. So it's a little mini big catalyst. I don't know. But then again, if he doesn't say shit, then we could get disappointed. And like everything, I mean, just remember disappointment. You could look for a lot of data and info and reactions, but don't get disappointed so quickly where you're rushing for an idea the moment something doesn't immediately reflect. I see a lot of you do that when we get into this volatility. How the markets move after Trump, it just depends. It depends on those bills and how serious. I got a nice little theory. Give me like 20, 30 minutes. Maybe if you guys get like 2,000 likes, I will give you guys 10 or something, and I'll give you the theory. But I got something. All right. Yeah, and then earnings is next week. I like the bigger ones. You already got a lot right now with the banks, but again, Netflix, Tesla, all of those are coming up next. And then speak of the damn, Netflix is at 15. Netflix is at 860. That's disgusting. Even then, it hit 900. That's disgusting. Yeah, everything is 2,000 likes now. I forgot because I was reading the news, and then I got worried about tariffs and inflation. So since Trump scares me, I have to raise prices. So everything is 2,000 likes now because of the worry of inflation. So I'm scared. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I have to respond to the economic situation. What do you want me to do? Have you not seen the news? These tariffs are terrifying. So I have to adjust. Mm-hmm. Congestion toll. All right. How much is this thing pricing? Meta was down off the TikTok news, so if that could come up, that'll be good. Netflix pricing in like what, 20? Dude, Netflix contracts are wild, actually. 14. Let me see. Oh, wow, that's expensive. And they already gapped out. Yeah, Netflix is kind of nutty. We'll see. I'll come back to that one. But again, don't forget about those earnings. All right, and then where is the rest? Humana, UNH. Take a look at healthcare too. Oh, and then ARC and Beto. So where's again, Beto? You could also go for like a IBIT. Beto, remember, it's gonna move a little different. There's ARC. Walgreens still going. And then JCI on the high, Lowe's, check Home Depot, Charter, SPY near the high, and bonds coming up too. Yeah, bro, Walgreens is nonstop. It's been like that since the earnings and the little sales stuff. The last day for shirts, I think, is going to be next Wednesday. And then that's it. We're at 400. But I don't think we're going to do it unless we could do 600 like overnight. So I don't know. Yeah, and then so what we'll do too, I have again 2,000 likes, but I think at the end of the month I might do the unban thing, but you'll have to apply for it. I'm just telling you, because I'm banning the shit out of a lot of y'all for wild ass reasons, from flexing to you would type something and say I might get banned, so your own heart condemned you. So yeah, but maybe at the end, but there will be a fee involved. So you have to pay your court filing fee of real US dollars. Mm-hmm. CLX Clorox. Well, yeah, some guy was in the morning. He was like posting about XRP. I don't think he said anything wrong. And then he was like, I'll probably get banned for this. And then right there, so then your own heart condemns you. If you think it's wrong, it's wrong. You know, and like he was kind of spamming him. So, I mean, what do you want me to do? And then SPY flipping. Extortion pretty low for an unban. Oh, you extort. You know what? You're right. I apologize. Never mind. Everyone's banned and you're never getting unbanned again. Forgive me. So, T-Sum, thank you for starting it out. You're right. Why would I ever charge them a fee and give them a shot at that? We'll just keep it forever banned, make a new account. I like it. I don't like changing things. Appreciate you. I love it. So, yeah, sorry, guys. Never mind. Just make a new account if you've been banned. That's it. Yeah, I would hate for you to have the feeling of being extorted. So just stop wasting my time. Make a new account. Thank you. Exactly. That's it. Jail forever now. That's what it is. No moves on edit. I'm surprised they haven't got an update yet from the conference. They were getting their run up, and then that was it. ESTA, where's Estee Lauder? The ads suck. I know, man. I'm sorry. But YouTube stopped kicking people out. Ever since we've done it, I've not had a red OBS thing, bro. So I'm sorry. But I guess it's just catch up. Remember, we did go a year. I didn't monetize any videos. I turned full monetization off. You guys have had no ads for a while, but unfortunately, it helps with the health of the channel. So I appreciate your sacrifice. Yeah, Estee Lauder coming down again. Richmont. Bro, Rolexes. People are worried that Rolexes might come up. Literally after this, there was like a big luxury earnings, and now luxury stocks biggest pop since like 2022, which is crazy. Tesla, they're selling off down 2-4. Again, watching Nvidia, Microsoft, Amazon, Apple. If the NASDAQ, again, it's not even the lagging one, but the Dow is. But if those come down, again, that's going to be 30% of your market. No, Rolex isn't publicly traded, but just like watches in general, they're saying the value goes up. Rolex is a non-profit, believe it or not. And then SPY going down now. I mean, you're right at yesterday's close, so the gap has been filled. I mean, you did get a little baby gap up, so not too bad. But yeah, like I'm saying, it feels like yesterday the data was borderline neutral, slightly dovish, but I think we're just going to dance around a little bit. Again, wide range, worst case scenario. You're going to trade in this wide ass range, or it stays tight until Bessent pretty much says something. I do love this Swiss. I love Europeans. I just hate their politics. The Europeans are usually dope, bro. That's why I'm like, how do y'all have the wildest political leaders? That's it. But yeah, shout out Europe, man. Even technically, Switzerland's not in the EU, but yeah. Bitcoin down 2 since open. Do we typically sell off? I mean, VIX seasonality is usually higher till till February. But honestly, I mean, assuming the stability and inflation stuff goes away, I mean, you might be able to avoid that. Again, this was looking like VIX seasonality, and then now as we're cooling down, that's it. I mean, all right, I'll tell you guys. No, wait, you don't have it. Yeah, you're going to have to wait to the watch list then. You're going to have to wait. We don't have 2,000 likes. So I'll tell you about it on the watch list or whenever we reach there, but I figured another part of the piece out that I think I could explain to you, but essentially the dynamic is shifting after yesterday, even 2 days ago, and it's kind of clear cut. You'll see where it's at, but for the most part now, just remember, 100 days is approaching. We've gone through a lot. We've just gone through this fear blowout. There was a consequence, and now we are walking away with a I wouldn't call it a new narrative, but it's, when you combine everything, there's an output. I like Win a lot. Win is, I talked about it on the watch list. Go 2 days ago, watch list. You'll get all of my thoughts on Win, but I'm thumbs up on that one. I don't have a play on it, though. TXN. Oh, yeah, there's going to be TXN and STX on. Remember both of those. DAT's on the high. Small cap, we've seen that have a couple of big runner days. Again, bonds coming near the low. SPY already at the low. NASDAQ down 15.15, not 15%. But, yeah, the T-shirt is in the description, I think. Yeah, it's one of only a few links there. That Hershey Leap call, I do, but remember, wasn't that one like 3 pennies? But, yeah, I believe I do. Let me double check. But, yeah, that play was like a $3 play, so I wasn't really like, yeah, I have it for January 17th. Oh, no, I bought it for I bought it for 30 cents. So, yeah, I only got one of them. That one's going to be dead. Again, but I do like it for the long term. Still got those Ubers. Powerball comment, right? I don't know if Dats is a Trump play. I see it as a small cap runner. You know, ringa, 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 ringa. That's what I see it as. So have fun. But yeah, I don't know too much about it. I'm not the CEO of Intel yet, but we're getting there. Google won't add fact checks despite new EU law. Wow. No effing way. Is Google about to take the no fact check route? That's crazy. You don't want that job? I do want the job. I really think I could compete with Jensen. Now, granted, you would be handing me the entire infrastructure of one of the most dominant American companies in history. That's why I believe in Intel. I'm going to make a presentation for you. So don't worry if you think I'm messing around. I'm working on my presentation, and you guys will have it, and you'll see. I will tell you, at the very least, I think I could give them marketing, and the message it would send if they were willing to listen. I think it would get them a lot of exposure at bare minimum. And like I said, until they announce a CEO, that means the job is available. I'm just saying, so if you don't want me to apply, announce a new CEO. But until then, I must proceed. You know, I genuinely feel as if I have no other option but to proceed. I could only move forward in this endeavor until they do it. And my number one goal is shareholder value. I only want $1. And I guess what? If you will give me your votes, I will tell you this. I will put it to a vote. You tell me what you want me to do with my Intel shares. Because I own Intel. I got a decent amount. So you tell me, I'll sell it, I'll hold. I don't care. I want shareholder value for everybody. That's it. I'm enough of this 60-year-old old shit. This isn't a great American company. I don't care if I show my face. I'm going to make everybody $20 billion. This is ridiculous, Intel. So, yeah, every day until they announce, that means the job is available. And I'm going to go for it. Would I start a Bitcoin reserve? Of course I would. What do you think I am? Do you think I'm a boomer? Microsoft on the low now, so watch out. That's going to weigh on the SPY. Yeah, NVIDIA not doing too bad. Again, TSM holding you up on that. SPY near the low. Watch of Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, though. I don't know when we're going to call Intel. We'll see. We'll see one step at a time. Just every day. Every day. You think I'm a well-managed hustler? Well, thank you. I agree. I do. I have a schedule. I hustle. I work hard. I probably sleep less than 90% of you. And I'd say I'm excited. Amen. I bring the hustle. I bring the energy, man. What do you want me to do? Intel needs it. They need me. I can't. I see them drowning, and I have the lifeboat and a yacht, and I have a life vest. I have to get there. You know, I wish they would take the jacket. Carvana. Well, dude, those puts are still up that we have on Carvana. It's kind of crazy. Do I bring the boom? No. I'm offended by the calories in a Costco cookie. So no, I don't bring the boom. M.O. So again, everybody was hyping up the nicotine news. So yesterday they're saying that you guys know the like whole like less nicotine in cigarettes news you've been hearing about. That sounds familiar, right? So they've been saying that, but some people, I don't know, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. They're spinning that and they're saying it's like an effective ban on cigarettes. So what some people are starting to say, and I don't know if this is true or not, they're saying that the nicotine level that they're mandating is so low that it is essentially banning cigarettes. And again, this is in the last like couple of, dude, this is like Biden's leaving. They're really about to like ban cigarettes and then ban TikTok. But I don't know. Can anybody fill me in on that? Because I read it. I was like, this isn't that big of a deal. We've seen this before. But then I'm like, wait, is this one of Biden's like last minute things? And then everybody getting dramatic about it, they were like, dude, this is like an effective ban on cigarettes. They're saying that it's hard to comply with the rule. So it means that you're just not going to like, it's a ban on cigarettes, essentially. All of them, virtually all of them. It's fake news, not going to happen. Happen or not is one thing, but like I'm saying, I'm like, wait a minute. Is this though like, again, is it, if they lowered the levels, does it not make it a cigarette anymore? I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. Is it like CBD now instead of THC? Is that a good analogy? Because that's what people are kind of saying. It feels like they're saying the nicotine mandate is so low, it's not even going to get you like ahead, but nothing. It's like CBD versus THC essentially. Yeah, so I don't know. It's dangerous because people will try to make their own. Jeez. Bro, if we start seeing a rise of TikTokers, how to grow your own tobacco. So I've been growing sunflowers for about 10 years now. And now that they're banning TikTok and cigarettes, I thought I'd show you guys how to grow your own tobacco. So what you're going to need is a lot of ample soil. You could shit on it yourself to fertilize it. And then hopefully this is the tricky part when it comes to cleaning the shit off the tobacco leaf now. Now, it will take about 6 to 9 months to grow, but again, the shit can fester. So when it comes to cleaning the leaf, just make sure that you use a non-ammonia based unless you want to be just as bad as Monsanto. Okay, yeah. You were low-key thinking about growing your own tobacco leaf for rolling? Yeah, that's crazy. I got a new lemon tree, but I've never, yeah. Oh, man. I didn't even think about people trying to make their own cigarettes, man. I say, like, I never tried to make my own Jewel Mango Pod. I just gave up. I was like, all right, man. You guys know that? Bro, here, let me tell you a real story. Are you guys ready? It's a sad, sad story. But, I mean, it's kind of funny, but sad. My own grandpa. Do you guys know my grandpa is blind? He passed away, God rest his soul. But he's blind. Like, actually, my whole life, my grandpa, when he was alive, he never saw me. Ever. He was literally blind. Okay? Do you know how he went blind? Forgive me for laughing, Grandpa. But even then, it's a wild story, bro. He was not born blind. He was not born blind. So in Egypt, back in the day when he was done tending to the goats and shit, he literally. Hold on, I gotta ban a couple of you real quick. That's it. Again, you guys, I'm just saying, man. If you're like Tim Whitman has joked with me for 5 years, I've timed him out a couple of times. You know what I'm saying? But the rest of you, if I've never laughed at your joke and you choose out of pocket, I don't take offense to it, but I just said it's a you're not funny penalty mixed in with side eye, so I have to get rid of you, okay? I love you. For real. It's not personal. I had an effort to try to unban you today, but then one other crackhead got really sensitive about it, so I said, fuck all of you. So I'm just telling you. But so if I don't laugh at you a lot, you're running a risk. So start with like the G-rated jokes, move your way to PG-13, and then if you could earn that respect in the chat, maybe you could push it. But at the end of the day, some of you, that's player 429 eliminated. Not funny. Anyways, so here's the true story though. He went blind because he was making his own alcohol. So in a Muslim country, and my guy, he just wanted, I think there was a ban at the time. Yeah, yes, my grandpa would make his own moonshine. He would mix up and cook up, whip the pot for his own alcohol. And it made him blind. So be careful making anything. So that was my first lesson. That's why I'm like, nah, I'm good, man. I ain't going to try to make shit. I don't even cook anymore. That's it. I won't even try to cook. I say, fuck that. You could cook it for me. I don't know. I'm not going to try to make anything on my own. That's hard? No, I haven't even told you the hard part. You want to know what goes really hard? It was very impressive but sad. Because even as a blind man, he eventually came to America. You know that. He got to live in America before he died. He came here to America. Literally, he was blind. He could not see anything. Not like I've met some blind people. They could maneuver. This dude was like nothing. Bro, he knew how to walk from his house to the corner CVS, pick out his favorite bottle of alcohol, pay for it, and walk back home safely. Listen, I think that's a terrible, terrible addiction and problem. And it destroyed the man, and he ended up dying because of it. But that went fucking hard, bro. That was some shit where I was like, damn, that's in my blood, where I get why I'm an addict. Because, yeah, bro, that's insane. He would take his little walking stick through traffic and everything and get his ass in it was crazy. He couldn't see, and you couldn't stop him from getting drunk. It was amazing. And so, yeah, that was that's how you go hard. Otherwise, that's y'all soft, and honestly, y'all shouldn't drink alcohol and go repent. Okay? So there you go. A lot of stories, emotions, sadness, happiness. Look at that. I could make a movie. But there you go. There you go. It's honestly inspirational. All of you got a different moral of the story. I promise you. Some of you that changed your life. You're like, you know what? Today I put down the bottle. Some of you, you're like, you know what? I'm not going to try to make my own cigarettes. You're right. And the other ones are like, wait a minute. I could go blind and still get high. That's word. I feel, that's it. You see the goal to the very end. So, yeah, all of y'all, I just think everybody got a different moral. So, I'm here for that, too. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, you make up your mind with whatever I tell you, but amen. You picked up the bottle again after that. That's fine. Do you see how I'm, like, laughing about my own grandpa? I don't care what happens to you, my friend, if those are your choices. I love my grandpa, but I have zero sympathy. You have no idea. So good luck. That's a real story, bro. Very real lore. That's why I said I feel bad laughing, but I'm like, dude, that was his life, man. What did you want me to do? That's just the sad reality. Zero sympathy is crazy. Why? He was an alcoholic his whole life. We all helped him. He went blind from it. I mean, I'm not gonna. That's what he wanted to do. I think he had fun. He loved me. I loved him. Like, what do you want me to? I wish he was here. That's it. I hope all of you stay here. But if you want to end your life early and make very poor decisions, regardless of the people who care about you, that's your life, man. I've done that at some times before. I said, you know what? Uno reverse. Let's go back. Yeah, he was gay. Wait till I'm gonna find you a picture of him because you guys don't even know the crazy part. I don't know how to tell you guys this. Some of you are gonna trip out, and I don't know, but I think I've told you it before. I need to show you guys a picture of him because I think some of you will go crazy. Level aims to make Barcelona Airport long-haul hub owner for IAG. And then Fed Waller data for December was very good. I think Waller's on CNBC right now. 20 minutes till Bessent.
In terms of core. So the inflation news is good. We had a couple of bumpy months there in September and October, but it looks like it's getting back to trend. We'll have to wait and see whether this continues. I believe it will be. We'll see some base effects come out, but last year we got a shock with inflation in January and February. They kind of put us back in terms of our progress for cutting rates. I'm hoping that doesn't happen again so that if we continue getting numbers like this, it's reasonable to think that possibly rate cuts could happen in the first half of the year.
Rate cuts in the first half of the year. Market's not pricing that in, but that's what you're looking for?
Well, I'm saying it depends if, and always the big word if the inflation data
continues. I can't believe you just said that.
Like it has been.
That was a mistake. That was a mistake. That's why she clarified. Look at the bonds off that. That was very weird.
Until we get inflation coming back down.
Yeah, he said the headline reads on the algo, reasonable to think rate cuts could come in first half of the year. And now he's like trying to walk that back. That's very, no, he didn't mean that.
What do you think is keeping it sort of
he said if. My bad. I forgot that algos in the bonds are at near 5. My bad.
Rising a bit. I'm just curious
that was crazy.
What you're watching that gives you confidence that you'll
literally just said, I was like, did you just say that?
Well, like I said,
you said rate cuts this year.
We're running
first half.
To,
that hit the wire too, and then there was like if.
I think there's no reason to expect that will reverse.
Even she would realize it. She was like, what did you?
Looking at the 12-month year-over-year numbers, it doesn't look like we made a lot of progress on inflation.
Yeah, that tweaked the bonds out a little bit because that's a wild statement. Just considering the last 2 weeks, you know. That wouldn't have been wild like a couple weeks ago, but just like think about what we're going through.
Kind of price shocks. I'm hoping that doesn't happen. So if it doesn't happen and we continue to get through a couple of good months of data, then the base effects will kick out from last January and February, and we'll see some further progress on inflation going into the second quarter of this year. So based on that, if inflation's down, the labor market stays solid, then you could start thinking about restarting rate cuts later in several months from now.
Right, you're not talking about January, you're talking, I don't know, March? Does that sound reasonable?
Well, January, we need to kind of see what's going to happen. It's the chair has said we're in really no rush to do things. We need to see a little more progress on inflation. This month was good, but we need to make sure we get through the
he just said
make sure it continues.
Last 8 months have been close to target.
I don't think
that's what I've been telling you guys. Last 9 months,
ruled out,
no real inflation data has ticked up.
That kind of disrupts
only expectations
to push it back some. But it's as long as the data comes in good on inflation or continues on that path, then I can certainly see rate cuts happening sooner than maybe the markets are pricing in.
And how many are we looking at this year?
Well, again, that's all going to be driven by the data. I mean, if we make a lot of progress, you could do more. And it's also going to depend on where people think the neutral rate is. There are people that think that we're got a lot closer to neutral, and therefore there's not as many possible cuts coming. Others have, if you look at the S&P, the median is a neutral of about 3, which would imply.
Did he say March can be ruled out for a rate cut? Okay, there you go. I think the algos are just taking that first statement a little bit, though, because it's running up.
If the data doesn't cooperate, then you're going to be back to 2. And
he said 3 or 4 cuts could be possible this year. Oh, no, yeah.
The data's been
Bro,
pretty
he's hella
strong.
bullish.
Last week's jobs report.
Hold on.
Unemployment rate.
He just said 3 or 4
surprisingly fell.
cuts
Much more
if
jobs
the data
created than
cooperates.
expected,
That's
and the
it. But
thinking there
still,
was,
yeah, the bond.
well, how
there's no
restrictive
way
is
the
the
bonds
Fed
won't like
really?
that
Does it
headline
need to
from
be
the
cutting if
mistake
things
to
are
that.
looking so good?
Yeah, I think.
But don't go
the
too
jobs
crazy. It's
report
not
last
gonna.
week,
TLT's
I
like
think
it'll
there
move
was a
up, but
little,
just don't.
Loss of
Again, you
memory
still
there.
got Bessent.
Some of that is a makeup from the very near zero number we got in October. We knew there was going to be a rebound in the November and December reports, and that's basically what we see. So if you average through the last 3 months of the
They're
year,
saying
you're right at about
Wire,
170,000,
even the Wire is saying Waller comments
which is
are
not
driving up
much
bonds.
different than the previous quarters. In terms of looking at the market, yeah, the jobs number was good, a little tip down in the unemployment rate. That's been kind of moving sideways all year. But when you look at things like hiring rates, quit rates, wage growth, you're not seeing a labor market that's starting to overheat or accelerate. And that's why I think things are still restrictive. We're also seeing it in any interest rate sensitive sectors, manufacturing, housing. We're seeing in surveys of consumers that, interest rates are affecting their decisions to buy kind of expensive durable goods. So monetary policy is restrictive in exactly the way and in the areas we think it would be.
So you're not as excited about the better data. In other words, the data.
Well, he
that
said
would
the
suggest
wrong
that the
thing,
Fed
but
doesn't need
then
to cut. You see weakness.
Low
More
key,
weakness,
couple
perhaps,
minutes.
than the market
He
believes.
just said
Yeah, I think the
couple
labor
rate
market's
cuts
not,
if the data cooperates. That's what he wanted to say.
Look, I'm
But
happy
then again, it
jobs
still
are up.
reads
I love
very
it
good.
when people have work. But when you
But yeah,
look at
if.
all the
Big
indicators
if.
in the labor market, it's solid. It's not.
Is
booming,
Waller a
it's
Republican?
not
I didn't know that.
falling, It's just a
he's
solid
bullish
labor
as hell
market.
always. This guy.
And we'll see if the jobs numbers
Here,
continue. We're gonna.
You know who he is. You've seen his
Would take,
white ass hair. Look at him.
Seen anywhere
He
from
looked like
50
Snow
to
White.
60,000
Perfect
off
hairline,
kind of headline
toupee.
numbers as they correct for
He's been bullish his whole life.
methodology,
Every time we've seen him.
estimating jobs. So that's something we'll have to take into effect. So the job numbers are
You've
probably
seen him.
unlikely to stay at those levels going forward.
What about the incoming administration?
Bro, you gotta.
Clearly,
like,
you guys
low
are
key,
discussing it, and potentially
If you shaved his
inflationary
head
policies
and he
like
had waves, he
tariffs.
has a
We'll see
perfect
what we
hairline.
get
Like, look at
and
that
how we
lineup,
get it.
bro.
Hard to know right now.
I'm not even
Tighter
hairline,
immigration
like,
policy.
bro,
Does
he
that
lined up.
factor into your view
He
of
even
where
got like
inflation's
box
gonna go? What
pointed
policy
tips,
should
bro.
look
Like, look at it.
Well, we know
see that square,
what's
bro?
kind of
Like,
certainly
he
what
lined
we're going
up.
to get. We're going to get more tariffs. We're going to get immigration controls, and we're going to get
Bro, he
more
got
of a
a nah. They
deregulatory
like
environment.
he tell the
All
barber
of those
edge him
things are
up.
fairly certain. What's very hard to do is map that into forecasted numbers like inflation, unemployment, GDP growth. We know kind of qualitatively what they might
I
do. but
swear,
until
bro,
we
I'm gonna
actually
go
see what
find
the
one of them
administration
Instagram
does,
barbers.
It's going to be very hard to put
And
a
I swear I'm
number
gonna
on
see
anything
Waller
going
sitting in a
forward.
chair. They
I
gonna be
mentioned
like doing the
last week,
sides,
based on
taking
kind of what
pictures.
I have heard
and Waller's like,
expected, I don't think tariffs are going to have a significant impact.
Tesla on the
or,
low.
persistent effect on inflation, but we'll just have to wait and see what actually happens.
Why don't you think that they would have an impact on inflation? If American importers have to pay more, if importers have to pay more, doesn't that get transferred on the consumer?
Yeah, a lot of people talking UPS
Well,
today.
some
They
of
got
it
to upgrade.
potentially can, and then on the other hand,
Should have got that instead of MVO, huh?
firms also don't necessarily mark up prices for fear of market share, losing customers and whatnot. We saw that with a lot of the tariffs in the first administration, that there wasn't a lot of pass-through except for a few items like washing machines and a few others. So we did see
Yeah,
evidence that
Waller
this
says
was not
don't
fully
think
passed
tariffs
through.
will have
And
significant
I think
impact
that's why
on
most of
inflation.
the street estimates. I was up in New York on
Yeah, this
Monday
guy's the
asking
most bullish
questions
Fed
about
person
this,
you've
and
had in a while.
Most of the street estimates
He's
are
not.
it's going to
He
have
said.
some
He
marginal
said
effect
if,
and
but
short-lived effect
he's
on
not playing the
prices
game. He
because
said,
if it
nah,
happens, it's
tariff,
typically a
nah,
level effect.
maybe
It's
3
not
cuts
persistent
if,
inflation.
yeah, I don't think
And that's
inflation's
where I
gone
think
up for
most
9 months.
forecasters, they don't see
So
it
yeah,
being a huge
maybe he is a
inflationary
Republican, but
This
he is
a
very
dovish
clear
view,
cut
Governor Waller,
compared to some of the other ones we heard.
What I feel like you came into the Fed and you were a little more hawkish, and people really pay attention to you as sort of a thought leader.
Market doesn't matter.
I'm
The
curious
market
if the rest
bonds
of your
matter.
colleagues
Like I've been
feel
telling
as
you,
do
yesterday
and
was
are
fun
as
and
itchy
all,
to be
but
cutting
don't get
rates
it
as you
twisted.
sound
All
to
that
be.
matters right now is that bond dollar correlation
Well, I make
and
all
whether
my
we get out of
policy
the danger
decisions
zone.
based on the data and where
So
I
like
think
I'm
the
saying, don't
data's
get too
coming
caught
in.
up in the
And
equity
right
moves.
now, I
You
think
saw how the last
inflation's
we're
going
spending
to
7
continue
hours to
come
barely
in
move.
towards our
But the
target.
bonds and how that plays out,
Year-over-year
that's
stickiness
really
that
been
we
the
saw in
driver.
2024, I think will start to dissipate based on, like I said, what we've seen in the last 6 to 8 months. Plus with base effects coming out.
Bonds are right
I
here.
may be a little more
So ever since
optimistic
he
about
started saying
inflation
these
coming
comments,
down
they
than the
went
rest
up,
of
but
my
they're still
colleagues,
down.
and
Remember, we
that's
have
what's
data
driving my outlook
that kind of
the
weighed on
path of
things, but
policy.
for the most
I don't
part,
speak for the committee. I don't speak
this
for the
is
chair.
just
These are just my
a
own
very
views.
different
And
Fed
really quickly,
speaker
do you
than the
expect
last
any-
6
any
you've heard.
broader economic
And then again,
effect,
it is
GDP
helpful
effect
for
from the
bonds, but
California wildfires
doesn't
and
mean
the-
it's the
the
set all be all.
devastation
Today,
at such
Scott Bessent
large
will be more
scale?
important than this speech.
Yeah, it's always very disheartening to see
I
this
like
kind
Hershey's
of
a lot.
damage and destruction to human
We talked about it
beings and
yesterday.
property.
I think
And
it could go
it's
lower and you could
gonna
get a
have
better
big
price, but
effect
it's at a
locally,
great price
but
to
in
start
the
buying right now.
aggregate,
It's a great company.
It's just not going to
I
have
give it a
huge
thumbs up.
impact on the
I would have
aggregate
bought them
economy, much
or
like the hurricanes
UPS
have
if I didn't
temporary
buy NVO.
disruptive effects. But you have to, again,
or
these are
Nike.
things we typically look through because we know they're not long lasting.
Governor Waller, thank you very much for the time today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Sarah.
market-moving
Thanks for having me on. I
comments.
appreciate it.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
it's
Sarah.
good to
How do you compare the dollar to TLT? That's a great question because I'm not, again, as everybody's like, wait, bonds this, why is the stock this, why not this? Very good question. All I'm looking for with the dollar bonds that we need to get away from, you need to get away from breaking the low, a.k.a. the other high on yields. Are you following? And then the dollar, this isn't an accurate chart. You should go to the DXY. You want the dollar off of the highs. So do you notice how both of them are at their highs or lows? We just need to get back to the middle. Then we could start responding to everything else. But what I've been telling you guys, as long as the dollar is at an all-time high and bonds are at a 20-year about to get clapped, that is a scenario where nothing is really going to matter except those things. Are you following? Because if the bond yields break, it's going to take everything with it. If the dollar goes up, it's going to mess up the bonds, and it's going to take everything with it. So if the bonds come off the high, the yields come off the high, then we start transitioning back into we don't care about the dollar bonds, and then it'll be less, oh my gosh, what did the Fed say? What did these guys say? What's the data? Inflation. Then we'll get less of that. But right now, like I'm telling you, it doesn't happen too often that the dollar is knocking at all-time highs while the bonds are knocking at all-time high yields, you know? Not all-time, but you get the idea. 40-year, 30-year, you know, we haven't seen this. So that's why I'm like, yo, red light or yellow light, be on alert. That's why I started making those videos. I say because if it breaks, we're going to have something. If it doesn't, boom, that's it. Just a little freak out, and then maybe you get a little pullback, and then we go right back to it. Like I said, if none of that shit materializes, if the bonds calm down, if the dollar calms down, I believe in a rally. My theory does not mean bearish only. My theory does not mean the dollar bonds kill us. Oh, no way, we all go to hell. No, it's saying that if there's a problem there, you'll know how to respond. If the bonds dollar break, there is a response. If they don't, my brother, that is going to be very bullish. And then if the dollar eases up, if the bonds ease up, like I showed you from 1929 till today, the 5 other times we've had 20% rallies back to back, if the bonds calm down, the market loves it. If the bonds don't calm down, then we're going to have a problem, and they're just all right at the mark where you enter a new paradigm. So, yeah. Ta-da. Thank you. That was a good question, though. I hope that answer helps. Oh, the Treasury, the Scott Bessent thing's going to take a couple of hours. So the yield is like the VIX for the dollar. I mean, I want to say yes, but I don't want to confuse you, right? Because I don't want you to come back 2 weeks and you're like, how come the bonds aren't acting like the VIX? I thought this, I thought that. You know what I'm saying? In a theory, like kind of, but I wouldn't really tie it that close because guess what? There's a VIX for the bonds called MOVE. And again, the situation is very odd of what's happened in the last couple of weeks. That's why I'm like, you know, the trade weighted dollar and all of that, you know, it's very, very interesting that it shifted. I don't know if I would say it's all like fear-based, you know. Yeah, rate future traders moved to price in near even odds of Fed rate cut from earlier June view after Fed Waller. Damn. So Fed Waller literally used the Fed Waller literally has moved the rate cut odds for June. Oh, Jake from State Farm, baby. Good morning. Amen. All the beautiful, blissful souls. Hope everybody has an amazing, safe, and blessed day. You too, baby. You know, Jake from State Farm always wishing you a blessed day. We need to wish Jake from State Farm a blessed day, baby. You have a beautiful, blessed day, my man. Like a good neighbor, State Farm cuts your insurance before a fire. Oh, cut, different. My bad. Mm-hmm. Amba used to be a really big chip name, like with Apple, but I haven't looked at them in a while. Didn't they have a good earnings last time? Yeah. They could be very good, honestly. I have to look at what brought them down, but I remember Amba from 10 years ago. First time I traded it was like 2013, 2014, when like the iPhone was popping and the iPhone was going crazy. Amba really did. I don't know what happened here, though, but that could be a good one. Are ads turned off? That's like the opposite of everything I've heard. So that's good. It's good. How long do you expect to stay in this bond situation? I don't know. I don't really care. It doesn't matter. Because if it happens, it's just reality. That's just what's going to happen. But ideally, political certainty, and as we move forward with the deficit and the tariff plan and all that, political certainty or stability will probably end it and make us go back to normal. But I don't know how long. It doesn't even really matter to me. If anything, that's the other one. No, Jake. No. Bro, you damn soldier, bro. I'm so sorry to hear, bro. Yeah, we got thoughts and prayers, bro. That's crazy. No way, man. Oh, man. Oh no, man. Let's take a minute for Jake's father, bro. Yeah, condolences for real, bro. I love you, man. I'm very sorry to hear. Amen, bro. Finger to the sky, man. To Papa State Farm, man. We got your back, bro. I hope you keep your head up, man. I'm very, very sorry to hear that. But God bless you, man. I'm glad to see you, man. Man, that's wild. And anybody else, too. Some of you I didn't know. I think some of you also had some passings, too, man. That's crazy. You know, I've seen Jake every day, man. And I did not even, that's crazy, bro. I'm just like, Jake, how are you doing? Oh, dude. Man, God bless you. Every day he brings positivity and all that. Even going through that, you come in with this positivity, bro. I love you, bro. Look at that. Keep your head up, man. And amen. I know he's looking down on you. I know you're going to meet him there one day too, baby. Finger to the sky, bro. SPR and Boeing. They got a Trump headline says incoming admin will keep TikTok from going dark as long as possible. Again, the Waller headlines are hitting again too. LeVar, we love you, bro. That's damn soldier, bro. I don't know, man. Some of y'all are really tough, bro, and I'm glad to see y'all handle things. You guys are handling, some of y'all handle some of the worst things that could possibly happen to you in life. And that's why I say, man, the way you guys are kind of inspiring in a way. I hope you realize it. I don't know if you do, but way to be you, man, and way to also be the light. And again, it's gonna be tough, bro. Losing people is always tough, man. So that's why I'm glad to see a lot of y'all take a good step and you know make it a good memory and live in honor of that, man. And don't, you got to keep pushing. But man. Those we love don't go away. They walk beside us every day, unseen, unheard, but always near. Still loved, still missed, and very dear. May you rest in peace, Jake, and everybody who lost a loved one. Amen, bro. For real. That's you, man. I'm saying, bro, you guys very, very, the way y'all handle it, man, and good. And it's a long journey, bro. I'll tell you that. I mean, I was talking with Trapper not too long ago, but it's tough, dude. I don't know. I can't even act like it's not as much as you could say all types of words and, you could even philo it all up. You know what I'm saying? It's just tough, dude. So that's why I say, man, I keep that mentality up there, and make sure you don't give in to the negative thoughts. It will be difficult, but yeah, man, I don't know. The way some of y'all handle it, it's shit like that gets people crazy, and the way some of y'all show that strength and courage is insane. So I love it, man, and we got your back, bro. Chest to this side. I know you got the armor on. The bonds are loving Waller right now. Yes, look. Since all of that, I keep seeing headlines in June rate cut odds went down. I mean, you just had somebody on the Fed literally just kind of flip this script. Now, granted, in a couple of days that could be moved or it could be countered or data. And again, Scott Bessent, I think, will be more important. Sadly, now if the bonds start going up, this is going to confuse the reaction. Because I say half of this is Waller, but how do you know the other half isn't front-running Bessent? And then, bro, Apple is dying. Apple's down by 0.2, SPY down by 0.1, Dow down by 0.28, and then Russell down by 0.1. I didn't realize Apple's down 2%. Walmart, let me check the other one. Yeah, why, dude? Apple all over the low ticker. UNH, did they go green? Or did it go? Because it was down a lot. No, yeah, it flipped right back down. Dude, because it was down huge. It was down a lot. Apple lowered to third. Oh, yeah, that was the news from this morning with the China stuff. But 2%, bro, I feel like it's had a lot of 2% days lately. Am I seeing speculation of the Obamas divorcing? No. The only, I only watched 90 Day Fiance. I don't really keep up with the Obamas like that. I didn't know I didn't know you could get Obama relationship updates. No one told I didn't even know that. Do not bring out the Obama LARPer, please. He said we had Obama in here yesterday. He didn't say anything. Yeah, Apple is going to start weighing. Like I was telling you here, I thought it was going to be Microsoft, but both of them. But then definitely Apple. It's not bad, though. You're only down a quarter. I mean, today could be a lot worse, and it's not. So that's kind of good. Am I the only one wanting TikTok to get banned? You feel like it's dumbing us down with short reels? Yeah, but everybody copied it. You have it on YouTube. You have it on Instagram. I mean, you guys don't think it's wild that, assuming everything is true. I'm not saying it is, but like, so you mean to tell me right when Joe Biden leaves and the first day Donald Trump gets into office, Americans will not be able to use TikTok and they will not be able to get the other 90% of their nicotine? Why do I feel like this is a formula to get people to go crazy? What are they going to say? Like, bro, if RFK bans hot Cheetos next, if by Monday, bro, you ain't going to have that's it, no nicotine, no entertainment, they ain't going to give you food, that's it, they going to make girls wear burqas all of a sudden, you'll be like, what? That's it. Oh, bro, Americans are going to be on edge, bro. I don't like it. So you guys are like, yeah, it dumbs people down, but I'm like, well, wait a minute. What do you think they going to do if they got no TikTok, no nicotine, no nothing? Like, what? Bro, they going to figure, we might cure cancer or we might riot. I don't know. So it's a wild concept to me. But yeah, that's all happening right when Biden leaves and then right when Trump gets in. It's kind of crazy. Mm-hmm. What are they going to do? Exercise? That's crazy. I think, well, they said this morning Trump's going to try to stop the TikTok ban. I don't know how the FDA thing is going to play out. I know do you know what the sad part is? All of these like things Biden is like doing before he leaves, I kind of like them. I just wish he did it at the beginning. Because I'm like, man, if you just did all of this at the beginning, that sets such a different message. like, why didn't you just ban TikTok from the get-go? Like, why? You know what I'm saying? If you did the nicotine thing from like day number one, it's just like if you're like, yeah, let's be disciplined, we won't. That's why I was like, damn. It's weird because I'm like, I don't necessarily disagree with some of these things if you just did them 4 years ago. It's like, how you going to do it on the last day, literally? Like, literally the last day. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Target, the spreads were disgusting in the morning, though. Every earnings play spreads, I did not like them. Wait, you like the TikTok ban? Well, I mean, I like TikTok. I've been aware from day one. If you don't think like TikTok is like a predator app, you may be like, and I don't mean like child shit. I mean like China predator. If you don't think that thing is hijacking your attention, your mind, taking all of your data and backdooring that shit to China, you are very naive. I hate to break it to you. So I use it even though, or at least I don't really use it anymore. My girlfriend does, but, she's foreign. Who gives a shit, right? But at the end of the day, yeah, it's it's a very odd China app that took over and it messes with people, but it's fun. But yeah, so that's why. I mean, I understand it. I don't really I'm not like go ban it, don't ban it, but like I get why Americans and people in the defense industry and other things would want to I mean if it's not American, I wouldn't trust that app. Again, I have friends in China. And you guys, we have Chinese people in here who have either live in China or been there. But like literally, like in China, they have a way better TikTok. Their TikTok is like smart. The Chinese TikTok in China, given their standards, it's like a useful app. You open up our TikTok, it's terrible. And God knows what you'll see on there. So I just think, You know, if it was more reflective of, I don't know, the OG Chinese TikTok, it might be better for us, but yeah. Why do you care if his girl is mad? I don't know, man. I don't know. Somebody tweeted at me. I made a tweet, and they were like, Josh, did she leave you? I'm like, bro, you didn't leave me. Why would she leave me? Like, what? Are you kidding me? I don't know, man. I don't know. It's hard not to love me, and I love my girlfriend, bro. We have a lot of fun. Sorry, guys. Sorry, ladies. A couple ladies, too. You might. I know. Sorry. But, yeah. So, amen. Facebook is predatory. Yeah, but it's not like, again, I mean, I'm telling you, TikTok's rise to fame is like, I don't know, it was like it was hijacking, and there's a lot of like, you don't know how the algorithm works. That's why it got banned. You know that, right? That's why they're willing to let it get banned, because they don't want anybody to know how it works or what it does. So that's odd. But then again, it could be intellectual property. But the whole point is, I mean, like I said, I don't really advocate for banning it or not, but I understand why it could be viewed as a threat. So that's why I'm like, I don't, it's interesting they're doing it now, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't really strike me as too surprising. My Twitter is real cult news. Oh, Bessent. All right, ladies and gentlemen, game time. Why we're not? Why? Because it's just starting. We don't have to listen to the intro. Yeah, no, it's up, but they haven't even done the pre-written or anything like that. At least I'm not seeing it on the government site. I see Doug Burgum. Doug Burgum is live, but not Scott. Woo! All right. Watch your speakers. It's mad loud. I don't know why. This is so loud. I'm turning it down.
This hearing will come to order.
Shut up.
And before we begin our formal business,
okay, watch bonds, ARC, BETO, anything related to debt, deficit, dollar, bonds. Bro, this is big. And Scott Bessent, this will be your treasurer.
Senators Lujan.
Again, it's not, listen, I'm telling you right now, it's not even going to get active for like 10 minutes. His pre-written statement was released this morning. He talked about the taxes and the dollar being the reserve currency. None of that is going to move anything. Do you understand? So it's going to take like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. They're going to do their little intros, say the pre-written statements, and then once we get into the Q&A, then we're going to start getting some action.
With you, Senator Wyden.
I'm going to go pee now.
This committee's jurisdiction, tax, trade, and healthcare policy.
Yeah, watch Bitcoin too.
Reflects some of the most challenging matters that Congress confronts.
See, we don't know if he's hawkish, but we have no idea. That's why this is so important.
These matters in a manner
we have ideas, but nobody really knows. That's exactly why this is key.
For Americans.
Today we're going to find out.
Turning to today's hearing, let me extend a warm welcome to Mr. Scott Bessent, President Trump's nominee for the Secretary of the Treasury, as well as his family. Congratulations, Mr. Bessent, on your well-deserved nomination, and thank you for your willingness to serve and for your extensive cooperation with this committee. It has already been a great pleasure to work with you. You've been transparent, candid, and insightful with me and with my colleagues. You've spent countless hours meaningfully answering our questions and according yourself with great courtesy, dignity, and professionalism. Throughout the committee's rigorous vetting process, and I think that our Finance Committee has the most rigorous process of any committee in the Congress, you have worked tirelessly to meet our long-standing diligence standard.
I mean, SPY's going up, but look at the
It's clear
bonds.
that
They're about
you
to go
followed
green.
applicable law
If anything,
and
Waller's
provided
helping.
thousands of pages of
It's still going up off of Waller.
that
This is,
substantiate
again,
your
it's,
positions,
that made it a little more
positions
confusing, but
supported by
generally,
major law and
bonds
accounting
easing up,
firms.
SPY barely green.
Thank you
Everybody
for your
will follow if the
transparency
bonds
and
do it.
responsiveness throughout the Finance Committee's exacting process, and I look forward to continuing to work together with you. Mr. Bessent has worked for the last 3 decades as one of the sharpest minds in the global finance industry, including as an entrepreneur who started his own asset management firm. He taught economic history at Yale University, is a member of the Council on Foreign Relations, has served on the board of universities and nonprofits, and engages in a variety of philanthropic endeavors. Mr. Bessent, based upon your background, experience, and character, President Trump made an excellent choice in nominating you to be Secretary of Treasury. As you have described it, the position for which you are nominated is at the heart of the American economy, which is in turn at the heart of global economic growth. A Treasury Secretary heads the agency charged with supporting economic growth, representing U.S. interests before foreign nations and global financial markets and organizations, managing the federal Treasury and overseeing financial institutions, to name just a few of the responsibilities. Past successful Treasury secretaries have understood business and financial markets, as well as foreign policy and national security, budgets, and regulation. They have worked collaboratively with Congress to enact the President's priorities. Additionally, they have been forthright and communicative. The next Treasury Secretary will have to work with Congress to preserve and build on the pro-growth Republican tax policies that have greatly benefited all Americans, as well as improve our global competitiveness through trade deals that create market access and combat China's unfair practices. As seen in the results of our most recent election, American voters resoundingly support returning to the robust economy that we enjoyed during President Trump's first term. If you're confirmed, I look forward to working closely with you to achieve these and other essential aims. Mr. Bessent, on behalf of my colleagues, I thank you for your willingness to serve and again congratulate you on your support and on your nomination, which I intend to support. With that, I recognize Ranking Member Wyden for his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate your introducing all the new members on both sides, and as always, your
Yeah,
very
bro,
kind
Bessent
comments
is a
about
killer.
me.
It's actually
very
like,
much appreciated.
it's weird, but then again,
In a Trump
he's never really held a
economy,
position like this.
The winner's circle is small.
Again, we want
and it's
political
dominated
stability.
by the ultra
If y'all hit
wealthy.
2,000 likes, we
Working
could talk
people
more about
and
it.
Middle class are on the outside.
NNE on the low, that's
looking
flushing
in.
right now.
And Trump and his advisors are indifferent to the problems they face each day. I've had more than 1,100 open to all town hall meetings in my state. I'll have several more this weekend. The second word I hear
A failed
from
asset manager.
Oregonians in
I don't
those
think
meetings
Janet Yellen has ever worked
is
a real
almost
job in her life
always
except the government.
bill.
So, I'll
Grocery
take
bill,
it. Try and
medical
fail
bill,
better than
electricity
mushrooms
bill.
in China. I'm good.
Americans feel held down by the cost of living. They look at the growing fortunes at the top, and they weigh that against their sense that America's middle class just doesn't have the opportunities to really get ahead. The American people voted for change, and more than anywhere else, they want change in the economy. I don't believe they're going to get it from Mr. Bessent or Donald Trump. The centerpiece of the Trump economic agenda is extending his 2017 tax law at a cost of more than $4 trillion.
Yeah, bro.
Ultra
Janet
wealthy
Yellen's a
individuals who
fucking
rake in
teacher.
millions each year
She has never
would get
worked
tax
a
breaks
money job in
of
her life.
Hundreds of thousands
She has
of
taught it
dollars.
in college
Families
and
who
then
live
worked for the
paycheck
Fed
to
as a
paycheck
child
would
practically
be lucky
and has never
if they could
done
just get
anything
enough
with
to cover
money
the
in her
grocery
life.
bill for a week.
So she doesn't even,
How does
all
Donald
that
Trump and
money she
Republicans plan
spent,
to pay for their
technically she has
multi-trillion-dollar
never worked with
giveaways
money like that.
to the ultra wealthy?
Cubit,
For
short report,
starters,
capybara.
They'll be offering across-the-board tariffs. And let's be clear about what that's all about. Trillions of dollars in new taxes paid for by working Americans.
Let's see how he responds to this. This is just an intro statement, but again, that's why I'm saying this is going to be important, because now we're going to hear what the Treasurer says about this tariff plan.
Paying for tax breaks for the top by increasing child hunger.
She probably has real work experience than a stock streamer. No, I have a way more extensive job history than Janet Yellen. I have worked and made millions of dollars in the private business world. That is no exaggeration, and I still continue to do so. Fuck off.
And the nominee,
I run circles around Janet Yellen. She has a great political career. But what do you mean, in the private business world?
Instead of fixing what's broken about the tax code.
Oh, half of you guys in here are probably better.
Set of rules that apply only to the ultra-wealthy. Make no mistake about it. Those ultra-wealthy people get to pay what they want when they want to, and often little or nothing for years on end. Mr. Bessent is a case
No, I said millions, not billions. I'm not a billionaire.
For the vast majority of Americans.
No,
they come straight out of every paycheck. It's a civic duty that pays off as earned benefits down the road. But like a number of Wall Street
This is the point I've been making. A lot of these politicians, that's why I like Scott Bessent. They do not have real life work experience. That's why I told you guys to get into politics.
Benefits him.
Literally, even Nancy Pelosi, even Hillary Clinton, all these people, they've worked in government longer than I've been alive. They have very minimal private business experience.
Are violating tax law. Make no mistake about that. That's not me making the judgment. That's the Treasury Department. They went to court to argue that taxpayers who take this position are violating the law. I believe it's a big conflict of interest if the nominee is confirmed. Either he and his lawyers take the position that Treasury policy doesn't apply to the Treasury Secretary, or he blesses a loophole that lets Wall Street titans blow off their fair share of Medicare taxes. This is exactly the kind of abusive scheme that leaves Americans feeling disgusted with the tax code. They feel it every spring when they go to file their taxes through the big software companies as well. It's absurd that Americans get charged huge amounts of money to file their taxes every year. That's why a number of us in this room
and bonds still holding the high, probably till we get into the real shit. Let's see if the bonds keep climbing. That's still from Waller.
And the Biden administration. It's a free option that allows taxpayers to file their returns directly to the IRS. No software middlemen picking their pockets or harvesting their data. It launched last year to rave reviews, and virtually nowhere in the Western industrialized world do we have the kind of bureaucratic, costly system we have today, and we're trying to change it. 35 million Americans across 25 states. Excuse me, 30 million Americans across 25 states are going to be eligible.
So RCAT and Qubits, they both got short reports in the last 5 minutes.
If it continues to survive. The software giants want direct file killed. Republicans are on their side, so maybe they're going to get their way. If they do, it'll cost American taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars this year alone. Trump and Republicans aren't stopping there when it comes to siding with special interests over the typical consumer. The Inflation Reduction Act was the largest
Tesla's still selling.
In clean
yeah, market hasn't moved yet, but kind of bonds and stocks. They're stalling out here.
And it took years to try to find the common ground around technological neutrality. And the more you reduce carbon, the bigger your tax savings. It's created hundreds of thousands of jobs. It's saving consumers money on their energy bills.
Intel
and along with
Alpha.
record fossil fuel production,
it's
brought
a big day.
Energy security to a level not seen in generations. Our country is in a clean energy arms race with
Maybe
China
they hire me today.
and other powers. But unfortunately, these policies from Donald Trump and Republicans may prevent us from winning that arms race with China. That's because the Trump administration is talking about selling out.
I mean,
to
we
special
have,
interested
they're doing all the
far-right
AI
ideologues
stuff. Why wouldn't they just
that
send
wanna
us a bill?
nuke
That's a way,
the
that's what they do in
provisions
Europe.
of the IRA that help us promote clean
I'm pretty sure,
energy.
I think in Europe,
We wanna
they
keep
tell
in
you what
place
you
the
owe,
oil and gas
not
subsidies
figure
that
it
have been
out,
around
and then
for
if
more
you're
than a
wrong, we
generation,
audit you.
but eliminate the incentives that put us in the lead on clean energy. From what I've read, that's how the nominee sees it as well. That would be a recipe for higher energy costs, weaker energy security, and surrender to China when it comes to clean energy jobs and investment. In my view, that just defies common sense. I'll close with this. Many people, myself included, hoped that the president-elect would pick a steady hand for Treasury Secretary, someone who would be a moderating force, who'd work with all sides, and especially for the interests of all Americans, for a tax code that gives everybody in America the chance to get ahead, not just the people at the top. So this is an important discussion today, and I wish I had read
Even this
something
guy,
to indicate that this nominee
he has a
would be the
JD,
kind of Treasury
he's a lawyer.
Secretary I described. That's why we have the hearing.
He did
to get his
teaching and then
views.
did
Thank you,
government,
Senator.
never worked a private job in his life.
Thank you very much, Senator Wyden. And today, we are honored to have our
Let's
good
see,
friend
Mr.
and colleague,
Crapo.
and now the new Budget Committee Chairman, Senator Lindsey Graham, to help introduce the nominee. Welcome, Senator Graham, from the great state of South Carolina. I want to thank you for joining us today, and I'll turn it over to you to introduce Mr. Bessent.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and ranking member to all my colleagues, and there are only 100 of us. We know each other pretty well. This is my first appearance in the Finance Committee, probably last. Y'all work
The
on
other guy worked
complicated
at a law,
stuff,
his
and,
brother's law firm,
I'm glad you like
and his
this
brother
stuff. Seems
Crapo
kinda
was a
boring to me, but
politician.
It's important what you do.
for a couple
and I
years and then
respect
got into
the
politics.
intellect of the people on this committee.
Very minimal job
because
experience.
Our economy needs the best minds that we can find on the Finance Committee. And we need a Secretary of Treasury that knows what he's doing, has the trust of the president, and loves his country. Your ship came in with this guy. So Scott Bessent's from South Carolina. He's academically gifted and real-world tested. He went to Yale.
This guy
so nobody's
joined the
perfect.
military. Then he
When you
did
told me that, I
3-4
said,
years as
I
a
don't know about
law,
that.
like
But
a law
anyway,
firm.
He's really, really smart, and this
And then
is
got
a
into
complicated
politics.
area. Now, why am I
So
here?
minimal
Because
job
Trump won.
experience.
I wouldn't be here if Trump hadn't won. Trump won because more people voted for him. And he had to pick people to form his cabinet. And when he talked about the Secretary of Treasury, I'm not the normal person you would go to ask about because this is not so much my portfolio. But when he mentioned Scott, I said, oh my God, home run from my point of view. I mean, you talk about somebody who's academically gifted, understands the world. Scott, like any Republican president, would pick Scott.
I'm not talking about the people getting confirmed.
I mean,
I'm talking about
really
most of the
understands
politicians we're
president
used
and
to
what the
listening
president
to.
wants to do.
I encourage you to
And
go
the
Google
reason
their
I vote
name
for almost
and go look
everybody,
at their work history.
for every president.
And you might find an alarming
believe,
trend.
Colleagues, that every
They got
president
degrees,
serves
they're lawyers,
a
they're all
cabinet
this,
that
but they've
they
never
know and
really
trust
worked
and can
private
rely
business. Ever.
If I had to
They have
vote
been in
for
their
people
government
based
their
on
whole lives,
agreeing with them, I
practically.
wouldn't vote for anybody. Y'all
Not
pick.
everybody, but a lot of them.
That's not the standard for me. I vote for people who I disagree with because I think they're qualified. So I would
Apple
just
had
ask
bad
the
news
committee
this
to think
morning
for me,
about
is this
the
man
where they're at in
qualified?
China and sales, but
Does he have the background?
I don't know. It's been
and
going
the
down. Then the downgrades, it's been doing a lot.
intelligence and the character.
This is Scott
to
Bessent,
serve
Treasurer
President
confirmation,
Trump
very
and our
important.
nation's Secretary of
Yeah,
Treasury.
he
I
hasn't
think
talked
by any
yet. This is all
reasonable
still that like
test of
fluff that we've talked about, but
qualifications,
once he
excels
starts getting into good questions,
beyond the
this
bare
could be very
minimum
important.
to the highest level of excellence. But that's just
The
my
fear
opinion.
is that
So my goal
Scott
here today
Bessent
is
says a
to
lot
tell
of
you
things
little
that
about
cause
him.
instability and don't really confirm a plan
You've
of
heard
low
from the
inflation
chairman
or goes
about
against
his
Trump.
success in
Oh!
the financial world.
And now we have the Treasurer Page.
About his academic
Bradley
qualifications.
Frizzle in the Peach
He
Nation.
was
Watch your
born in
ears.
Little River,
Watch your
South
headphones.
Carolina. Why do they call it?
Woo! Amen. Happy Friday, Junior, baby.
It's in Horry County. How many of you
man.
heard of Myrtle Beach? Most of
Salute to the peach, baby.
Well,
Bradley
this is somewhere
Frizzle.
between Conway and Myrtle Beach.
Scott Frizzle.
At 9
Bradley
years
Bessent.
old, his first job was
Bradley
to set up
Peach.
beach chairs and
Scott
umbrellas
Peach.
in North Myrtle Beach. And apparently you did well there.
Today is
because
lit.
North
You
Myrtle
miss
Beach is
Chad.
thriving.
I know, because you work for the
He went to
Boring
North
Company,
Myrtle Beach High
not
School.
Elon Bloomberg.
And he was
But,
voted most likely to succeed.
Thank you. I'll
in
be here all
1980.
night. I'll be here all night.
And we
I'll
have
be here
a
all
high
night. Don't
school,
get mad at me. There's cool people at Bloomberg,
Classmate of his.
but the guys who run the
What
show
did
don't
they
like
see in
me.
him? The
But I
same
like
thing I
everybody
see.
else.
Someone who really is talented and works hard and just a good person. The type people that you think are going to succeed,
BBG.
but you hope succeed. So he lives in Charleston, in a really nice place. Going from Little River to
But dude,
Charleston
hey,
is
yo,
about a 2.5-hour drive.
You got a
but it's real
promotion?
change.
No way. I'm proud of you, bro. Good
Since I
work.
represent South Carolina,
Can you do me
I
a
like
favor?
them both very much.
Can you either get me
He's married, John.
the
his
Intel
husband's right behind
CEO's
me.
phone number, or can
We
you
have
start
2
telling
kids,
people
Caroline and Cole,
that I'm running for
and they're
CEO?
absolutely adorable.
I would appreciate it. Thank you.
And from a South Carolina point of view, we're really proud of Scott.
And I'm proud of you. For real. Good work,
I was
baby.
over the top.
You can still have
happy
long term,
when
right?
President Trump picked him, because I know him. I know where he came from. The rich and powerful don't live in Little River. This is
Are we
truly
talking
the
about a
American dream.
No, I'm talking about business
This man
experience, you guys.
has been
All I've
successful
realized
at
is that the
everything
people
he's ever
controlling our
tried
money
to do.
have never really made
He's
money or
worked really
handled
hard.
it.
And why did President Trump pick him?
That was, and then they're all really
Because he believes
rich.
that President
So I don't
Trump's
get
economic
how you
agenda
become a
is good for
lawyer,
this country.
never
He wants
practice
to help
law,
President Trump be
and
successful.
still make
And
200
here's
million.
what Scott
Handle the
said.
money of the
I
country,
think it's the melding
yet you
of
have never
economic
handled
policy
that
with
money.
national security. Economic
Does that make
policy and
sense?
national security
So
are
that's
now
what has sparked my
indispensable.
interest, and that's
And
why
Donald
I am
Trump
highlighting the
understands
facts
that.
around it.
So I'm here to tell you, folks, I agree with that. If we don't have energy independence, we're less safe. If we don't get our debt in order, we're less safe. I am known around here
And
as
get the
kind
law
of a
to- good,
national
that's it.
security
That's all
guy,
that's
but
all
I
you need,
do
baby. That's all you
understand
need.
Economic policy matters. If you want to clean up the environment, a carbon fee seems to be a good way to do it, to punish China and India for bad carbon practices. Call it a tariff, call it whatever you want to do. So President Trump won. I'm here today because he won. I'm here today because Scott lives in South Carolina. I'm here
No, I
today
just
to
think it's
tell you,
misdirection.
If you use
They told us that
qualifications as your
politics was to
test,
serve the people.
this is the easiest
But I don't
vote
think that's
you'll
the
ever
case,
take.
and I think we should get more
If
qualified
your
people.
goal
I think a
is
lot
to
of you are
play
more
like the
qualified.
election didn't happen.
That's why somebody took offense to
I
it. They
guess
were
you
like,
vote
"What did
out.
you do?" But I
That's
really
just where
think a
we're
lot
headed
of
in
you
the
might
Senate.
be better for these jobs. I think a lot
When
of
you
you know
lose
real life.
election, you get up
I think
and
you have
dust
worked.
yourself off and
I
you
think
get
you have
ready for the
handled
next
a
one.
lot more than these
But I
people
was
actually. You
honored
know
when
what's
you
going
asked
on.
me
I don't know what
to introduce him.
get into politics.
Because
I think
I
some of you
know
are
this
way more qualified.
And America will be in good hands.
Got your
if
first
he's our
house.
Secretary of Treasury.
Go,
He
Hamid.
deserves
That's what I'm
this
talking
job.
about, baby.
He's qualified for this job. And President Trump, thank you for picking him. On behalf of all of us
They
in
say
South
they don't pay
Carolina,
enough for qualified
we're
people, but why
extremely
are all
proud
of these
you,
guys worth
and we
$200
wish you
million?
well. Thank you.
They do.
Thank you,
That's why I say
Senator
it's
Graham.
misdirection. They said it's, serve the
appreciate
people.
you
My whole life I thought it
giving
was
this
about serving the
introduction,
people.
and you
These guys
now
are getting
excused
paid more than
as
NBA
is our
players.
practice.
Homeboy don't even got a jump
And
shot.
Mr. Bessent,
He ain't even-
before
he
we
ain't
turn
been
it
on a
over to you
walk
for
in
your
6
opening
years.
statement, I have
And
four
why he getting
questions
paid more
that we
than
ask all
Ante
nominees who come
Capupo?
before this committee.
How come they make more than LeBron?
The first is there anything
I
that
thought-
you
I
are
thought they
aware
get
of in your
underpaid.
background that might
So you got the
present a conflict of
qualifications
interest
of a
with
bum,
the duties of the
but you
office
getting
to
paid
which
more
you
than
have been
LeBron?
nominated?
No, sir.
So what are we
Second,
doing? Let's get
do
into
you know of
politics.
any
Y'all are more
reason,
qualified.
personal or otherwise, that would in any way prevent you from fully and honorably discharging the responsibilities of the office to which you've been nominated?
No, sir.
Third,
All right, here it is.
do you agree without reservation to respond to any reasonable summons to appear and testify before any duly constituted committee of the Congress if you are confirmed?
Yes, sir.
And finally, do you commit to provide a prompt response in writing to any question addressed to you by any senator on this committee?
Yes, sir.
Do you agree
Thank
to
you very
like the
much.
video
Again,
right
welcome
now?
to the committee, Mr. Bessent, and you may make your
Oh,
opening
yes.
statement.
Yes.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, this is already
Chairman
pre-written,
Crapo,
but
Ranking Member Wyden,
we're making
members of
moves.
the Finance Committee. It's an honor and a privilege to be considered by this committee as the President's nominee for the Secretary of the Treasury. I want to thank all of you who took the time to meet with me over the past few weeks. I want to thank my spouse, John Freeman, who is here today, and my wonderful children, Cole and Caroline,
Mike, I'm not sure his mic's working.
who were sitting behind
Shut
me.
up.
Mr. Bessent, could you pull the microphone a little closer to you?
Yeah, we hear the dude next to you.
Who were sitting behind me for the ultimate civics lesson. I want to acknowledge 3 people who couldn't be here today. My 98-year-old mother-in-law, Celine Freeman, a World War II French war bride of an American soldier who lives with us in Charleston, South Carolina, making for a 3-generation household.
Yeah, I think he's
My
gay. I think
sister,
he has.
Paige
I think he's
McLeod
married
Bessent,
to a
who
dude.
doesn't like crowds and prefers the
He could have
mountains of
been
South Carolina
potentially your
to large
first
cities.
gay vice president
And my recently
because he was a
deceased
candidate for
sister,
VP.
Wynn Bessent,
I'm pretty
who
sure.
worked
I'm pretty sure
tirelessly
he's-
as a public defender
he has a
in one
husband.
of South Carolina's poorest counties. I also want to thank President Donald Trump for having placed his
He
trust
also looks like he
and
hates
confidence
Christmas.
in me for such an important
He
role
gives me Grinch
in his
vibes.
administration.
Because he got
While I
such
have met with
it's
many
the
of you,
nose and the gap
most
between the mouth. You
Americans
see what I'm
watching at
saying?
home will be
Be
unfamiliar
looking like
with my
Jim. I
background.
feel like he hates Christmas.
I have been blessed with a fulfilling
I've never really
and
looked at him.
successful
You know what I'm
career,
saying? I know about
but
him,
my presence
but I've
here
never really
today
made
was far
eye
from
contact.
predetermined.
And now I'm getting like,
I was born and raised
I'm like,
in
yo, where
South
the
Carolina
Cindy
low
Lou
country.
at? You better hide her.
My father fell into extreme financial
Cindy Lou
difficulty
gonna lower the
when I was
deficit.
young.
She gonna
When I
touch
was
his
9
heart
years
and be
old,
like,
I
wow.
started working 2
Maybe
summer
we
jobs,
shouldn't spend that
and
money.
I haven't stopped working since.
Okay.
I eventually
Eventually.
made my way to Yale.
Made my way to
I
Yale.
accepted my first
And
internship
accepted all
in
the
finance
presents.
because the job came with a pull-out sofa in the office to sleep on, which allowed me to live in New York City rent-free. I've been involved in the financial markets ever since. I've been fortunate enough to work with some of the world's greatest investors in a career that has taken me to almost 60 countries over 40 years. My life has been the only in America story that I am determined to preserve for future generations.
Josh
Today,
thinks he's funny, but
I
he's
believe
not.
that President Trump has a generational opportunity to unleash
I just
new
had a
economic
self-realization
golden
right
age
there, bro.
that will create more jobs,
Thank you.
wealth, and
For
prosperity
real, thank you.
for all Americans.
That's a
My
no,
life's
man.
work
Wow.
in the private sector has given me a deep
Wow.
understanding of the economy and markets. And while this
thank God.
experience will be invaluable in crafting economic policy, I have long adhered to the principle
No,
that
that's-
you should know what you don't
Wow.
know and lean on those who do. Having never served in government, I intend, if confirmed, to be in close contact with each of you in your offices and seek your
Palantir
counsel.
News? I don't see
The
it yet.
Treasury Department plays a critical
Again,
role
bonds
in
are running. I
protecting
still think it's
American
Waller. This is all
national
pre-written.
security. We must secure supply chains that are vulnerable to strategic competitors, and we must carefully deploy sanctions as part of a whole-of-government approach to address our national
Yeah,
security
he said
requirements.
we have significant
And critically-
spending problem.
Critically,
Again, this is
we
all
must
pre-written, though.
ensure that the
So this
US
was out at
dollar
6 a.m., 5
remains
a.m.
the world's reserve currency. Today, Americans face significant challenges in an economy that has not created enough opportunities for working men and women. We have an affordability crisis, a housing shortage, and for the first time in my lifetime, parents feel as though the American dream is slipping away from their children. The federal
Colin, we all
government
love each
has
other.
a significant spending
They
problem,
love me.
driving
It's okay.
deficits that have averaged
I love
an
you.
historically high 7% of
That's
GDP
it, bro, I'm telling you.
during the past 4 years.
Good.
We must
love.
work to get our fiscal house in order
love.
and adjust federal domestic discretionary spending that has grown by an astonishing 40% over the past 4 years. Productive investment that grows the economy must be prioritized over wasteful spending that drives inflation. As we begin 2025, Americans
How
are
did Trump
barreling
accept
towards
a
an
candidate
economic crisis
from
at
that
year-end.
community?
If Congress
bro, the
fails to
reality
act,
is
Americans will face
most people
the
don't
largest
care.
tax
They don't
increase
care who
in
you fuck.
history, a
They
crushing
care that
$4
you're
trillion
qualified
tax
and get
hike.
the job done.
We must make
That's
permanent the 2017
So I don't know. You tell me. The rest, you take that up with your
Tax Cuts and
morality.
Jobs Act,
But
and
other than
implement
that, that's
new
a great
pro-growth
start.
policies to reduce the tax burden on American manufacturers, service workers, and seniors. I've already spoken with several members
bro.
of the committee as well as
hypothetically,
leaders
if you were
of the House
if
about
you
the
were
best
into
approach
goats
to achieving these important
and brought
goals
the
together.
deficit down by
As
50%,
President Trump
I don't
has
care.
said, we will unleash
I would
the
think
American
it's
economy
who
by
cares what I
implementing
think, but
pro-growth
even then, I'd be like, you know
regulatory
what? Fuck it.
reducing taxes
Oh, shit,
and
he's-
unleashing American
yeah.
energy production. The breadth and depth of our capital markets, along with predictable pro-growth tax policy and
I wouldn't
smart
trust you
stated
with my
regulation
dog, but I
will
wouldn't.
continue to make
I would let you
America
lower the deficit.
the most popular destination in the world for starting, growing, and taking public a business. And as we rebuild our economy foundation for the next generation of American competitiveness, we must use all the tools available to realign the economic system to better serve the interest of working Americans. For too long, our nation has allowed unfair distortions in the international trading system. President Trump was the first president in modern times to recognize the need to change our trade policy and stand up for American workers. If confirmed, I look forward to working with President Trump and members of this committee.
Who the fuck is this child?
Members of the committee.
Why did I just realize
These are
that?
some of many important goals that
That's his
firmly
son?
believe that if confirmed,
Oh, wait a
and
minute,
with
I've never
your
seen a
counsel and
kid.
support, we can
I just-
usher
dude, it
in
just clicked.
A new, more balanced era
Man,
of
you look like
prosperity
you're kinda like
that will
20.
lift up
But I was
all
like, wait a
Americans
minute. I'm
and
like, that's a
rebuild
kid.
communities and families across the country. I
He brought
humbly
his son?
Thank you for your consideration. And
That's
I'm eager to
wild.
take your questions.
Thank you, Mr.
No, I
Bessent.
listened. I
Before
looked at him and I was like,
begin
oh,
my
it's the
questions, I want
Grinch.
to reemphasize
And then I listened,
how
but then I was like, wait a
appreciative
minute,
I
there's a
am of
child
your
behind him.
diligence in the process that we've gone through vetting here in this Senate. I appreciate the more than 3,000 pages of supporting
Okay,
material
game
you've
time.
provided, as
Get
well
ready.
as the
First
countless
real
hours
question,
you
not
and your
pre-written.
staff have offered to respond to questions from members of this committee. Let me be clear. You followed all of the applicable law and met the committee's long-standing diligence.
I thought he was
standard.
talking
Your
metaphorically,
process
like my
matched
family's
that which has
behind me.
applied to nominees in every previous administration.
I didn't think literally.
I want to go in my first question to you to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which
yeah,
Senator
big pop
Wyden
on
and
him.
I
Oh,
have
could be a
both
FDA
mentioned
headline.
already, and you've mentioned in your remarks. The attack on this statute, this law, which is law, I remind everybody it is the law now, it
Take
was
him
passed
home.
in 2017, is that it was a tax cut for the wealthy. I appreciate you, Mr. Bessent, noting that it will be a $4+ trillion tax increase if we do not extend this law. And a point that I would remind all of my colleagues is that if that $4+ trillion tax increase happens, it's not just going to be something that impacts the wealthy. It is 2.6 trillion of it. The majority of it falls on people who make less $400,000 for a family with two taxpayers, under $400,000.
Change. I saw UPS on the high.
That's the number.
High
that
ticker is
President
fully
Biden
gassed right now.
chose
You're running up.
to
Bond's
say
still
he
doing
wanted
it
to
too.
protect it. 2.6
Anything
trillion
Bond's
of
still
this
out
tax
before-
cut hits
actually-
those making less than $400,000.
No, yeah, they're matched up now perfectly.
Moreover,
But Bonds had to catch
massive
up a
amounts
little
of
more.
it hit pass-through entities, small businesses across this country. This is not a tax cut for the wealthy that we're talking about. It is a tax increase on all Americans, the majority of whom are in the lower and middle income categories. My question to you is, one of our pivotal tasks is to make sure that this tax increase does not happen. Can you give us your
I think mainly
perspective
Waller
on the
for now.
impact that would occur?
But
in this
again, I think
country
hearing
if
his
we allowed
pre-written
this $4
statement
trillion
sounded
tax
good too.
increase to happen?
Senator Crapo, thank you for this, and thank you for the meetings over the past few weeks. I've enjoyed working with your staff, and this is the single most important economic issue of the day. This is pass-fail, that if we do not fix these tax cuts, if we do not renew and extend, then we will be facing an economic calamity, and as always, with financial instability, that falls on the middle and working class people. We will see a gigantic middle class tax increase. We will see the child tax credit halved. We will see the deductions halved. So it will be what we call in economics, it has the potential for a sudden stop. And as I said, traditionally with these sudden stops, it falls on working Americans.
Thank you. And I would just say to you, you may be aware of this, but the Tax Foundation has indicated that if we do sustain these tax cuts and protect them from expiring and stop this tax increase, that the extension of this policy would increase the growth of the GDP in the United States by 1.1% over time. Similarly, and I don't know how they came up with the same number, but the National Association of Manufacturers indicates that if we don't extend this tax relief, that there will be a 1.1% reduction in growth of jobs and development in our economy. It seems to me that as we are talking about what to do for America, that protecting America from a 1% reduction versus a 1% growth in GDP is a critical objective. Could you just give a little bit of perspective? I know you've just answered this question in another context, but could you just give a little bit more perspective on those kinds of dynamics? And I'm sorry, I'm going to try to keep to 5 minutes, and we've only got about 15 seconds left of mine, and I want to be sure everybody else stays on time, so I will too. Could you quickly respond?
Well, Senator, I would just say that we saw the power of these tax cuts in 18, 19, and going into January of 20 before they were interrupted by COVID, and the great success that we had.
Thank you. Senator Wyden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me say to the nominee, I've got 4 questions that I'm going to ask, and if we both can keep it brief, I think we can get to all of them.
I think this is going to be good.
Frames for us what the debate is all about. I'm going to start by talking about the future of direct file. This is the program that helps our people who choose it to save hundreds of dollars when they file their tax return. Last year, the IRS launched it. It was enormously popular among taxpayers, but of course, the tax software giants and their big lobby just hate it. They want to shut it down. Now, the filing season starts January 27th, so it opens in 10 days, and millions of taxpayers around the country have already been notified that they are going to be eligible to use direct file this year. So I won't do this for every question, but I'd really like a yes or no on this one. Will you commit to keeping direct file up and running if you're confirmed?
I will commit that for this tax season, that direct file will be operative.
Yeah, bro, he's good.
American taxpayers who choose to use it
I
will.
already like that. He said, well, for this season.
I will consult.
No! Why are you lagging? Oh, my gosh.
Who choose to use it will. And if confirmed, I will consult and study the program and
I appreciate the answer. It means that taxpayers are going to save, who choose to use it because it's voluntary, hundreds of dollars, and we'll have a chance to see once again how popular it is with practically everybody except
I don't know what you're talking about.
Crowd.
That's weird. Must have been a glitch.
Donald Trump, with no plan and no strategy, says he's going to put across-the-board tariffs, blanket tariffs.
Hey, this is going to be a good one.
Imported goods. Which means
a yes or no,
that our workers and our small businesses are going to get clobbered with
Bill
additional
Pulte will
taxes
serve
on
as the director of the
practically
Federal
everything
Housing
they buy from other
Finance
countries.
Agency.
My question here
Trump, True
is,
Social. Holy
who would
shit.
pay these tariffs?
Trump is putting Pulte
Americans
Homes as the head
or foreign countries?
of the Housing Finance Agency.
So this, Senator Wyden.
That's insane.
Just to understand, so I can frame the answer correctly, do you believe that these tariffs are a consumption tax increase?
I believe these tariffs, you can call it whatever you want in terms of trying to
Yo, he's good.
they're going to be paid for by our workers and
Do
small
you really
businesses.
think
All through the
that?
campaign, we heard they weren't, that foreign countries were going to pay it. I think that's baloney. It's going to be paid for by workers and small businesses. So, your response.
Yes, Senator, I would respectfully disagree. And
Respectfully.
the history of tariffs and tariff theory, optimal tariff theory, does not support what you're saying. Traditionally, we see that the current, if we were to say use a number that has been thrown around in the press of 10%, then traditionally the currency appreciates by 4%. So the
Yeah,
10% is not passed through.
He got more numbers than
Then
Yellen.
we have various elasticities, consumer preferences may change. And finally, foreign manufacturers, especially China, which is trying to export their way out of their current economic malaise, they will continue cutting prices to maintain market share.
Okay. That's an academic view of it. But what I know,
You've never
is the
worked in
history of
business.
this impovers
You've
people
only
of
worked in
modest
academia.
means. They're the people who are going to get hit. And all through the campaign, there was a big show that it was going to be paid for by foreigners. Not so. Two other questions that I want
No,
to
like
get in.
literally, like
And
he's
I already
never done it.
made it clear, and you and I talked about this. I'm for a tax code that gives everybody the opportunity to get ahead. You and I talked about my friend Bill Bradley. He and I have been working for this for years. Do you believe the tax code should treat wages differently than it treats wealth?
Look, in any tax system that advantages and creates distortions, it is a change that, Senator, it is a decision that was made when the tax codes were written. And so every tax code involves the trade-offs and distortions in favor of other the gains.
It sounds to me like you do believe that it's fine to treat wealth more favorably. I couldn't disagree more. The idea that a dollar earned by a hedge fund manager has more value than a dollar earned by a teacher or a factory worker, I just think it's a disconnect with the American people. One last question, and that is about the legislation that was written in this room that was the biggest transformation on clean energy in American history. That is our package that basically said the tax code as it relates to energy is a broken down mess. And we basically said we're going to have a technology neutral system. The more you reduce carbon, the bigger your tax savings. Now there is a big effort in the Trump administration to reverse it. I think that's going to be bad for the economy, but it is going to be damn good for China because we are in an arms race on clean energy with them. Are you going to be on the side of people who want to unravel this?
Senator
Okay,
Wyden,
Spy coming. I don't think this is based
just
off anything.
So we can frame this for everyone in the room.
Well, we
China
did chill
will
out on the
build
tariff
100
question.
New coal plants this year. There is not a clean energy race. There is an energy race. China will build 10 nuclear plants this year. That is not
Check
solar.
oil on that.
I am in favor of
He just said
more
it's an
nuclear
energy race, not even
plants.
clean.
And I would note
That's
that
different
the
than Biden.
IRA, as scored by the CBO,
It is as good. I mean, I like it,
wildly
but
out of control in terms of spending on the upside.
Well, first of all, the clean energy package.
Yeah, LNG,
does
look at
protect
that.
nuclear
LNG
because members
and
on
oil
both sides
popping
of
off
the
that.
aisle in this room wanted it to be that way. But if you're going to talk about fossils, the United States has achieved a greater level of
Oh, yeah,
energy
even uranium. I
security
didn't even
than
think
we've
about
had
it.
in generations.
Good call.
Oil and gas production is at record highs, and it's not just that.
Yeah, those
It's
names
about
are going
clean energy,
Constellation,
and
literally
I'm very
52-week
troubled
high after
by
that.
your position
It was already
denying
up.
that we're in an arms race with China on clean energy because we
Energy
definitely
names
aren't.
for a
Thank
little
you,
bit. They'll get a
We do
bid.
need to move on.
Keep an eye on bonds, too.
And I told Senator Wyden he could have those 4 questions, but I want to remind everybody else we've got a 5-minute time limit. He deserved those extra questions. Senator Grassley.
Mr. Bessent, congratulations. I want to start out with where you and I talked about something in my office. And you remember that tongue-in-cheek comment I made to you that you're going to be asked
I feel
by
like
the
if the
chairman,
guy
will you
talking,
answer
if I
all
saw
of
him in
our
real
letters?
life,
And
you would
everybody
hand
that
me a
comes to
rolled up
the
$20
Hill says
bill when I
yes,
shake
they're
his
going
hand.
to. And I said, maybe you
He
better
giving me
say
like great
maybe,
granddad vibes.
because
You know what I'm
most
saying?
people don't
Yeah, come
keep
here.
that promise.
You know what I'm saying?
So
You dap
just
him
wanted
up.
to
He got a
remind
20 in
you,
his
if I
hand.
write you a letter
That's the
on my
vibe I'm
oversight
getting.
responsibilities,
I'm like, oh,
I'd appreciate it if you'd answer it. Now to my first question. My Democrat colleagues believe, you gonna put that up? My Democrat colleagues believe the only solution to our unsustainable debt and deficit is higher tax rates on, and that ends up being on job creators and families alike. However, history proves that high tax rates fail to raise significant revenues. Taxpayers, workers, and investors
I
are
want that
smarter
job
than that.
too. You guys know that?
In other words, they're
So if I don't
smarter
get the
than we in
intel job,
Congress that thinks,
I want to be the
at
guy
one
who
time
holds
a
up the sign.
93% marginal tax
Or
rate
if any of
would
us get
bring in
into
more
politics,
revenue than a 70%
you know, think about me.
tax rate or a
Give me that job
50%
whenever you get your
tax rate or a
seat, okay?
30%
That's what I
tax
want. I
rate
want to hold
or
up
a
the chart.
40% tax rate and so on. But as you can see from this chart, Congress isn't too smart because the taxpayers decide how much
Either
money
CEO
they're
or
going
sign
to bring
holder.
into the federal
The point is,
treasury.
man, I'm willing to
Now,
put
on
in the
other
work.
side of the
I don't
ledger,
see any job above or
federal
below me.
spending is at
All I
levels
see is
we've
work,
never seen
effort,
outside of
and
war,
spreading the wealth.
recession, and
That's
still
it, my
growing.
brother.
So I'm making a
So let me know
statement
what's
to you,
available.
But if you'd like to comment on whether or not we have a fiscal imbalance, primarily, or a spending problem rather than a revenue problem.
Senator Grassley, I enjoyed visiting you in your office, and will remind you that when we were talking about the American agriculture, that I may be the first Treasury Secretary.
Yeah, PHM is
nominee in
Pulte.
a long time who knows
So that's
what
for
a
the,
section is.
that Trump
642
appointment.
acres,
Yeah.
and am involved in the farming business. And
Apple's
yes,
still going down,
we
man.
do
I
not
think that's
have
just adding a little
revenue
drag.
problem in the United States of America. We have a spending problem.
There it is.
That historically, for the past 40 or 50 years.
So again, every time he's
revenues,
saying stuff like
federal
that,
government revenues
that kind
have
of confirms
averaged
the
about
idea he is going to
17
watch out for the
17.5%
deficit.
of GDP.
But then again, there's a
And
lot more
spending
questions, but
has been
that's just to
slightly
give you a
over
little
that,
framework.
leading us
Anytime
to
deficit,
the
we spend too. That's a
3.5%
spending.
budget deficit,
Spending money is related to the
which
deficit.
is manageable because we have roughly 3.8% nominal growth, 1.8% real growth, 2% inflation. Today, as you stated, and to be clear, this is one of the things that got me out from behind my desk and my quiet life in this campaign, was the thought that this spending is out of control. We are spending about 24, 25% of GDP.
Yeah, UUP, it's
So,
just harder
as
to
you
play,
said,
but yeah.
6.8 to 7% deficit. We have never
Honestly,
seen
bonds
this
have moved
before
way more than
when it
anything,
is
but
not
they
a
did start
recession
going
or
down
not
on the
a
Waller
war.
comments.
And I am concerned because several times the Treasury of the United States has been called
Can I
upon
turn my mic down?
to
No.
save the nation.
Go watch
Whether
this
it's
on the
Civil
Associated
War,
Press by yourself if you don't
the
like
Great
me.
Depression,
Very simple.
World War II, or the recent COVID epidemic, Treasury, along with full government and Congress, has used its borrowing capacity to save the Union, to save the world, and to save the American people. And what we currently have now, we would be hard
You're going to get it,
pressed
Paul. Let's do it,
to
man.
do
I'll
same.
support you.
My last question.
Assuming you're not a
is
scumbag.
one I ask
And I don't think you
a lot
are.
of people to come from Treasury. While I oppose tax hikes on individuals, families, and small businesses, I've long championed sensible policies geared towards shutting down tax loopholes and providing tools to IRS to detect tax cheats. A primary example is my legislation that I authored in 2006, the IRS whistleblower law. It's brought $6 billion back into the federal treasury. This program could raise
Apple's still
going to
add pressure, but the supply going up.
It to its full potential. So I hope I can count on you if you're confirmed, and I think you'll be confirmed, to be supportive of this whistleblower program and work to ensure its full use to its full potential.
Senator Grassley, we are in complete alignment on this program.
Thank you. Next would be Senator Cornyn.
Okay, bonds still again. That dollar move, the dollar ticked
Mr.
up.
Bessent,
That's actually not
welcome
good.
to Washington, D.C. You're getting a taste of what it's like here, which is an out-of-body experience for most people who are not acquainted with it. I happen to represent a state that has the 8th largest economy in the world. We think we understand the formula for economic growth
NVIDIA
and
now
prosperity and
low.
opportunity, which are low taxes,
God
a
bless you,
reasonable and modest regulatory footprint, and opportunities for people to prosper, and by prospering, invest and create opportunities for other people to pursue their dreams. We think there's a lot Washington can learn from that formula, and it sounds to me like you agree.
Who just moaned?
One of the strange experiences I've had here is that so many of our colleagues, principally on the other side, think that the money that you earn is not actually yours. It's the federal government's, and you just get to keep a little bit.
That wasn't me.
Conversely, I believe that the money that people earn is theirs, and they have a responsibility to pay taxes.
That was not me.
But as you point out, an over-tax burden or large tax burden has a way of depressing the economy and reducing standard of living. So I'm grateful for
Headline on Warner
your
Discovery
nomination,
with
and,
NFL
I
deal.
think you are exactly
Check Warner,
the type
check
of
Disney.
individual
I don't think it's going to be that big, though.
in this important
But never know.
position, and I support your nomination wholeheartedly. Let me ask you in the
That
short
definitely
time
was not
I
me.
have,
Remember, I'm way louder.
one sort
That's
of,
what they told me.
Obscure question, and another one that we discussed in our office. As you know, the market for U.S. Treasuries is the largest market in the world.
This is going to be a watch
$28
bonds. This could be a
trillion,
good question.
and it's critical to the financial stability of the United States. There's actually a proposal for an entity to clear U.S. Treasury futures at the London Clearing House, which is overseen by the Bank of England.
I don't know where this is
The
going.
Bank of England would have control over
Started off good.
heaven forbid, a default scenario in this critical market instead of the U.S. Is this a concern to you?
That's a wild second question. What happens if
Senator
UK defaults? What happens to our
Cornyn,
Fed
I
money?
enjoyed visiting
And
in
bonds.
your office, and I would note
That's a
that
wild
while
third question.
Texas has more arrivals due to good economic policies. South Carolina
U.S.
has
ban on
more
bike dance
arrivals
poised
as
to
a
be
percent of
delayed,
the
says Bloomberg.
population. Also driven by our wonderful governor, Henry McMaster.
I'm still going to vote for your nomination. I think it's 1,600 people a day in Texas, but go ahead.
Yeah. Everything's bigger in Texas, sir. You raised a very important question, and one
and Meta
that
not
I
really
will
moving too much on that.
Investigate further. I was unaware until the past few days of this with the new exchange. What I can tell you is, as a student,
He didn't even know that?
professor of economic history, that it is important for the U.S., for U.S. Treasuries, for us to be able to resolve any stress issues in the market in the U.S. We saw during the Lehman Brothers bankruptcy that many of the problems emanated from the UK subsidiary. So this is something that, thank you for bringing this to my attention. And my inclination is that the resolution authority must lie here in the US, but I will get back to you in writing with an answer on this if confirmed.
Thank you.
So apparently he didn't know about that UK thing. That's kind of wild.
Challenges. While I believe in free and fair trade, we know that some countries, principally the PRC and the Chinese Communist Party, don't play by the rules. Over the years, by some estimates, U.S. investments in Chinese companies have totaled $2.3 trillion in market value. That was at the end of 2020. That included $21 billion. These are American companies investing in China. $21 billion in semiconductors, $54 billion in military companies, and $221 billion in artificial intelligence. So it's pretty clear to me that U.S. investments have fueled China's economic growth, which has allowed them not only an increased standard of living, which is great for the Chinese people, but problematically, it's also allowed them to modernize their military and now threaten the peace in the Indo-Pacific and beyond. As we discussed, I've introduced a bill that would require transparency of American companies investing in China. And of course, the entity that would receive the reports from American companies that do that, and since it's strictly a reporting requirement, would be Treasury. What's your view of an outbound investment transparency requirement?
Senator Cornyn, I believe that, as we discussed in your office, this is a very important issue. That the Chinese economy is the most unbalanced economy in the history of the world. They are using their surpluses to fund their military machine in China, and I'm not going to try the Mandarin pronunciation for the sake of everyone in the room, but there is a phrase that is 2 words: military industrial, and military always comes first. So we should understand that, and that we should have a very rigorous screening process for, as you identified, anything that could be used in AI, in quantum computing, in surveillance, in chips, that the U.S. has the lead, and we must make sure that we maintain it through smart policies such as you and I discussed.
Thank you. We need to move on. Senator Bennett.
Mr. Bessent, thank you for being here. Mr. Chairman, congratulations.
Marvel's running on that too.
Position.
But NVIDIA's still going
look
lower.
forward to working with you, as I always have. Mr. Bessent, thank you for your willingness to serve. We are at the beginning of what's going to be a vigorous conversation about the country's fiscal health. You've described our deficit as alarming, and yet you are here with the same Trump tax policy that has burdened the American people with another $2 trillion of debt that their kids and grandkids are going to have to pay back. And despite the conversation we've heard over here, clearly, the distribution of it was deeply, deeply, deeply unfair. 50% of it went to the top 5% of Americans, 75% of it, if you add the SALT, which even the Wall Street Journal won't support because it's so unbelievably outrageous, will go to the wealthiest 5% of Americans. The tax policy is one that's hard. It is, for some reason in this room, it makes sense to people. In America, I don't think there's been a mayor in the history of the United States whose tax policy has been to go to the people.
This is the real tax
New York
cut, if
City
you guys don't
or
know.
Atlantic City or
the salt caps for the rich
even
people.
Of Mar-a-Lago, and said to them, I have an idea. I'm going to borrow more money than we have ever borrowed in the history of that community, and I'm going to spend it. And I would say, well, geez, I'm worried about that. I don't want us to borrow a bunch of money without knowing what it's going for. What is it going for? Is it going for schools? No. Is it going to compete with the Chinese in their defense? No. Is it going to pay for parks? No. Is it going to deal with the mental health crisis that we have in America? No. Is it going to pay to secure our border?
A little bit. Airlines ticking up.
What were you doing with the money, Mr. Bessent? What were you doing
Yeah,
with
both
the money,
UAL,
Mr.
Delta,
Mnuchin?
airlines aren't
What are
moving.
you doing with the money, Mayor, in America? The answer is we are going to give it to the richest people in America, the richest people in our community, and expect that somehow that's going to trickle down to everybody else. That has been the Trump tax policy since the day he showed up, and no mayor in America would ever, with a straight face, say that's what they should do. And in fact, no America in history has done that.
No mayor.
But to add insult to injury, you sit here
Kinda
and
like Mr. Mackey,
Mnuchin sat here at his time and said, it's all going to be paid for by economic growth. We know that's not true. We know it costs $2 trillion. So while the benefit of the richest people in America, the cost is being borne by the children of working people all over this country. And that's what's going to happen now. It's $4.6 trillion.
I mean, it's just ironic he's getting this mad while talking about salt cap deductions.
Question, Mr. Bessent,
when, like,
and you sneak into
rich
your
people
statement
use it. I like salt cap in California.
And what we have to focus on, as you said,
it's a great thing. It's actually.
After your crocodile tears about the how China is outcompeting us. And as you know, because you're a smart person, and you've spent a lot of time on Wall Street, just like your predecessor did.
We're gonna cap this up.
Discretionary spending is about a third of our overall spending. 17% of what we spend is domestic. 17% roughly
Apple's
of what we
still
spend
dying, bro.
is military spending. That spending you were talking about with respect to China.
You're a smart person.
There's so many things I think you owe the American people after we have seen the catastrophe of the result from the tax cuts the last time and the fact that the benefits went to the wealthiest people. But don't you at least owe the American people a refund for the $2 trillion that they've already incurred because of the last round? Before you get to the $4.6 trillion, can't we think of a better idea in this
you should be able to say Bitcoin
here than cutting taxes for the wealthiest people and expecting that it will trickle down to everybody else when we have the profound needs that you have talked about? When we're living in an economy, you had the American dream. We heard you say that. Where fewer and fewer people can get ahead, where this generation of Americans is going to be the first generation to leave less opportunity, not more, to our kids and our grandkids, where we see massive income inequality and wealth inequality when Trump was president, when Biden was president. Can't we think of a better idea than that? And at a bare minimum, and this is tiny, don't we owe them an answer about what you are going to do to that 17% of discretionary spending, or even the third, before you come in here and say that the most important thing we should do is cut taxes for the richest people in America?
Senator, thank you. And I would respectfully disagree with much of your categorization in terms of the benefits accruing to
At
the
least he's
richest
not
Americans.
scared.
Actually, the share of
Like he
taxes
really
paid
knows how to handle these questions, or at least he's done good for
upper
3 of
percent
them.
of Americans increased after TCJA. It went from 39 to 46%. The top 50% of Americans now pay 98% of taxes, and working families had real wage increases in 2018 and 2019, and going into 2020 pre-COVID. The CBO scoring for the Trump tax cuts got rescored by 1.5 trillion.
Make sure, because we're in the beginning of a long debate, that if you're going to rely on the CBO score for this, that you're going to be willing to rely on it for the things
So if
that
you're going to use our fake data, you can't call it fake later.
Look, I'm
Bitch.
not in love with CBO
Don't forget.
scoring.
I know that.
but
That's why
I know, exactly.
So I'm just saying.
I'm
let's
just
not-
saying,
let's
if you're
not-
gonna call
it's
it
not
fake,
funny
then you
money.
better-
This is
better not
American
call it
people's
fake if you're
money.
gonna use it
We can
fake.
do math.
Okay.
Every mayor in America has
We
to
can all
do
do
math.
math. We all have
and we're going to
calculators.
insist that
Okay.
you do the math too, because we know George Soros understands the math
George
when you
Soros-
work
are you
there,
George Soros?
and you understand full well what's going on here, just like Steve Mnuchin did, just like Donald Trump does, and we're not going to let it happen against the American people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I again remind my colleagues, we need to hold our time to 5 minutes. Senator Cassidy.
Mr. Bessent, I'm always going to pronounce your name as if it was in South Louisiana, and I'm going to pronounce it with a French Bessent as opposed to Bessent. That's what those folks in South Carolina do. I'll try. Let me compliment you on substantive answers. Sometimes you get people here who just rope-a-dope, and they'll have a set of
He just called him a
statements such as
croissant!
has been just delivered, and all due respect to my colleague. And they just
Oh,
rope-a-dope
Mr.
and actually
Bessent.
give substantive answers. I thank you for that. By the way,
I didn't even
also,
think about
Lindsey
that.
Graham alluded to it,
Bessent.
going back to tariffs, which Senator Wyden spoke of. I've been very concerned that countries like China manipulate environmental regulations. You point out that they're building
They're like,
100
please don't
coal-fired
waste any
plants over a
time,
period
Steve,
of
to the
time.
limit. He's like,
And
you know, a
whatever we
croissant
do
and
will not have
croissant
an
in the
impact on
French
global
and
greenhouse
croissant.
gas emissions because China's putting up so many. I believe I've learned that that is called an externality in economics. When we met, we discussed the foreign pollution fee.
just
which
learned that, Mr.
would
Cassidy?
put
Now I
a
gotta look up your
levy,
background.
A tariff on those carbon-intensive products coming
He just
from
learned about an
countries like China,
externality.
roughly commensurate
That was in
with
your
their avoided
economic
cost
video
of
last
not
year.
controlling it. Now,
just in case.
I would think that my Democratic colleagues would like that, because that's clearly a way that they are manipulating the world economy to steal jobs from the United States and simultaneously increase global greenhouse gas emissions. Any comments on such a foreign pollution fee?
Senator Cassidy, I greatly enjoyed our discussion and the
He worked in medicine.
extensive presentation.
So
you
actually,
gave me when I
Cassidy
visited
has
with
some
you.
work in the
And
medicine field.
This is a very good
And then he got into
question
politics.
because And I believe it is.
Yeah,
one
he
for
doesn't
your
know what an
Democratic
externality
colleagues
is. That
to
kind of makes
understand
sense.
Whether they would be in favor of the equivalent of a carbon tariff. That Senator Graham is in favor of it. And I think this is a very interesting.
Watch China stocks? That's an interesting carbon tariff. I've never heard that. He's talking in relation to China.
A entire tariff program, because I think President Trump hasn't taken office yet. But if confirmed, I look forward to working with him on various strategies.
Carbon tariff could be part of an overall tariff
program.
program.
Specifically aimed toward carbon, as you say. Others that could be aimed toward unfair trade practices, unfair financing practices.
So if you will, there's externalities that a tariff can
Yeah, that's
address.
crazy.
Those
No, that means you could
externalities in
penalize
themselves hurt the
China for
pocketbook
not
or the job
following the
prospects of an
environmental
average
standard
American.
shit.
Let me move on. I think you would
Because
agree
think
with
about
that.
it. We
I
stop using
applaud
straws. It
your
don't matter. They're
goal to
fucking
get our
pumping.
debt to
So now
GDP
you're going to
ratio down
tariff
3%
them on
or
carbon.
percent of
I've
our
never
GDP down to
really thought
3%.
about that. Interesting.
But you studiously say that we can't talk about
Yeah,
things
so
like
you get
Social
tariffed
Security.
more if you
And I think
pollute
that's
more.
because
So you
routinely, when we talk about
environmentalists
Social
actually should
Security,
like
we
that.
presume there's gonna
I don't
be
think
cut
that's a
benefits
terrible
or
idea.
raises in taxes.
Especially when you have the
I think we
people
spoke when
not
we
in the
met,
agreements
I and
polluting
others
more
have a
than anybody.
bipartisan plan that would create a pension investment fund separate from the Social Security Trust Fund.
You're talking the
and
ERS, I
that,
think? Or no?
just like we do with our 401ks, invested in the broader economy and use the proceeds from that to offset the upcoming 25% cut in Social Security benefits that will occur if we don't address this problem. And just so folks get that, under current law,
This
when the
has to
Social
deal with
Security program
deficit,
goes
Social
insolvent in 8
Security.
years,
Bonds are
per
kinda moving,
CBO,
but see
there'll
what
be
he says.
25% cut in benefits. Under the plan I and others have endorsed, it's a pension investment fund in which we, again, would invest in the broader economy with all the safeguards to keep the government.
Jeez. Come on. It does that like once every 20 minutes. Do 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 do.
From interfering. I mentioned that because
This is gonna
it
go
seemed
on
that
for
we
like
thought
3 or 4
about
hours,
that
bro.
Concept.
This is
I think
huge,
they
I'm
spoke
telling
about
you.
it as sovereign wealth. I'm speaking about it
I'm
as
very
a-
glad to
as
get
a
to hear
fund
him. He
bail out
seems
social.
very reasonable to start, but let's
by the
find
way,
out.
All risk borne by the fund, none of the risk borne by the beneficiary. She would get her scheduled benefits. What are your thoughts on that?
So, Senator Cassidy, first of all, I want to emphasize that President Trump has said that Social Security and Medicare, they will not be touched. And I believe.
But I'm saying touch in a positive way, not cut benefits, not raise
you say you're not
taxes,
gonna touch
indeed
it.
increase benefits, and take that 25%.
He's trying to get him
cut
to
off
say
the
you're going to
table, just
increase the
make that clear.
deficit.
No, I understand. And
I understand.
So those would not be touched. One of the tragedies of this blowout in the budget deficit is that we have to get our short-term house in order.
He's talking the terming of the debt.
Before we can start implementing the smart plans such as yours. I do believe that there is discussion to leverage the asset side of the U.S. balance sheet, as we discussed in your office, in favor.
I think SPY's
of a
reacting to
fund,
Apple because
whether
look,
it's
bonds
a
haven't
sovereign
moved.
wealth
Apple and
fund,
Nvidia dying.
Something, as you discussed, a supplemental fund. So that is very much in the mix. I look forward to getting back to you on it. President
Russell's
Trump
still
hasn't
green.
taken office yet. If confirmed, this is something that I think could be very exciting because we always look at the
Very
debt of the
interesting.
United
So he's
States,
supportive of it.
and we have fantastic assets that
He's saying Social
could be,
Security could be kept safe and even
earning
increased
leverage
upon once they get short-term
or
in order.
used for multiple revenue-generating opportunities.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Warner.
I like.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations. Mr. Bessent, it's good to see you and enjoyed our meeting. I've got some specific questions I want to ask, but
I'm surprised that because that could imply the deficit goes up, but bonds are liking that. But again, SPY's moving, I think, because big tech.
I do feel, as someone working with Senator Crapo and others, when we took on, I still think the most comprehensive post-Simpson-Bowles, and we took arrows from each side. And I'm looking at any kind of pro-growth policies possible, but I just respectfully want to say, There is not an industrial nation, first world industrial nation in the world that gets anywhere close to meeting their revenue needs, and I'm not proposing that America spend anywhere like the Europeans at 17 to 18% of GDP. It's never happened historically. It's not going to happen in a Trump administration.
As I say, I love you
Democratic
Europeans, but y'all
administrations.
crazy.
So I just, we'll have a time to talk back and forth on this, but I can't let some of this go without at least offering something that there's not an economist around that wouldn't concur. We got to bring down spend, but the revenue side alone is not, excluding that, we're never going to get to a balance. I do want to raise on a more positive
Interesting.
note,
Gold's
again,
coming
something
up.
I work closely with the chairman
We got
on.
TikTok
Actually
CEO
worked,
comment.
Damn,
Damn, TikTok CEO is attending Trump's inauguration on Monday.
I disagreed with Secretary on a lot of things, but I found a lot of things to agree with him on.
Yeah,
And
dollar
one
chill.
was a relatively narrow part of the about $12 billion in. This serves access to capital for underserved communities. Under Senator Crapo's leadership, we built a bipartisan CDFI caucus, 12 Ds, 12 Rs. It's tough to get 24.
And then
bipartisan
FDA
senators agree on
clears
anything.
Zyn for nicotine
Kind of low-hanging
pouches.
fruit.
They said
There
they are the
things we can
safe
do to continue
alternative.
to expand
That's
this
Philip
area,
Morris,
creating a
PM.
secondary market. We've got some bipartisan legislation there, trying to reward patient capital. A lot of these institutions now have tier 1 equity, but they've got to get patient capital. And again, Senator Crapo and I have worked with the current administration, would want to work with yours on something called the Economic Opportunity Coalition. But can you say a word or two about how you view CDFIs and this making sure that underserved communities get the access to capital so they can have their own American dream, how that fits into your lexicon?
Senator Warner, I enjoyed talking to you about CDFIs in your office. I am the early
the
part
Zyn
of my
news is
career
old? It was
as
in the
a
morning.
financial services
That's not breaking
analyst.
now.
So I have a depth and breadth, and I believe that the breadth of the U.S. financial services industry is what makes the U.S. economy, differentiates the U.S. economy from the rest of the world. And I think the addition of these CDFIs into underserved communities.
I think Bonds like him.
Well,
He hasn't said anything to keep it up, but I think this is going well for now.
You understand markets well.
It's been about an hour.
If we could spark a secondary market.
But yeah,
in
it's
this
going
debt,
up. This is
if
going to
we
help
could
TLT for a little bit.
leverage, and I'm talking about
Until he
private
says
capital,
something
and
bad.
I know that's what my colleagues like a lot, private capital, but we can leverage it exponentially. One of the things we discussed, and again, we talked about this in my office, and I don't want to.
I mean, he's very refreshing.
one of
I don't
the things
know any other way. I know some of you don't like him, but
happy to hear. I feel very
this is-
strongly that we
it's kind of
cannot
surreal.
reward Vladimir Putin's aggressive, outrageous behavior in Ukraine. And
well, remember, long end of the bonds, 10 years on the watch list yesterday.
Obviously, they have
If it
manpower
does
issues.
catch
I
a
see this
bid, the
from
next
Intel
spot is
side on a daily
4.45.
basis. One of
So
the
that's your
areas
zone, and then it
that
either
I think
sells that rip or
we
keeps
have
going.
not done as
4.4
well,
to
and
4.2.
the sanctions
Big
regime,
pop on Intel.
I don't think
They said they're going to
was as
announce
effective
something
as it should
today.
have been. And
That's
I
what people
frankly
were
think
speculating.
The Biden administration waited too late to put some of these additional sanctions
I
on oil
tweeted at
and
the
tankers.
interim CEO
The
to
ability
respond to me.
To Russia to,
So we'll
to
see.
retool. Listen, I hope if President Trump can settle this, hallelujah. The world would be better off. But one of the things we discussed in my office was the potential to actually increase the sanctions regime as a way to help further leverage that. Would you care to talk for a moment about that again?
Yes. So, Senator Warner, I believe that the sanctions regime, especially, well, first of all, I would say in my adult life that the tragedy going on in Ukraine is one of the greatest tragedies of my adult life, and ending that as soon as possible, and any role the Treasury can play in that, if confirmed, I would like to do. As we discussed, I believe that the sanctions were not fulsome enough. I believe that I believe that the previous administration was worried about raising U.S. energy prices.
Yeah, watch oil.
During an election
That's
season.
what you just said. Sanctions aren't enough. And then he's going into
am
this. Interesting.
Perplexed to see that National Security Advisor Sullivan, on his way out the door, is raising the sanctions level on Russian oil companies. And indeed, the oil prices in the U.S. are up about 9% this month. So what was good for that administration
No, I like him, bro. He's smart.
on us. But having gone from, I think, low-level sanctions to mid-level, that if
people don't like talking about this.
Any officials in the Russian Federation are watching this confirmation hearing, they should know that if I'm confirmed and if President
He said, I'm going to
Trump
really sanction you.
And as part of his strategy to end the Ukraine war,
That could be bullish for oil.
100% on board for taking sanctions up, especially on the Russian oil majors, to levels
that's crazy.
that would bring the Russian Federation to the table.
So he's what we've talked about for years. He's saying these sanctions don't really stop oil. So you did all these sanctions and it's fucking with the price and stuff, but it's not stopping the oil. I think that was a threat. He's saying, well, I'm actually going to sanction you. Not you send it to India, you send it to Pakistan. No, like I'm going to sanction the fuck out of you.
Sanctions on and actually advancing them even further. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
So watch oil. I'm surprised Bond's tripped out for a little bit, but
Mr. Besson, good to see you again.
I think that'll be
Thanks for the
something.
time
Yeah,
you
watch
have to be
oil
able
on
to talk
that.
through
But
all
oil's
these
already up.
details as well. I was interested to be able to hear your statistic you shared earlier that after
I like,
the
yeah,
Tax
that was very
Cuts and Jobs
refreshing,
Act
dude.
of 2017.
That's an
now
elephant
we've had
in the
several
room.
years
People don't
to be
like
able
to
see
talk
what
about that.
happens. And now I believe the statistic you gave is the top 50%.
So he's like, why would you do that before you leave?
Pay
It didn't
98%
work.
of the taxes. Did I hear that correctly? Because I've heard over and over again that it is only the wealthy, only the big companies that get it. I would encourage, quite frankly, every Oklahoma company that's a small business to ask their CPA this year when they're filing their taxes, what if the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act expires next year? What would my taxes be next year? And have small business owners ask that question of their CPA, and I think they will be quite surprised based on all the rhetoric to say this is only about big companies.
It doesn't matter if India and China play along, because if you actually put a sanction and said we will not touch Russision oil, I don't care where it gets loaded up on.
Jobs Act goes away.
I don't know Russian oil at all, ever, anywhere. Not just no Russian oil from Russia, because they were just sending it to India and then you pick it up in India and now it's Indian oil.
Now that's actually switched. Now American companies are buying foreign companies and those jobs are coming here. So there's been a tremendous amount of
anything, this is going to fuck Europe. What he said is bad for Europe, not necessarily us. Russia and China can do their own thing.
And it started really 4 years ago now, 3 years ago, where the conversation was about, well, we really don't need Congress to act on this. We feel like we can do unilaterally. We can change America's tax policy for all businesses in America. And now in the last
that
year,
is inflationary, yes.
We're going to have to come back 100%.
I don't think there's any question about
that. In the meantime, a deal has been
if it really hit Europe and oil went up, yes, without a doubt, that's inflationary.
And hurts the United States on this. And they negotiated a deal that exempts China from being affected by this at all. My question to you is, are you going to engage on this issue of Pillar 2? Number one, have this committee.
It would mess up things, but then again,
which seems to be
that's where we start to drill, baby, drill, and then now you'll actually maybe end the war.
Try to implement Pillar 2 on American businesses.
But yeah, it is inflationary.
Thank you, Senator. As we discussed in your office, Senator Langford, that I believe that any, especially European country, but any country that in the next few days before President Trump takes office is intent on implementing Pillar 2 will find it a grave mistake. That the taxation of U.S. companies is a sovereign issue, and that authority lies with this Congress, and I will respect that. I will work with you to undo what I think has been a terrible policy.
Yeah, which I would agree, and many members in this committee would agree.
Ford is going up. I've seen a couple prints on that. And then SPY at VWAP again, text weighing you down.
And I just think that's really terrible policy on it. It truly was America Last policy. On the energy side, you've talked a lot about energy production. I'm Oklahoma, and unashamedly, we're all the above and all the below energy. We probably have more wind and hydro and solar production in my state than any other state on this dais, with very few exceptions, but we also use oil and gas. And we're going to produce all the energy that our state needs to be able to make sure that we stay stable on that. one of the issues that is a business issue for small or large businesses that I've been fighting for is a stable bonus depreciation amount. This is not about the type of energy or the type of business even. It's if you're actually investing in your company and trying to grow your company, then you would know what that bonus depreciation. Now, this will help with pipeline productions, but it will also help a pet shop and a hair salon.
He's lobbying at this point. He's not.
Just as much as well. And so thoughts on bonus depreciation and just a stable rate for that?
I'd love to hear the answer, but I don't think that changes the bonds.
100% immediate?
Yes, what has been in the past, but for, quite frankly, a stable rate, period. Right now, we have a diminishing rate that's unpredictable.
Yes, so
that is true.
I think that increasing the after-tax return on capital for U.S. companies, especially small business, is one of the greatest forms of job creation that we could see. Yeah. And to go back
Bob is
to
on the
your point on energy production, we've heard much here today saying that we are at a record amount of energy production, and we know that's a canard. We are barely above where we were in 2020, and if we were to look at the Department of Energy projections for 2024 and 2025, we are well below those.
Yeah, bro, he
The past
wants to
4 years,
drill.
we have seen U.S. production constrained, and part
weird oil's
of
going.
a
See if oil stops
fulsome
on that.
Sanctions program would mean that we need more energy production in the U.S. to make up for the loss of sanctioned Russian oil.
Yeah, they're saying if you're really going to clap Russia, we've got to start drilling.
American income, which one of the things we're going to have to deal with is
what we have
drilling
isn't
cost
enough, even if they say it
that
is.
was actually put on all the independent oil and gas companies in my state and everywhere else.
But then he skirted the deduction question.
That's another issue that this committee needs to take on. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Hassan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and again, congratulations on your position. I look forward to working with you and all of our colleagues on the committee. And thank you, Mr. Bessent, for being here. Congratulations on your nomination and for your willingness to serve. And welcome to your husband and children as well. We are grateful for their willingness to share you with the country. I appreciate you meeting with me in this process and sharing your priorities at Treasury if you are confirmed. And I want to follow up on some of those topics today. I also just want to associate myself with the comments of my colleagues, Senator Bennett and Senator Warner. I certainly believe we need to cut taxes for working people, and we need to make sure the wealthiest pay their fair share. And with regard to Senator Warner's comments on sanctions, you mentioned if Vladimir Putin is watching this hearing. He's not the only one watching this hearing. China is watching this hearing, and we have talked about the importance of making sure that we are not only competitive but outperforming China for economic purposes as well as for national security reasons. And as important as a resolution in Ukraine is, history tells us that appeasing tyrants at the expense of freedom fighters never works. And it is critically important not only for the Ukrainian people and for the freedom of all of us, but it is important because China and North Korea are also watching what we do and watching this hearing and how we will go forward imposing sanctions. To turn to some of the topics that we discussed when we met in my office, the research and development tax deduction was one of them. It's critical to helping us outcompete countries like China. Currently, China provides a 200% super deduction for R&D, while American businesses can only immediately deduct 10% for R&D. I've worked with Senator Young on a bipartisan effort to restore the full and immediate R&D deduction.
Bro,
so
these are
restoring the full
this is
and
turning into
immediate
lobbying now.
Will you work
so again, I'll call out the questions related to bonds, deficit that can move us. But that's
Senator,
that last
I
deduction question, kind of lobbying. Again, she's talking about R&D tax cuts.
In this, but my inclination is that this is something that I would support, and I will get back to you if confirmed. I will get back to you very quickly on it, and we'll make a priority. Make it a priority.
Do you agree it's an important tool for American companies to improve their competitiveness?
Yes, Senator.
Yeah, technically it's good for the Russell, but I wouldn't be too jumpy.
One of my other top priorities is working on a bipartisan basis to lower costs for families. Under President-elect Trump's policies, do you believe that prices for families will go up or down?
Yeah, oil did start coming down off that.
I believe that inflation will be much closer to the Federal Reserve's target of 2%. And I believe that what we have seen over the
Equities
past few
liked it
years
first before bonds.
is that the bottom two income quintiles have a very different basket of goods and services. So there are two ways.
Wow.
We can either lower cost or we can
that's
get
a
real wages.
That's a good
up.
reality
I would
dose.
hope that we would be able to do both.
So you believe that President Trump's policies
He's going to make 2 CPIs.
further increase wages and lower inflation?
I believe that they will increase real wages and lower inflation closer to the Federal Reserve's 2% target as it did during President Trump's first administration.
Are there any specific policies proposed by the president-elect that you expect will increase prices for families?
Nothing I can immediately think of.
So that's a no. If the president-elect were to propose a policy
that's a lie
that
unless
you
he
believe will increase
has a really
prices,
confident
would you
oil
advise
plan
against it?
with what he just said.
I would speak to President Trump about it. It is his decision, and I believe that we think that if we look back, that it is a complete composite return in terms of aggregate inflation numbers, and I think it's very difficult.
Well, I have limited time, so if you believe that a policy that is proposed by President Trump would increase prices, would you advise him against doing it? Yes or no?
I can't answer that question because it's a hypothetical.
That was his first.
All right, let's move on to when we
All right.
met prior to the hearing.
Like I said, I
you
mean,
told me that
what he
President
said about
Biden
the
was
oil,
responsible
unless
for
he has a
increased
real
prices
serious
over the
plan, that's
past 4 years.
inflationary.
Something
That was
we
his
can
first,
mitigate, but I don't
like,
want to right
dodgy
here.
answer, I
By
would
the
say,
same token, I
in the
assume
last
you
hour
would agree that
15.
if prices increase in the next 4 years, President-elect Trump would
See
be
what bonds do.
responsible.
I think there could be a variety of reasons. I think that it could be we will see the
run out the
policies of the
clock.
Federal Reserve, the spending policies. Congress sets the spending policies.
So, look, I'm gonna cut to the chase because I'm out of time. But at the end of the
Estee
day, what
Lauder
you're
running
articulating is a
still.
double standard, and it's disappointing to me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, she ended it with a diss.
Senator Daines.
Yeah, he smirked.
Chairman, thank
he
you.
said, "Ho."
Mr. Bessent, good to have you here.
But
this
yeah, that was
morning.
his first
I
choppy
think what we're seeing
question.
here
I
in this
didn't like
committee
that.
is, we really do have a divide.
Everything else,
between two
I was
very
falling
different
in love with him.
philosophies
He's
about
already
how to go
married, though.
forward and what's best for the
So,
American people
don't-
in this economy.
I don't-
and what's best
whatever
for
joke
global
you gonna make,
competitiveness.
he already got a
I remember sitting
boyfriend, so
right in this
sorry.
chamber as we were debating whether or not we should launch the multiple trillion-dollar massive spending bills, which is a $2 trillion COVID bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, massive multi-trillion-dollar bills.
High ticker's
that
still
even
gassing, though.
Democrat former secretaries of Treasury said could be inflationary, and indeed it was. You compare that outcome to what we are going to return back to the policies of the prior Trump administration, that when you lower taxes for businesses and the American people, you create more tax revenue, you create more economic activity, you create more economic activity, you create more wage growth.
French PM
particularly for
survives no
minorities as
confidence
well.
vote.
And you start to get back into winning in terms of global
I could bring the dollar
competitiveness.
down a little bit.
We stopped the inversions. It was absolutely like, boom, went from multiple inversion to zero once we moved forward with this. And I couldn't be prouder of what we did boldly back during the Trump administration. We tried to fight against during this administration, these massive out-of-control spending bills that were inflationary, and the American people suffered greatly with these high levels of inflation, higher mortgage rates, and so forth. And so I'm glad to have you as our next Secretary of Treasury work with you to restore sanity back to where we were under President Trump. So congratulations on your nomination and your willingness to serve. With the expiration coming of these tax rates, we're facing a $4.3 trillion tax increase if we don't act this year. As we begin drafting this bill, and I applaud Chairman Crapo, he brought us together as ranking member last year prior to getting the majority back, anticipating we might have this moment. And we started talking about what are some key themes. Then we got into the details over several months of working groups for this next tax bill to renew and protect, preserve the tax rates and prevent a $4 trillion tax increase. One of the key words was permanency. Permanency. I've expressed my support for the use of current policy baseline. I've expressed my support for permanency because we add uncertainty here in Congress with expiring tax code provisions. It's time to make them permanent, to take one additional burden away from the American people wondering what's going to happen with Congress, whether my tax rates will depend on what happens in the next election or what happens if Congress can act. Let's take that off the table with permanency. My question, Mr. Bessent, is you've said we need to grow our way out of our current economic situation. I couldn't agree more. And that's just the philosophical divide we face here. Somebody who embraces more the supply side idea, reduce rates, unleash capital into the free markets and let those markets decide where that investment relies versus a bunch of bureaucrats here in Washington with wasteful spending.
This is one of the first people on the super squad. Yeah. I mean, this is Bessent, bro.
He's code affect our ability.
Again, only one bad answer so far, but generally it's been good.
Senator Daines,
LP
I've been
on the high.
getting to know you over the past year with your work on the National Republican Senate Committee and talking to you in your office, and also discussing your history in the private sector, both of the big company and small companies. And a question like that makes it clear to me that you understand the incentives, that it is incentives that drive everything in tax policy. And I can tell you that since November 5th, for small businesses, we have seen the biggest increase in optimism since they have been keeping the metrics. So certainty, small business owners, many of whom they are pass-through corporations, believe that we will get the tax TCJA across the line. I think we could see a bigger increase in optimism. In economics, when we have something we can't define, we call it animal spirits. And I think we are seeing animal spirits, a nascent.
I like this guy, bro.
But permanency and forward guidance gives people certainty. We get capital and investment. We get hiring. We get real wages. Employers want to keep train and expand their workforce. So everyone wins with permanency, certainty, a kind of forward guidance for tax policy.
I wonder if he's going to talk about the forward guidance
recently.
recently.
One of the things that could unleash this new golden age that President Trump has talked about.
Yeah, I want to make one statement. I know I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman.
So he's aware he could jawbone whatever he wants.
Jobs in America, about 140
that could be good, that could be bad.
Jobs.
He is aware of it.
88 million of those jobs are from pass-through entities. That's about 63%. Which tells me that, and that's the part that's expiring. I mean, the corporate rates are staying permanent. It's the pass-through rates, those 88 million jobs, 63% of the private sector jobs are taking a look at what's going to happen here in Washington over the course of the next 6 to 8 months. Very, very important we make these rates permanent and prevent a tsunami of $4.3 trillion tax increase that will come if we don't act. Thank you, Mr. Bessent.
Thank you, Senator Cortez Masto.
Mr. Bessent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bessent, good to see you. Thank you for meeting with me. Welcome to your family as well. Let me ask you this. I'm going to talk a little bit about the ACA premium tax credits. Over 80,000 of my constituents in Nevada receive that premium tax credit to assist them in affording their health care coverage. And on average, these credits lower an American's health insurance costs by $530 per month. Congress provided an enhanced PTC in 2021. But that policy expires this year, and without the enhanced PTC in place, millions of Americans are going to lose their health coverage. So as the person most responsible for tax policy in the incoming administration, would you commit to opposing any attempt to remove or not renew these credits?
Senator, as we discussed it in your office, and as it's just been a brief time since we met, I committed to you that I would research this. I have not had time to do it before this hearing, but if confirmed, I would get back to you with all deliberate speed in investigating this.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And let me just say you would agree that these tax credits, because they're current policy, they actually extend current tax policy costs.
Bonds haven't gone up since that one question.
That
They've been edging down.
Tax policy actually costs
Equity's kind of in their own land, but still a little linked.
I think I don't understand the nuance of that question, but I will get back to you on it.
Okay, I appreciate that. You have been supportive of many of President Trump's tariff plans, and I have heard the conversation there. So I am not going to go into that, and we've talked a little bit about it in my office. But let me jump back to these credits that were imposed that some of my colleagues are against, but they have benefited Nevada, and I want to talk to you a little bit about it. The 45X manufacturing tax credit supports thousands of jobs in the Reno area and billions in investment across my state. It also is key to reducing dependence on China for the critical minerals we need for our military and supports mining jobs in Nevada. We are a mining state. We are mining critical minerals. And so will you commit to opposing any effort to repeal or reduce the 45X tax credit, which is not just a benefit in Nevada, it's a benefit in other states as well, including Alaska?
So again, Senator, I am unfamiliar with that exact provision, but I do believe that it is important for us to mine, accumulate, and move to domestic production for rare earths and other vital minerals. So I will get back to you on that my thoughts on that exact program, but on a atmospheric meta basis, I agree with the direction of travel.
Thank you. Let me ask you this. We also talked about this. President Trump has stated that he thinks that the president should have influence over the decisions of the Federal Reserve. And we discussed this in my office, and I appreciate that opportunity. Does it continue to be your view that the Federal Reserve should be independent of the president?
Of course, and I actually believe that the notion that President Trump believes he should have influence, there was, I believe, a highly inaccurate Wall Street Journal article.
Yeah!
He believed he.
Dog, I fuck with him, bro. He's called out every awkward thing, except for the Fed raising the stuff up.
As many senators did. 3 senators, including 2 on this committee, called for. There was a jumbo rate cut in September, 50 basis points. 2 of the senators on this committee called for 70.
I'm not asking my senator colleagues. I get the politics on their sides. I'm asking you. But let me just say,
oh, shit.
You don't deviate from our conversation that you think that there should be independence.
I think on monetary policy decisions, the FOMC should be independent.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, see, that was about to backfire on her.
Earlier, in our meeting, I asked
He's about to be like, y'all wanted rate cuts 3 months ago. What are you talking about, independence? And now y'all support the opposite because you're worried about
currently exist that you disagree with. And in response, and continuing in response right now, you're saying you're going to look into it and get back to me. Is that right?
Look, I believe, as we saw, I don't know if it's a regulation, but it's a policy, as we saw from the December 8th hack by some Chinese entities into the Treasury, which was very serious.
That was announced today.
That was through a work-from-home software app. So one of the policies that I support, I intend to be in the building every day that I am in Washington, and I support a return to the office, which is against the current Treasury policy.
Right, and I appreciate
that's why you have 3 Treasury or not Treasury leaks, the BLS too.
It doesn't have to be right now. Get back to me. I appreciate that.
Of course, I'm happy to provide that in writing.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Young.
Mr. Bessent, good to see you. Congratulations again on your nomination to this important position, and thank you for your willingness to serve our country. I'll tell you what I'm looking for in a Treasury Secretary. I'm looking for someone who has a clear record of professional accomplishment.
I thought you were about to say finance, blue hair, blue eyes, 6 foot.
Record would be a bonus.
I'm looking for a treasurer in finance.
I'm looking for someone who is thoughtful.
Trust fund.
What I care less about is
no work
the
experience.
Performative dimension of the job. I have to tell you, so there's a lot of chatter in Washington about that, but I do appreciate your thoughtful answers here this morning. So
executive ban news coming around.
I'm going to dive in and begin by
executive
asking
order
you
to circumvent.
about dimension of your role as Treasury Secretary. You will inherit the role of chair on the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, also known as CFIUS, that reviews foreign investments in American industries. And very recently, President Biden blocked Nippon Steel's acquisition of U.S. steel on national security grounds. Yet he and the administration provided no clear, substantiated evidence, publicly at least, to justify this decision. For my home state, this abrupt action has instilled a lot of anxiety, particularly in the Gary, Indiana area, where there's nearly $1 billion in investments that were promised.
Yeah, snap down on that.
If the Nippon-U.S. Steel deal were to reappear before CFIUS, sir, do you commit today to an impartial review, particularly when political pressure was initially permitted to overshadow an honest assessment of national security vulnerabilities?
Senator Young, thank you for the question, and I understand the imperative for jobs for your constituents in Indiana. President Trump most recently has also spoken out against the deal, but if the deal is...
the statute indicates that you are charged with providing impartial reviews. That's all I'm asking. Would you be following that law or not, sir?
Impartial reviews, sure. So it is currently in litigation. The review is closed, but if it reappears, that CFIUS will conduct the same review that it always does. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you. We may have an opportunity to work together on that effort. Mr. Bessent, your nomination comes at a time when tariffs are central to our economic debates, particularly on issues like inflation, supply chain resilience, and job creation. Now, I believe that in moderation, tariffs, for a time, strengthen America's negotiating leverage with other nations, and they can strengthen certain national security relevant industries. But overuse of tariffs can inflate costs and provoke trade retaliation. As Hoosier farmers have experienced firsthand over the years, they often bear the impact of these retaliatory measures, leaving...
Oh, come on. X is going back up on that. They're tweaking. What is it, every 30 minutes?
Already thin margins role in supporting them.
Thank you, Senator Young. As I mentioned before, and I may have mentioned it when I was in your office, our family is involved in the farming business, and soybeans and corn, so I'm very sensitive to this and very up to date. The American farmers have been very loyal. 90% of rural voters voted for President Trump, so they should know that their interests are his interests. And when you ask what I would do specifically, I have said recently, the Biden administration kept on all of the Trump tariffs, but what they did not do in the agreement with China was enforce the purchase provisions. So if confirmed, next week, if confirmed, I would begin pushing for the purchase guarantees.
They're required to buy our soybeans.
The China agreement to be enforced, and perhaps
you remember that?
They have pushed the Chinese for a catch-up provision over the past 4 years.
Just a quick follow-up. In terms of the application of tariffs, a skilled negotiator might sometimes use broad tariffs to gain leverage. And then in other cases, a more sector-specific approach could be effective.
This is that rumor.
So what criteria or perhaps benchmarks would you use to inform your decision to go with across-the-board measures or more surgical tariffs? And do you believe there should be any built-in caps or triggers to prevent an unintended escalation?
Senator Young, I haven't been confirmed yet. President Trump isn't in office, but I would imagine that
Spy moving a little more, bonds too.
The American people should think about tariffs in three ways under the Trump administration. One will be for remedying unfair trade practices, either by industry or country. The Chinese tariffs, the steel. Two, maybe for a more generalized tariff as a revenue raiser for the federal budget. And three, President Trump, I think, has added a third use of tariffs, as you said, as a skilled negotiator he believes that we've probably gotten over our skis a bit on sanctions, and that sanctions may be driving countries out of the use of the U.S. dollar. So the tariffs can be used for negotiations, whether it's for Mexico on the fentanyl crisis. I think you and the American people should think about those three broad categories.
Thank you. We need to move on. And next is Senator Sanders. Senator Sanders, I don't believe you were here when I welcomed everyone to the committee this morning, but as a new member of the committee, I personally welcome you and look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here. Mr. Bessent, thanks very much for being in the office the other day. Mr. Bessent,
This guy would have been your president.
The United States today has
You
more
know that?
income and
He would have
wealth
beat Trump.
inequality
He would have beat everybody.
than has ever existed in the history
They just
of our
hate
country.
the public.
You got three people on top, Mr. Musk, Mr. Bezos, and Mr. Zuckerberg, who are now worth almost $1 trillion. That is more than half of the bottom of our society, some 170 million people. Three people, more wealth than the bottom, 170 million. We have more concentration of ownership today than we have ever had. We have more concentration of ownership in the media, where a handful of billionaires like Musk, Bezos, Rupert Murdoch increasingly own the media and the information that the American people receive. We have a corrupt campaign finance system in which a small number of billionaires in both political parties make huge
Canada
contributions.
plans counter tariff for
into
aluminum.
the
There's a headline on that in the
presidential and
morning. You're getting another one now.
campaigns. When you have a small number of multi-billionaires who have enormous economic, media, and political power, would you agree with President Biden, who last night stated, and I quote, "An oligarchy is taking shape in America of extreme wealth, power, and influence that threatens our entire democracy, our basic rights, and freedoms," end of quote. That's what President Biden said last night. I agree with him. Do you?
Senator Sanders, I enjoyed our visit.
Talk a little bit closer into the mic.
I enjoyed our visit, and I
Power
hope you
move.
got my follow-up materials that on the discussions, my
did.
previous
Thank
writings on the tariffs and China. And look, the three billionaires who you listed that all made the money themselves. Mr. Musk came to the country as an immigrant.
I understand that, but what I'm asking you is, when you have a handful of people like Musk, who will soon be part of the Trump administration, and others, when you have three people owning more wealth than the bottom half of American society, when these people have enormous influence over the media, when they spend huge amounts of money in both political parties to elect candidates, what Biden said last night is we're moving toward an oligarchy. I'm asking you that question. Do you think, forget how they made their money, do you think that when so few people have so much wealth and so much economic and political power, that is an oligarchic form of society?
Well, I would note that President Biden gave the Presidential Medal of Freedom to two people who I think would qualify for his oligarchs. So
this is not a condemnation of any one individual.
No!
I'm just asking you, with so few people.
That's
have
what I'm
so
saying,
much
bro. He
wealth and
pulls
power,
these out.
Do you think that is an oligarchic form of society?
Senator, I think it depends on the ability to move up and down the income.
No, that's not really the answer. I mean, even if you had that mobility, no matter who those individuals might be. All right, but let me ask you another question. Right now in America, we have over 22 million workers who are making less than $15 an hour, and nearly 40 million people in our country earning less than $17 an hour. Shamefully, the federal minimum wage, despite the efforts of myself and other people here, have not been raised since 2009 and remains an unbelievable $7.25 an hour. Will you work with those of us who want to raise the federal minimum wage to a living wage to take millions of Americans out of poverty?
Senator, I believe that the minimum wage is more of a statewide and regional issue.
So you don't think we should change the federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Bessent, millions
I don't know why
of
Bonds don't like
working-class
that.
Americans
Bonds should like that
who are
answer.
struggling to keep their heads
But they didn't
above
get a
water
move.
are paying outrageously high interest rates on their credit cards. Over half the American people who take out new credit cards are being charged interest rates of over 24%. During his campaign, President-elect Trump promised that he was going to cap credit card interest rates at 10%. I happen to think that that is a very good idea, and I will soon be introducing legislation
Check
to do just
AXP
that.
and the rest of them.
Will you, as if you are confirmed, be supportive of what President-elect Trump said and what I want to see happen, and that is to cap credit card interest rates at 10%?
Senator, I think we can both agree that many credit card companies have been bad actors throughout history, and I will get back to you once.
Now, very simple question. Trump said he wants to cap credit card interest rates at 10%. I agree with him. Will you be supportive of what Trump and I would like to do?
When President Trump takes office, and if I am confirmed, I will follow what President Trump wants to do.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Next is Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member, and I'm grateful.
This guy's going to be like Powell.
I appreciate it very much. And
he's going to start
welcome, Mr.
off. I'll
Bessent.
do whatever
It's,
Trump says,
it's nice to see you
and
again.
then wait till that motherfucker's unleashed. I like him, but he's playing the game
on the
too.
Conversation that we had.
He knows the Trump
yesterday,
idea. He's like,
and, just getting into a
yeah.
little
Wait
bit
till
more
he
detail.
goes
And actually,
rogue in
some of
like
the
4 or
issues that
5
Senator
years.
Sanders is
He's
raising.
smart, bro. This isn't a bad dude.
I'm focused.
I don't
on
know
how we
morality,
can lower costs
but
for Americans
like
and
he
how we
is.
can make this
These
economy
answers
work
are
better
ridiculous.
for
Like,
regular people in this
they're
country.
very
And
human.
When we spoke yesterday, we talked generally about this, and you have said that you think our biggest challenge.
Just remember, this
is to
would be
get
Janet
after the
Yellen.
deficit, and you've
If
also
you're-
said that your first priority is to extend the Republican Trump tax
why do you
cuts,
like
which
it?
would
Just this
add
would have been Yellen, okay?
$4.6 trillion
Just imagine
to the federal
Yellen answering
deficit.
all these questions.
And you've also said that the Trump Republican tax cuts have generated economic growth and that those benefits are going to have trickled down to everyone else. But what I see is that these Republican tax cuts have delivered massive consolidation of wealth at the top.
Why are
Almost
you
half of
judging
those
his
benefits went to
intellect
the top
based on his
5%.
sexual
The top
preference?
1% got a tax
Get out of
cut
his
that was
bedroom, okay? Calm down. I'm
852
focusing
times
on
bigger
this.
than the one that was received by
I don't
the
make a
lowest
play,
earning
and then you're like,
working families
I
in
wonder
this
if
country.
Josh is good in bed.
Now these wealthy people have more money
I
than
wonder
they know
what
what to do with. You see Elon
damn,
Musk
Josh
buying
is smart.
Twitter,
He
and now
must
he's got an office in
like
the old executive office building and a seat on the platform when the president is inaugurated. And these
calm
tech
down,
billionaires
bro.
are
Calm
launching
down.
rockets into space and building themselves these lavish doomsday bunkers, buying up newspapers, all of which gives them more power. So what I want to ask you is, it seems to me that this concentration of wealth is not good for our country, and it is certainly not doing anything to lower prices for working families in Minnesota or help them afford a home or childcare. In fact, it seems like it's doing the opposite of that. So could you comment on this?
Yes, and Senator Smith, I believe that President Trump, and if confirmed myself, are committed to addressing this affordability crisis. And part of the affordability crisis stems from this great inflation that we've had since the 2020. It was nascent in 2021. It occurred in 22, 23. We are still substantially above target. My hope is that we will not see it accelerating again. And inflation is one of the great killers for working families. As we talked about in your office, the CPI or PCE, the statistical numbers, may be up about 22% under the previous administration, but the basket of goods and services for working families. So getting inflation down, getting
he brought this up
interest rates
earlier. I
down,
was like, damn, maybe
and
they'll make
addressing
two.
this affordability crisis.
And,
Why won't he say how much
So-
the other
and
basket
as you know,
is?
inflation is coming down, and one of the things that I think we saw during the course of the last couple of years was these big consolidated corporations with so much market power jacking up their prices way beyond the
Amex
amount,
to pay
of
$230
money that
million
they
to
would have had
resolve
have raised their
sale
prices
practice probes.
in order to cover their costs. So in my view, this level of corporate consolidation is actually hurting Americans. It is hurting the price. It's costing people more. And that, in fact, the Republican Trump tax bill that there's such a move to reinstate or to extend is going to contribute to that problem, not make it better. But let me ask you another question. You've also said that in order to get our fiscal house in order, we need to cut spending, we need to deregulate, and we need to privatize. So I want to just look at what we are seeing with some privatizing in the private sector that is of great concern to me. Let's look at healthcare. We've seen a move by big corporate investors into healthcare and especially hospitals. Terrible stories we've heard about rural hospitals and clinics getting shuttered, maternity wards getting shut down, and caused in part by this private equity big corporation purchasing and moving in and controlling.
Getting Bank of Canada comments too. Again, bonds haven't moved in it a little bit. Looks like equities do though. They want to make a move.
The opposite. People's costs have spiked.
Again,
so
Euro
I wonder,
close
do you
was
see
an
this
hour
kind
ago.
of
It's
model
9:30.
of big corporate takeovers of healthcare actually helping to lower costs for Americans?
I just thought it was
Senator
Euro
Smith,
close.
healthcare. I've probably had trying to understand healthcare cost and the drivers of that on my to-do list for 10 years to be able to sit in a room for a week and understand this, and I've never been able to do it. But I will tell you that when we see things like healthcare, like higher education, both of which have substantially outperformed.
Then the Yemen Houthis are
any
threatening
inflation
Israel if
index
they
by cost.
continue
So
attacks
there
before
is a problem
ceasefire.
there.
So there's
I
that drama.
think that what you're identifying could be one of the problems, but I think the overall level of healthcare costs that we're seeing is driven by a multi-factor.
It is a complicated issue, and I know I'm out of time, Mr. Chair, but what I see, and we've done work on this in Chair Sanders, when Chair Sanders was chair of the Health Committee, these big corporations come in, the quality of care goes down, patient costs go up. There's a hospital in Massachusetts that was bought up by one of these big firms, and they stopped stocking a common treatment for hemorrhage during pregnancy, and they've seen patients die. So again, I think this is an example of how privatizing is not a solution
What am I
to
going
our
to think
problems in
when
healthcare
Trump becomes the
or
Antichrist?
other parts of our economy. Thank you, Mr.
I don't
Chair.
care.
Senator
My bet
Johnson.
is on I
Thank you,
get
Mr.
raptured
Chairman. Mr.
before any
Bessent,
of it
welcome.
happens.
Thank you for
So
your
that's your
willingness to serve.
problem.
I want to just start by
God willing, though. We'll
refuting
see.
one of the false narratives we hear
Maybe I'll be the guy that gets
ad
left
nauseum
behind because I
from the other
feel
side
too
that the
much,
Tax
but I
Cut
wasn't
and
really.
Jobs
It
Act
wasn't
was
in
the
my
primary
heart.
cause
But
of
then
our
again,
deficits. It's just not true.
it's his
So I'm
plan.
gonna
But
actually use
I don't
the
got to worry about
facts.
that.
From CBO, again, this isn't to confirm CBO numbers. This actually shows you why we ought to take CBO projections with a grain of salt.
You love Jesus? Then what are you tripping on? You
After its
good?
passage, CBO
Even if he,
projected 10 years.
like
I mean, for
hypothetically,
7
like let's
years
run
that we
through
just
it. You know what I'm saying?
experienced Total revenue of $27
Let's say
trillion.
he is the Antichrist, right?
Actual revenue
We
was
good,
$28.7 trillion. That's
We're
to do
gonna
the
be
math,
here.
that's
We moving.
$1.7 trillion more than what CBO estimated, which shows that the original score was $1.5 trillion lost revenue. So we not only paid for the tax cut, in
Bonds are
7
starting to
years,
move a little bit.
We generated $200 billion more revenue, even with the COVID recession. So again, we need to take CBO scores with a real grain of salt.
DMT will
But
give you the
I hope
answer.
This committee understands
See
what
if
Senator
it could find out
Graham
how
was
to get
talking
you
about in terms of
unbanned.
your humble beginnings.
So let me know.
And your
Let me know what
tremendous
that trip
American,
produces. If it could
success
solve that
story.
question,
So
it could
I wanna
easily
ask you-
find out how
I
to
wanna
get
ask you a
unbanned.
hypothetical, because you understand
Nice,
American
I'm
families.
excited.
Let
me know what your research
let's say
provides.
They normally spend $100,000, have a serious health crisis. And so in 1 year, they have to spend $50,000 on medical bills. But then fortunately, that family member gets well. What would that family spend the next year?
They've asked this question like twice. It's a good question.
Just real quick.
Unless they have more income, they'd spend
Probably
the same,
$100,000.
They'd spend the same 100 and probably have debt costs associated with that.
Right. They certainly wouldn't do what the federal government
If he
has
says
done.
that and you know the end of the
In
year, what
2019,
plays
before
would
the
I make?
pandemic, we
Dude,
spent $4.4 trillion.
go read your Bible.
In 2020, we spent $6.5, $6.6 trillion.
Get right with the Lord. What are you talking about? You think I will make a spy put?
We really reduced spending. For the last 5 years, we've averaged $6.5 trillion. Last year, spending $6.9 trillion.
He's like, yeah, but then if you knew, like, hypothetically, what would the bonds?
Spending levels at this level?
Senator Johnson, as I've said repeatedly, the United States does not have a revenue problem. We have a
spending problem.
spending problem.
So the question is, how do we reset spending
great.
levels to a reasonable pre-pandemic
Yeah, but like,
level?
like
wrote
once
a
you know, like
column in the Wall Street
pre-rapture
Journal,
though,
a couple
like,
scenarios, and let me just give you the
play?
guts of it. If you take one of the pre-pandemic years and increase all the spending by population and inflation, by the way, that's what families would do as well. But you exempt Social Security, Medicare, and interest, and use President Biden's 2025 budget, because you spend, what we plan on spending this year. If you take Bill Clinton's 1998 spending, I don't think he spent too little back in 1998, we would be having a baseline of $5.5 trillion. If you took President Obama's 2014 spending levels, it'd be $6.2 trillion. The one I like the best, though, is if we use President Trump's 2021 budget, his estimates for spending in 2025, and use, again, just use those numbers, but slot in Social Security, Medicare, and interest as they are. Nobody's touching those. We'd be spending about $6 trillion. So wouldn't
charts,
that
bro.
be a reasonable level? Somewhere
You
between
see the
5.5
chart guy.
and
I
$6
see
trillion
3 jobs
as
on
a
the non-farm
baseline
payrolls.
Spending to project.
They
our
got
next
3
10 years.
different individually assigned people for
Senator,
charts.
I look forward to working
You know that, right?
with you on this.
That's a third
You've
random
clearly
individual
done more
tasked with
work
holding
than
the
I
chart
have.
today.
And,
That's a job.
This looks like a very good starting point.
That is
to
on
me
somebody's job
to figure
description.
out how
They're like,
we've
what's
gotten
your
into this spending
arm
morass.
strength like?
So it sounds like a pretty reasonable approach to me. By the way, I'd take 1998. I'd use Clinton's spending levels for this. I also want to refute this current CBO score on extending the TCGA. Back then, they scored the whole thing as $1.5 trillion. If you just inflate that the same way CBI, according to CPI, it'd be $2 trillion. How do they justify a score of $4.3 to $4.6 trillion? It makes no sense. So again,
Bond's coming
I
down,
think
but it's
we
not
need
up
to
any
take
headline.
Those estimates with
Nothing's
a
hit the
huge
wire in
grain
a
of
little bit,
salt.
actually.
My
It's
final
kinda
point,
cooling
I
down.
heard
I
the
mean, it's
ranking
been
member
2
talk
hours.
about inflation, the cost of living, because we've incurred these massive deficits. In
Yeah, Bitcoin is
1998,
breaking out.
Today is only worth 51
Honestly, Bitcoin's
cents.
kind of the outperformer on the day,
A $2014
besides
today is only
bonds.
worth 74 cents. A $2019 is only worth 80 cents. That was caused by this massive deficit spending, the devaluation of the dollar, and
Musk
a lot
Doge
of
weighs
devaluations
recommendation
occurred
to
over the
cut
last 4 years
diversity
because we
programs.
spent
Washington
too
Post.
much money. Not because we didn't tax America enough. It's because we spent way too much money. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Cantwell.
Thank you so much.
He just
Mr.
wanted to throw that
Chairman.
in there. That wasn't even a question.
Mr. Bessent, congratulations on your nomination, and I see your family sitting there in earnest on these
Oh, dude, that's dope,
economic
Brandon.
issues.
Yeah, bro.
And
Art is
so
beautiful.
interesting.
It's a liquid, but great long term.
Our perspectives, you can see from this committee, are arguing about what we think are the right economic policies for the country, and as the Treasury nominee, with your
MSTR is going
background
again.
and
Bitcoin is
experience,
actually
we still
the
are
leader.
talking about the president's
And then you guys are like, no,
policies
Litecoin,
and
Ripple.
whether we
But
think
yeah,
they're
but in like the
effective or
broader
not.
sense.
Real
Anything we
GDP
got a
has
future
increased
on
at
the
an
stock
annual
market
rate
for is
of,
leading. Bitcoin's leading
3.1%
it.
in the third quarter of 2024. That's strong growth, right?
As an aggregate number, it's strong growth.
Okay, the economy added 16 million jobs over the last 4 years. An average unemployment rate is the lowest it's been in 50 years. So that's led to better pay and working conditions. We want that, right?
I'm in favor of better pay and working conditions.
Okay.
Yes, Senator.
She's trying to get him to say
After-tax
Biden
income
did a
increased
good job.
by 400%. So these are good economic
He's like, yeah,
news.
jobs are good in
And
theory, yes.
I personally think that focusing on innovation and building supply chains is a good thing to do. And so when you start talking about tariffs, that's when you get, the Pacific Northwest attention. In fact, I would say a recent editorial by one of my newspapers was
Hasbro running only 23 times on the
bracing
high. It's
for
new.
the Trump tariffs.
Oh, no, it's already up.
Aviation in
Yeah, but a
general,
little
you
pop
can
there.
imagine we actually
Check
have,
Hasbro and Mattel.
An actual net surplus. I think we export about $2 billion worth of goods out of our state versus importing $1 billion, but this is a big part of it. And so in the aviation sector, I think I sent you an article about the fact that we think increasing our manufacturing innovation to continue to have markets and sell to those markets is a good economic strategy.
Senator Cantwell, as I discussed in your office, that in my hometown of Charleston, South Carolina, Boeing is also the largest employer. So I view aviation as very important.
Great. So now I want to, this is, and believe me, I would have the same conversation with Joe Biden or Barack Obama or whoever. So I want to focus on innovation, not the tariffs. I'm worried that the tariffs are going to increase supply chain products. They're going to increase prices on our farmers. They're going to increase prices on Americans. And so I want to ask you, don't you think we are in an environment where exporting products and growing markets outside the United States is a big economic opportunity? And what are you going to do to build coalitions to help us be able to achieve opening up those markets as opposed to just the retaliatory tariff environment, which may raise costs on Americans and not resolve these issues?
So Senator Cantwell, thank you for that. And after our discussion in your office, I actually went back and looked at some older data. In 2000,
I like how he makes it clear he spoke to him prior.
Labor share
He
of
does it
aggregate
right.
income in the U.S. 69%.
He's like, why are we doing this for show, bro?
accrued
Like
to
we've already
labor.
talked about.
Today, that number
Because
is
remember, this is a
60,
confirmation
and
hearing,
you could
so
see a sharp drop
you should try to
afterwards
get
called the
out
China shock.
either information
So
to know if
I
he's
agree with you
qualified, but
that
if you already
opening
spoke to him
markets
about this stuff, I mean, this is just
good,
for the image.
But the free trade must be
Yeah, per my previous
also
email.
balanced against fair trade. And clearly what has happened is the trade has not been fair. That has fallen on the American workers. And we cannot allow, as I think I mentioned to you, China is the most imbalanced, unbalanced economy in the history of the world. They are in a severe recession/depression. They may have -4% disinflation, and they are attempting to export their way out of that as opposed to doing the much-needed internal rebalance.
Yeah.
So, I am with you on the need to open markets, but we cannot allow a player like this to flood our markets or to flood the world.
Well, but I'm saying I
think
believe
about
in
the China
coalitions.
stuff.
We just
He's going to
discussed
be
the
a China
technology
hawk. He already
NATO.
sounds
I
like
think
it.
he thought that was a good
So that's
idea.
not, I don't know. None of
The
this really
notion,
sounds
though,
good for China.
I mean, I can get upset with my colleagues on the other aisle all the time and object.
Think about
but
it.
that
Remember, I
doesn't
told
move
you,
me
China's going to
forward.
wait to
And
see what we do and then Trump.
I
But
hope that you will
if you
look
use
at
this
what we're
guy as
going
a
to
guide
do to
for
build
Trump, I mean,
allies.
he's already
These
hawkish.
numbers that basically are talking about just the tariff and what it would do to the price of gasoline given Canada is concerning. And so I want to know that the Trump administration is going to focus as much on innovating our way to success as we are on the tariffs, because I do think we're going to see retaliatory tariffs. We saw them in our state. It hurt us in our agriculture. And what happened is that you lose more farms. I mean, there's a lot of people buying farmland. Goldman Sachs, Bill Gates, there's a lot of people buying farmland. But we're losing farmers in the middle of the trade wars, and that's a
Everybody is
concern.
buying
Thank you, Mr.
farmland, like, you
Chairman.
know,
And, oh, by the way, thank
like
you so much
the
for
bank,
mentioning
and then
housing.
Bill, and
I so
then
appreciate
Bill,
that was in your statement.
Bill again,
I look
and
forward
Bill,
to working
Bill,
with you.
a
I do
lot
think
of it.
that's an area, if the president will push forward, that it is a way for us to lower costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Bonds that once
good to be
haunted
with you.
banks
Mr.
are now
Bessent,
juicing
thank you and your
profits.
family for being with us today. I very much appreciated the conversation we had in the office. Now, I'm going to touch on several topics, so I'm going to ask you some yes or no questions, and I thank you in advance for your brevity. It may surprise many observing today the immense responsibility that the Secretary of Treasury has in stemming the flow of fentanyl and other substances. Now, yes or no, will you commit to continuing the Biden administration's counter-fentanyl strike force, which brought together the Office of Terrorism and Financial Intelligence and IRS criminal investigation to fight financial crime?
Thank you, Senator. I enjoyed our visit. And as I mentioned in your office, this is personal for me as two families who are close to our family, lost children to the fentanyl crisis. So I will commit and know that it is my belief that President Trump is laser focused on this
Russia
issue.
and Iran may
Mr.
discuss
Bennett,
situation in
yes or no,
Syria
will
and
you work with
Palestine
me to
and
ensure that
Iran
there's more
nuclear program
transparency
tomorrow.
over suspicious
Russia news.
activity reports, SARS, at the Financial Crimes Network for Congress?
I believe, as you and I discussed.
Yeah, Walgreens, a couple of
there
prints there,
is
and that
a
was already
sleeve of
strong.
Treasury called TFI, Terrorism Finance, that deals with this within FinCEN, and I believe that we.
Oh yeah, check uranium on that.
I
Maybe
believe that
that's
we
kind of
have to
odd,
have
but
a
again, like we said, that drama
2025
ahead of the
approach
ceasefire
to,
thing,
as
kind of
you
expected.
And I talked about digital currencies and all branches of government. So yes.
Now, Mr. Bessent, in your role as Treasury Secretary, do you agree that you will play an important role in advising President Trump and congressional Republicans on policy related to the economy, including investment in government programs?
Yes, Senator.
Now, I was pleased in our meeting that you stated, quote, "No cuts will
SPT.
be needed," unquote, to achieve your
Yo,
economic goals. I think that
Sprout
might surprise a lot of
Social,
my Republican
4%.
colleagues, but I
That's going
very
to be
much
a headline.
appreciate
And then Atlanta
that
GDP
conversation
numbers
that we had.
came out
Now,
3 versus
yes or no, will
2.7.
you
SPT
recommend
looks like a
cutting
news pop.
Medicaid?
No headline yet.
I'm sorry. Did you say? I didn't hear whether you said Medicaid or
Yes
Medicare.
or no, will you recommend
Check
cutting
Humana.
Medicaid?
Medicaid, that I will. It's the business of Congress to do the budget, and
J&J running.
I am in favor of empowering states, and I believe that for some states that will be an increase, for some states that will be a decrease.
So, Mr. Bessent, will you recommend cutting Medicaid to
Bessent.
President Trump? And I'll remind you that you acknowledge that one of your responsibilities as Secretary of the Treasury will be to be providing this advice.
I will get back to you.
Yeah, they got
on
a
this.
price target rate on SPT, but I don't see
When-
anything yet. That's moving
Yeah,
good, though.
I have seen the
It's a liquid
details
as hell,
of
though, so watch out.
The full budget proposal once President Trump is in office and if confirmed.
Will you recommend cuts to broadband following the investments that we've been seeing across the country making immense
You guys, 40
progress
billion.
in
Nobody got
connecting more people
broadband.
across the country that were included in the bipartisan infrastructure law?
The Senator, I am unfamiliar with the exact program. It is my understanding that much of the allocated funding has not been dispersed yet. So,
Thank you.
I will get back to you on that.
That's what I'm saying, bro. He actually
Mr. Bessent,
acknowledges.
a lot of folks back in
this shit.
South Carolina, including some of
I
your
love it.
farming neighbors,
I love
are
it.
getting connectivity because of these programs. You may just need to chat with them about the importance of what this program means. As my time expires, it might surprise many here that there's only a couple of us in this body that are members of Head Start, and I imagine we might hear a little bit more of that from my brother in Head Start, Mr. Warnock here. But when we talk about the importance to early education in America, the economic benefit, yes or no, will you recommend cuts to Head Start?
Yeah. Again, Senator, I'll have to get back to you on this. I don't understand the intricacies of
See,
that
but at
program.
least he's asking him. You notice he's like, we haven't, like we talked
Yes,
about.
I don't understand the
So
budget
this is all fresh for him.
ramifications. I don't understand.
Do you know what Head Start is?
Yep, I believe it's an earlier childhood education program.
That's fair, sir. I didn't realize that you had to qualify to get into that program. So the family that I was raised in, we qualified to get into that program. But it opens up doors. I mean, heck, it got a couple of us to the United States Senate. So certainly hope that we might be able to find some agreement in protecting that program. And if someone tries to eliminate that in early childhood education, that we could count on you on behalf of New Mexicans, South Carolinians, and people across America to say, no, we're not going to do that one. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time today. Appreciate you being here again, sir.
Thank you, Senator Barrasso.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks so much for your willingness to serve. Thanks for being here. Enjoyed our discussion quite a bit in talking about the future for the country and the role of the Treasury Secretary in getting our economy back on track. This means lower prices, higher wages, more jobs, and stronger economic growth for America. It also means protecting people in states like Wyoming from crushing regulation and devastating tax hikes. It means getting wasteful spending under control. And I'm greatly encouraged by our meeting that we had. You have, I believe, a strong vision for America, a strong vision for unleashing American energy, for getting tough on China, for getting tough on our adversaries, and to getting the federal government out of the way for so many of us. I'd like to talk a bit about energy, and I've just been in the other committee yesterday, Secretary of Energy, earlier today, the Secretary of Interior, lots of energy questions. So I'm glad that we agree a key ingredient in reigniting the economy in this country is to unleash American energy. In my home state of Wyoming, and we're an energy superpower as a nation, and we are America's energy breadbasket in Wyoming. Energy production is the heart of our Wyoming economy and the nation's economy. It supports workers as well as schools, infrastructure, the money that comes from that, the tax revenue. Wyoming is the least populated state, but it is the third largest net energy supplier, producing 12 times more energy than we consume. It's at the forefront of oil, natural gas, coal production, carbon capture technology, hydrogen production, many alternative sources of energy. What's happened is that energy producers in Wyoming and across the country faced a whole of government assault from the Biden administration on American energy production, taxes, crippling regulations. They've weaponized the tax code in ways that are just unthinkable to me against conventional American energy production. The things that Joe Biden signed into law just made things worse. But the good news is with you there, with President Trump in the White House, things are about to change. So you've talked extensively about boosting American energy production. What role do you see yourself playing as Treasury Secretary in making sure we become American energy dominant and in terms of energy security as well?
Senator Barrasso, I very much enjoyed our meeting and wide-ranging discussion, and my family and I had a fantastic vacation in Wyoming this summer. That in terms of within the potential Trump administration, I'm sure you've heard it from Secretary-designate Wright and Burgum, we refer to as energy dominance. And energy dominance, one of the reasons that I believe we have not been able to apply as muscular sanctions against the Russian Federation, or unwilling, was because the supply of energy was constrained in the U.S. So the same with the terrorist regime in Iran. So I would view that as we can raise U.S. production, we would squeeze down the bad actors, especially Iran. I think I'm right, maybe not in the exact numbers, but in order of magnitude.
Yeah, that little kid's his son.
Iran was down to,
and I'm pretty sure the other dude is his husband.
Of oil exports.
And then what I noticed
when President Trump left
is that I'm
office,
sure every
I
morning
believe
they agree
are
which
now
side to
exporting
part their
in
hair.
excess
So
of
he gets the
approximately
left
1.7
comb
million.
over, he gets the
So
right comb
through
over.
sanctions
I thought that was
policy,
pretty cool.
I believe that we
Yeah, I'm pretty
can,
sure it's his
again,
husband.
As I like
And
to
yes,
say,
he
make
does have a husband.
Iran poor again, not the Iranian people.
Some of you
the
do too. You
Iranian-
just don't want to
the
admit it.
Government.
It's okay.
And
I still
then
love
at
you.
the same time,
Get a long term.
they have our domestic producers.
You're like, how did
push
Josh
that
know?
up with the highest energy standards in the world.
Yeah, we're the best, we do it, we're the best stewards of the land, and I agree. And what we've also seen, as you mentioned, with Iran increasing the sales, they're selling it to China. China is buying it at a discount, so they're getting cheap energy. Iran is getting tanker loads of cash back, essentially, and they're using that money for terrorism. So in terms of our own national security. I have one last question in my time remaining, and this has to do with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that we passed in 2017. If that were to expire, we're talking about a massive tax hike of over $4 trillion. What would that kind of a tax hike mean for small businesses, for job creators, as well as our global competitiveness if all of a sudden we put the heavy wet
We've not done anything, honestly. We danced around on the data. It was very
Senator, I think it would be devastating. That is, especially for small businesses. One of the things that, as someone who came from a very small town, lived in New York, with a very big town, and came back to.
But yeah, it was very
small
mediocre
town.
data. But
I
ever since
believe
this
Wall
started,
Street
bonds got a
has done
bid,
great
especially
the
with
past few
Waller.
years,
Oil and energy is
Main
kind of
Street
moving
has
around, but
suffered. I
generally,
think it's Main
we've done
Street's
absolutely
time.
nothing while this has been
Wall
playing.
Street can
Both the
continue to do
everyone's
well,
watching this. I
maybe
hope you
not
guys
as
realize
well,
that.
and
Everybody
it's
from
time to
overseas
have
to like a
a
lot of
Main
Wall
Street
Street, this
small
is very
business-led
important.
recovery,
But technically,
led
he said a
by,
couple of things. I think he's
small
increased
banks, regional
confidence, but
banks,
I mean, generally, we're
as I call
still.
it,
It's a good
reprivatizing
sign,
the
but
economy.
we have to wait till Powell comes in.
As I said earlier,
Or not
we've seen
Powell,
since November
Trump.
15th, since President Trump's election, we have seen
Apple had bad
the
news in the
biggest
AM
jump
on
in the
sales.
history of the Small Business Confidence Index.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bessent, thank you for being here and time in the office, and congratulations to you, your spouse, John, and your children, I think Cole and Caroline. He's doing a great job. I leaned over to Senator Johnson, and when you were being attacked on by one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, it says the guy looks like he's got a heart rate of 40. You're very composed, and thank you for staying on the facts and demonstrating all the knowledge you possess. When I wasn't here, someone put into question your viability as a nominee because of a lack of public service, which I find interesting. Sometimes I think we have too much public service in people's background here, not real-world business experience. But can you give me an idea of why this nomination may represent your first entry into public service?
It's a good question. Why is this your first time?
Senator Tillis, and again, as an adjacent state and someone who's a homeowner in North Carolina, I appreciated our conversation in your office.
Yeah,
look,
so this is pretty
I have been
scripted.
in public service, just not in the government. When I lived in New York, I was a strong supporter of a charter school called Harlem Children's Zone, which takes the young residents in a multi-block, gigantic block, keeps getting bigger area of Harlem, and takes them from cradle through high school. But I have found that my service, anyone can write a check, or anyone that with my means can write a check. What has been fulfilling for me is mentoring many of these young people. I'm still in touch with them today. I was also a trustee for Rockefeller University, one of the great research universities in the world. I was on the executive committee and chaired the investment committee. But sitting here today is especially meaningful for me because this is my third try at public service. In 1979, when I was 17 years old, I wanted to fight for my country.
Oh, you got M&A on Sprout?
Extreme, financial difficulties.
I didn't follow up with
I
that.
wanted to
Thank
attend
you.
the U.S. Naval Academy. I was offered by our congressman in the 6th District of South Carolina.
Yeah,
an
it is.
appointment,
I see that
but
now.
was unable
Headlines
to take
only.
that
There's nothing
appointment
else.
because of my
Approach
second
commentary
combat.
cited.
While at Yale, I wanted to
Yes,
do
sir.
public service and joined the Foreign Service. I was told also not welcome. So sitting here today is my third attempt at public service. And I sit here knowing that President Trump chose me because he believes I'm the best candidate, not because of my sexual preference, not because Treasury secretaries with green eyes do better. And I think it is a tribute to President Trump that he looks at people as people.
I agree, and I appreciate that answer. I'm going to go into a lightning round here. First off, this is the Joint Committee on Taxation distributional analysis of what happens to the various socioeconomic strata if we don't manage to pass the jobs and tax cut extension.
It'll end before the bell, but it's probably going to
objection.
end right before power hour, to be honest with you.
Senator Johnson does big phone boards. I do handouts. I'm handing this to all of my Republican colleagues right now saying if we fail to extend the Jobs and Tax Cuts Act,
he has a
we're gonna
pamphlet. That's
own
way better than a
fiscal
chart.
crisis for people in middle America. 93 million
booklet.
people will be affected in terms of an added
beautiful.
tax burden.
So
if
when I
we
get to
fail
Washington,
pass an
D.C., I'm going to
extension
hand
of
out Bibles.
TCJA.
Why
Now,
not?
the last time I checked, there are not
Oh, wait,
93
separation of
million
churches. Never
rich
mind.
people
Never mind.
in this country.
My bad.
There are people who struggled like you did when you were a kid and like I did when I was a kid, who had to work themselves through college. And every time we had some well-intentioned program from government to make things better for me, it made it harder for me to dig myself out of the economic situation I was born into. So the facts are stubborn things. This tells us what happens if we fail to pass the jobs and tax cuts. And it doesn't even get to the impact that I had. It turns out at that very table, Jelly Roll was here for a finance committee hearing. He lived in the same trailer park that I did 20 years later in South Nashville, Tennessee. And what I found interesting in my own family is we were right on the economic edge. Every time government had some well-intentioned program to tax the rich, I went from a house to a trailer park. And every time government let us do what we wanted to do, we lived in a house. I'm a living example, and I'm sure Ben Ray Lujan, some other people have had those experiences. You got to go back and look historically at when people like me and people like you had real opportunities. I look forward to supporting your nomination, and Mr. Chair, I'm going to support some. I'm going to send some questions for the record, but it's just to reinforce the message that Republicans have to deliver. And anyone who says that we should not is advocating for a $5 trillion tax increase that will hurt the people who are on the economic edge worse than anybody else. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Warnock.
Thank you, Chairman Crapo. I'm grateful and honored to be joining this committee.
I
look forward to working with you and Ranking Member.
It sucks it ended with the tax policy,
tax
but I
code
like what he's,
supports
just in
families,
general.
to protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and to promote trade policies that work for Georgia businesses and that boost our economy. Mr. Bessent, good morning and good to see you again. I enjoyed our conversation earlier this week, and in that conversation, you outlined ambitious goals for the federal government and deficit reduction. I'd like to follow up on our discussion about your economic plan. According to a new report from the Tax Policy Center,
Ooh.
The largest
1.8 million direct shares
from
offered
the Trump tax bill
at
would go
$3
to those with the highest income, especially those in the top 1%, making more than $1 million per year.
Is that 29?
In fact, the top
1%
of owners will take home roughly 1/4 of the benefits of the law, and the top 5%.
This one's an IPO. There's another one with
will
3
get
million.
almost half
I have no idea what they do.
Do you believe that the wealthiest 1% of Americans deserve or need an additional tax cut?
Senator Warnock, I greatly enjoyed visiting with you. I think probably a better way to look at it is on a percentage basis. And when I think about the distributional aspects of the Tax Cuts and Job Act, that most of the benefits accrued for the working and middle people as opposed to the
17 million shares. You're going to need like 8 million
read, that is correct,
before you can look at it,
but
and
I
it's at a
think
premium.
It's important to look at it in percentage terms.
So you believe that the tax cut that provided 1/4 of the benefits of the law to the top 1% and top 5%.
I think you'll
getting
flush if the
almost
bonds
1/2.
die, but
Actually
we're
benefited
kind of
those
doing
at the
nothing,
bottom
even the
more than it
dollar.
did those at the top. Is that your testimony?
I believe that in 2018, 2019.
So Flock is like an oil and
that
gas company?
The households
Or
in
tech?
the bottom 50% of income earners, the wealth increase for those households was three times higher than the wealth increase for the top 10% of Americans.
So we should continue to move in that direction and give more tax cuts to those at the highest. You have talked about high deficits as a national defense problem, and I agree with that. I think we need to be fiscally responsible. We need to work to close the deficit and bring the national debt under control. In 2013, Congress extended the Bush tax cuts for everyone except those making more than $400,000 a year. This bipartisan decision saved the Treasury $600 billion, helping to narrow the deficit. Do you agree that ending the tax cuts for those making more than $400,000 would help close the deficit and reduce our national debt?
Senator Warnock, I do not. I believe that you would capture an inordinate amount of small business people who largely are in that cohort of 400,000 to a million.
So you wouldn't cut it off at 400,000. What about $1 million?
That again, I believe these are small business pass-through owners, and I believe that we, as I said before, Wall Street's done great. It is time for Main Street to do well, and small businesses need to drive.
Yeah, so tax Wall Street and let the small businesses go.
Government spending.
I'm down.
It's Main Street's time. I'm from Atlanta, so I'll say Peachtree and some other locations in my state. What about those making more than 10 million? Would we reduce the deficit by extending those tax cuts for folks making about $10 million?
So again, I think it's important that we put in incentives for them to invest. So going back to the 100% depreciation for equipment, that I think that.
So I don't mean to keep interrupting, but I'm the pastor, and we're known to be loquacious of speech, but I'm running out of time here. What about $1 billion?
So again, that I think that these are the job creators.
So there's no income level for which you would support raising taxes. Is that
No,
fair?
just only if they're on S&P 500.
No income level that I don't think we should continue the TCJA as it was.
I mean,
all right.
Some people aren't going to like that
I think our
answer,
country
but
is,
I kind of get what he's saying.
facing, structural deficits. However, I think that to continue to reduce taxes for the wealthy and letting them avoid taxes based on what they already owe is not going to get us out of that problem. But I look forward to continuing that discussion with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. And before we go on to Senator Blackburn, I just want to restate there's a lot of facts that have been thrown around in this hearing today. I'll just
That's
restate
Raphael
what I
Warnock,
said in my
Senator,
opening
Georgia.
statement, and that is of this $4.3 to $4.6 trillion tax increase that it could happen, $100,000.
Oh, shit. What happened? That one was
$1,000.
something just happened. That's because that wasn't like a lag out. They just cut the feed. Oh. Hold on.
That is simple.
Come on, bring us back.
Tax increase. Senator Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for bringing that clarification, because if we do not extend the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, it is that $4 trillion tax hike that people are going to see. And I appreciate your comments about a Main Street small business recovery. That is something that is so vitally important.
I like what he said,
As
bro.
the chairman knows, we have had
I think that
much
we should tax Wall Street
discussion
and
over
let
the last
small
few
businesses
years
go.
with the Biden administration.
I don't know. Like, you may not
over
like the
how
number
they
limits, but
determine
that's
that
good for normal people.
$400,000
You get what I'm saying?
number.
Why would you impose
If
these
it is
things?
the gross,
on
If it's the
individuals when these
adjusted gross,
corporations
they came up with
and the
term
big
of
mega
total
corps can
positive
benefit
income,
off of
which
it,
is
where it's just
everything
like,
you
why don't put a limit on the
And
people?
we know
You could
that
literally target
the
that
Biden
to Wall Street.
administration approach on this would be a killer for Main Street businesses. We know that 199A is vital to them, and they need to see that.
The point is, once you put a cap on the income, you're going to start creating loopholes and changes to it. Does that make
small business
follow the idea?
recovery
Don't try to put a
and
price cap to make you feel
I
good or bad about
appreciate
rich people.
And I appreciate
essentially.
that President Trump has nominated you for Treasury Secretary because you are sensitive to that and what your work means to Main Street and to individuals, and getting the IRS under control and looking at some of these provisions that are going to be in front of you. So we appreciate that you would come back a third time and look at public service, and that John and Caroline and Cole, and by the way, they are behaving so beautifully. Whatever they want, they get. Senate orders. We'll be right there.
Any of you guys got a grandma like that?
I do want to talk with you for a moment.
God bless you,
about,
man. That's how I feel like this is just like a grandma.
Some of
like I had an Arab ass grandma.
That
said,
the
"Get up
Biden
whatever they want."
administration had, they did an executive order for Treasury to research development of a CBDC in the United States. And of course, this causes a lot of us heartburn because we look at what the CCP did with the digital yuan in connection with the Olympics. So upon confirmation, how would you approach this discussion of CBDCs? And are you for them or against them? Could you end the Biden administration project to create a U.S.-based CBDC?
Senator Blackburn, thank you for your remarks. I may have a little trouble disciplining the two behind me, as I'm sure that I will hear that a U.S. Senator has vouched for their behavior. But on CBDCs, I see no reason for the U.S. to have a central bank digital currency. In my mind, a central bank digital currency is for countries who have no other investment alternatives. So if we think about
James didn't necessarily violate the rules. James is just trying to cope,
country,
but you violated the rules
Saudi
calling
Arabia,
for someone's ban. Please read the description.
Singapore,
Thank
who
you.
ends up with call the Chinese currency whatever you want.
So again, the rules are the law of the land here, my brother.
If you own that currency,
unfortunately,
you have to have something to invest in. That there's very little to invest in if you want to hold the currency. You could own Chinese government bonds, which don't yield
So
very
your
much.
view of that would be a negative view?
Well, I view that many of these countries are doing it out of necessity, whereas the U.S., if you hold U.S. dollars, you could hold a variety of very secure U.S. assets.
I appreciate that. I appreciate your comments.
75% of your
earlier to
comments have
Senator
been about
Barrasso
him being
about the
gay.
Pillar 2 negotiations.
Unfortunately,
This
at
is
this
something
point,
that
I
we
think
would
you're
be
trying to
well
throw us
served
off your
to
trail,
extract ourselves,
but I got to ban you for that.
From this,
So,
currently,
just-
the preliminary
man.
data that we have, 40%, right at 40% of the total Pillar 2 tax burden is on us. And China, of course, has found a way to exempt themselves from this. So that is in need of a revisit, and I look forward to you doing that and standing with our companies. I want to get, and this I think you can just submit to me in writing, advanced persistent threat.
Say your
APT,
name twice. Okay, James.
Which is China. They were
And now
able to
James, you're
override
banned.
Treasury's
That's 2
security
times.
system
Thanks.
and remotely access workstations where they reported access to unclassified documents. And of course, this is Chinese Communist Party at work again. And this is, we found this out after finding out from the Treasury Inspector General that 2,800 IRS employees still had TikTok on their government devices. If confirmed, and when confirmed, will you take steps to improve Treasury security systems?
What does my Bible say?
Senator
Warn them
Blackburn,
once,
I
warn them
actually-
twice, then after that,
one
maim
of the
them,
earlier
and have nothing to
questions
do
was
with them.
What policies of the current
It also says,
Treasury
don't throw your
Secretary
pearls
do you
to
disagree
pigs.
with?
You want me to keep
And
going?
As you noted,
I read it.
The December 8th hack into Treasury was via a work from
I tried to
home
let him, I tried to throw him a bone, and then he
So,
kept spamming, so I don't know.
I, as Treasury
Tried.
Secretary, have confirmed, plan to be in the office every day that I'm in Washington, D.C., and I expect all the other employees to do that too.
Thank you.
And I think it's a matter of national security for
Yes.
everyone to be at 1500 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Thank you.
Thank
That
you.
is well received.
We
Thank you,
need to
Mr.
move on.
Chairman.
Senator Welch.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's delightful to be a new member of the committee, and I look forward to working with you.
Well, yeah,
and all
not
our
everybody gets
colleagues.
attention for a
Mr.
ban.
Bessent, thank you
I
so
probably
much for your
banned
visit
like
yesterday,
75
and,
people today.
Welcome to your family.
And only 2 of them I
As
commented
we
on.
discussed,
So, yeah,
the situation
it's still a
for
gamble.
lot of
It's up to
Vermonters
you.
who
I
work
don't know.
incredibly hard.
So you may get attention, you may not,
is very
but
tough.
yeah. Either way,
Vermont
24 hours to
actually
subscribe and
has
try again.
One
So,
of the widest,
get a
if
long
not
term.
the widest gap between what people can earn and what their expenses are. So it's tough at the end of the month to pay all the bills, the grocery bills, the healthcare bills, all of these things. And we're talking, in a way, abstractly about this tax plan. And the reality for most folks in this country is that for the past 40 years, working Americans have actually had a pay cut, not a pay increase. And my hope is that whatever tax policy we have is going to start with a commitment to making lives better for the Main Street folks that you mentioned, and I'm glad that you did. But there is going to be a lot of negotiation on how to pay for these tax cuts. And one of the things that will be on the block is something that's very, very important to Vermonters, and that's the affordable tax care credits.
Feel bad about banning? I used to, not really this
now.
year.
So in Vermont, I mean, healthcare is
I
incredibly
feel bad for
expensive
the people who
everybody,
want to be here
But if we have
and have to
just
deal
as
with
an
these
example,
crappy people.
an electrician
So,
in Bennington,
no, not at all,
Vermont,
actually.
who's making
But it's fleeting. It comes and
$67,000 a
goes.
year, with the tax credits that are set to expire, that family would have a $700 a month increase in their health care bill. That's going to hammer them. It's like $9,000. So my question to you is, in putting together this tax proposal, where you are going to have to be making recommendations about how to pay for it, will we continue to provide this help to Vermonters
Where's
like
Rumble?
this electrician in Brattleboro, so that he doesn't get hammered on health care premiums going well beyond what he can afford?
Senator, as we discussed in your office, and I haven't had time to do my homework on this, as I think I told you that my family, friends, business colleagues,
God bless you,
often
David.
get sick of hearing my phrase, no
love
data,
you.
no opinion.
No,
I will get up to speed.
No,
If confirmed,
and I
I will
appreciate
get up
that.
to this.
I appreciate that, but there's a couple of things that really make a difference for working Americans in South Carolina and in Vermont. The child tax credit, when we had
This
that.
is going to be
it
ending
reduced
in like
poverty
30
for
minutes, I
children
think.
By 50%.
Because even these questions,
That's really elemental.
it's been a
for,
while since he's hit the wire.
hardworking families.
And
and
Amazon
the
cutting
premium
jobs in
support,
fashion and
where
fitness.
Healthcare is just a brutal expense for employers too, by the way. So my hope is that in the design, we're going to start by making certain that we do no harm to working Vermonters and working South Carolinians, okay? Second, on the tariffs, I'm in support of the China tariffs. That is defending us against unfair trade practices by China. I'm concerned about the impact of tariffs on Canada and what that does to us in Vermont. Our major business partner, export partner, is Canada. And from what we have seen, it would raise the cost to businesses, probably cost jobs and cost to consumers. So what reassurance can we get from the Trump administration that there's going to be a do no harm policy to American consumers and Vermont workers and small businesses with a tariff policy?
Senator, very, very difficult for me to isolate Vermont especially. But in terms of working Americans, I believe that President Trump understands that it's working America. He had a very unique coalition.
Well, he does. And I hope the policy will reflect that. So I appreciate the opportunity to work with you on that.
I look forward to working with you. And look, I think he understands that it's the affordability crisis.
It is. And just the last thing, very little time, but we were talking about credit card rates for consumers. Credit card fees for our small businesses are the highest in the whole world, the highest in the whole world. Why can't we bring them down and pay what Europe pays? Our small businesses, it's like the second or third highest expense for them. And you'll have some impact there, but those costs on our small business, including those small, the pass-through businesses, I'd like to get them down and get your help in doing that.
I look forward to working with you on this issue if confirmed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Marshall.
Well, thank you, Chairman Crapo, Ranking Member Wyden. It's great to join the Finance Committee. As I listen around, it
Target's
seems to
going
me
up.
like
Again,
so
they had
many of us
earnings
share
today.
the same goal. That
Is
we
it
want
green?
Americans
It's
to be
down by one
prosperous.
still.
We want
And
them to be
Bond's
able to live
climbing.
their
SPY
American
hasn't really
dream. We
done
disagree how
much.
to get there
Again, he hasn't
oftentimes,
said
but
anything.
we
I just
all
think
have the
people
same goal, that we
feel
want
a little
Americans to be
confident in
prosperous.
Bessent.
Mr. Bessent, welcome, and congratulations on your nomination as well.
A dark green tie.
I think
Wow.
it could be said that
you don't see those too
rural
often.
America, in many ways, is President Trump's base. Of the 77 million people that voted for President Trump, a lot of them came from rural America. In fact, I think I could argue that 90% of rural Americans voted for President Trump. And no one has suffered more these last 4 years than rural America has. So my questions may be geared up about that as this economy. What can we do to help Main Street, to help small businesses, and to help rural America? Now, everyone knows that you're a financial wizard, that you've been successful on Wall Street. But I just want to understand your commitment to small town America. You're from a small town. I think you understand agriculture from our conversations, and even some background in community banks. How important are community banks to those small towns, and what is your commitment to rural America?
Well, Senator Marshall, I think I, again, may be one of the few Treasury Secretary nominees in recent period who occasionally listens to farm radio on XM on weekends. And I can tell you that after the Silicon
You do
Valley,
what on weekends?
The debacle,
Yeah, I listen to farm radio.
was intensely focused
On
on the
XM.
potential loss of
Yeah, that has to be cap, right?
small and community banks.
Yes.
And they are
Ming-Chi
important
tweet on
pillars
TSM.
for those communities.
That's funny.
So I think examining in terms of what is the regulation, what is the supervision,
that's cap, right?
are they being unduly burdened, and that they are not able to help.
You don't
their
even have to lie
communities?
about that. He's like, dude,
What
even on
are
the weekends,
supervisors.
I listen to
what
XM
is the
farm radio.
supervisory, edict there. And,
But then again, I don't own a
again, as
farm,
I
so
said
I don't know
earlier,
if
too,
that's
I
what-
think that
I don't know,
China
man.
has not made good on their ag purchases
We
for 4
coming
years.
around the mountain when
And
she
if
come.
confirmed,
Yeehaw.
next week, I would start pushing for them to resume the purchases, and then I would conference with President Trump on whether he believes that there should be a makeup provision.
Thank you. I want to stay on rural America and talk about tax credits for a second. 45Z is a tax credit, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with it or not, but it would really help rural America in the standpoint that we help take some of our feedstocks, whether it's soybeans or corn, and turn it into biodiesel, renewable diesel. I think it's going to lead to a cleaner air for all of us, but it's certainly very important
ads,
to
I know,
rural
but
America,
dude, look.
and just would ask that you would look into it. But what
Bro.
we can't do is let China benefit from it.
I have
really
not
think
had
any
a
tax credit we
fucking
have should not
cutoff
impact foreign
since we've done it,
entities,
bro.
And just
It's
wanted
so
you
sad.
to get a few background
And then, bro,
thoughts
you
on
guys
the-
are
on this
disgusting.
45Z
Some of
tax
you.
credit from you.
Well,
'Cause
as
I was gonna
we
tell you, dude, this
discussed
is
in your
philo
office,
time.
and you gave me a very good
And y'all,
overview.
some of
how
y'all
the
avoid
Chinese
philo because
backdoor
you're
into
actually
this
demons.
program.
I'm just
So
saying.
that's
Because there would be like
obviously,
700 of you
unacceptable.
gone by now.
And,
Easy.
I look forward to
Shame
working
on
with
you.
on the 45Z.
Great. And then
Why
I
are you
wanna
so
finish up
scared,
talking
bro?
on the Trump tax cuts and how important it is to make them permanent. I don't understand what $4.6 trillion is.
No, like
but I
it's
can tell
actually
you that
like
families back in
700 people.
Kansas were able
They're
to
like,
keep
I'll
about
listen to you for
$1,000
4.5
month
hours.
in their pocket after the
I will
Trump
not
tax
listen
cuts
to
took
that
effect.
segment.
And I think that would be going forward.
And then
So
I
if
will
we
come
lost
back
if we
and
lost
listen
these
to
Trump
the
tax
other 2
cuts, then
hours.
I would assume that those same families would be giving the federal government another
Guys.
$1,000. So this issue to me is vitally important to rural America to the tune of $1,000 a month. So I guess my question for you is, beyond just making the current Trump tax cuts permanent, what else would be on the menu that would help the economy as far as other tax cuts?
Well, I think President Trump has talked about, and it's not specifically a rural issue.
Yeah, we
but
need
it
2,000
is
likes, though,
something
too.
that,
Because that's what I'm saying. There's 800 of you, 700. You'll go in and out on Philo. I know damn well you ain't liking the video.
No tax
That's
on
it,
tips,
'cause I have
no
to make
tax
you
on
leave
Social
once a
Security,
day.
No tax on overtime, and perhaps making auto loans tax.
Are the ads going to go away? Probably not, to be honest with you. I mean, best case scenario, you get surprised, but I'd rather promise no and over-deliver, but we'll see. But I don't expect it to if it keeps making everything run smooth.
It's an honor to be here.
Mr. Chairman, one sentence. I very much appreciate our colleague mentioning 45Z, the Clean Fuels Production Tax Credit. That is part of the clean energy tax credits that we got into law. So I look forward to working with you on it.
Thank you. So let me just, Mr. Bessent, so you understand how we're going here. I know it's been a long time, and thank you for your patience. We have Senator Warren next, followed by Senator Scott, and then Senator Whitehouse. And then Senator Wyden would like to ask one more question. He gets the only extra question of the day. And then he and I will probably make a few very brief remarks in wrap up, and we'll be finished at that point. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Bessent, and welcome to your family. It's good to see everyone here today. So last month, President Trump said
My favorite person. Thank you.
Repealing the debt limit. So do I. So there we are, Donald Trump and Elizabeth Warren.
Elizabeth, do you still think we should cut rates first
hymnal.
before we get into this?
Mr. Bessent, let's
remember
make it
she
clear.
really wanted
Do
rate
you
cuts,
agree with
like
President
really bad,
Trump that
really
the
really
debt
bad.
limit should be repealed?
Even though it made everyone's
Senator
mortgage go up, she really
first of all,
wanted it and advocated
I
and wrote
enjoyed our
letters.
visit in your office and appreciate the fact that when I walked in, you said, let's talk about what we have in common, our love of Cape Cod, the Red Sox, and that addressing the affordability crisis and the housing shortage. So
nice. So y'all both don't value humans.
The debt limit
Got it.
is a very nuanced.
I love the beach. I love baseball and food.
Convention. What I would like to do is get back to you and President Trump.
Y'all don't
I'd like
believe
to
in anything
do a
else.
survey
You
of
don't
market
know other
participants with this amount of debt. It's very fragile equilibrium that we sell bonds in.
Mr. Bessent, forgive me for just a minute here, because this is the question about I'm not asking you whether or not we ought to increase our debt. I'm asking a very different question, and that is whether or not we should have a statute in place that says there's a debt limit that, if we don't increase the debt limit, would cause us to default. And that's not an economic analysis. In fact, let me ask you, I understand earlier you were citing the Congressional Budget Office. Have you seen the Congressional Budget Office projections of what would happen if the United States government defaulted on its debt? That is, if we hit the debt limit and just kept
so
on going
weird.
without
Only people who said that recently is Donald Trump and Elizabeth Warren.
The United States
I don't like that combo
on its debt, if I'm confirmed. But I will tell you that for people
That's good he made a commitment
don't
not to default.
The debt limit, it might be like taking out your handbrake in your car, that you can still hit the brakes, but it's one less feature, and
But I thought you just said you'd never use it. So you're talking about a handbrake that appears to be there.
Yeah, because you don't
but in
use your
fact is
handbrake
not
unless you
connected
need
to a
it,
braking
dumb.
system. It is literally never used.
How did you
right?
not get that?
And the reason,
I've never pulled a handbrake going 60 miles an hour in my car.
and the reason for that,
Never
I
to.
assume, is the enormous cost of a debt default. In fact, the Congressional Budget Office that I was asking
Yeah,
about
why would
a
I
minute ago
pull the handbrake at 60?
said that, or Moody's estimated, that a debt limit breach would cost the U.S. economy $12 trillion and cost 6 million people their jobs. I think this is the reason that President-elect Trump said that eliminating
He
the debt
explained
limit
it so
is,
beautifully.
quote,
She's like,
the smartest
well, what do you
thing
mean?
Congress could do. And I'd like for Congress to do the smartest thing, and that is eliminate the debt limit so we don't have this problem.
Well, Senator Warren, I will tell you that once President Trump takes office, and if I'm confirmed, if he wants to eliminate the debt limit, I will work with him and you on that.
Great, great, because I agree with President-elect Trump that the debt limit should be repealed. I note, however, right now, that's not what congressional Republicans
She's
plan
going
to
to try
do.
to use her
Last month,
handbrake today.
They committed
I
to
guarantee.
raising the debt limit
Once she
by
sees
another
this clip
$1.5 trillion.
on her way home, she going,
So
you know, she going
why
to pull
do
it. She going to try it
Republicans wanna
out.
Raise the debt ceiling.
She's like, let's
Because
test
the
this shit
plan
out.
is to shovel new tax cuts to billionaires, and that would increase the debt by more than $1 trillion just in the next 4-year period. During his first term, President Trump's only major legislative achievement was his 2017 tax cuts that mostly got sucked up by millionaires, billionaires, and giant corporations. Now, most of these cuts were good for only 8 years so that Republicans who were designing them could claim that the cost was only $2 trillion. 8 years of cuts that added $2 trillion to the debt.
Hey, bonds and SPY coming down.
We're talking about Republicans and President-elect Trump who want to give
And
those
Carvana
same
ribbon.
rich people and giant corporations more years of tax cuts. And I just want to be clear that we understand each other here, that I think it was Senator Warnock who asked you about, is there any billionaire rich enough who you wouldn't support a tax cut for going forward?
That I think it's unwise to single out any
Rich people?
any individual.
Yes. That's how you got the Luigi thing,
is there
Elizabeth.
a group of billionaires? You can just pick a dollar figure and there can be more than one above that.
I could give you a
unwise.
good answer, but
It's a
I
great
won't.
answer.
But again, that's not where the money is. At one point when President Obama was debating Mitt Romney, the moderator said, "But sir, that would make collections go down." And he said, "Yeah, but it's about fairness." And I have to tell you, Senator Warren, I'm about collection.
I understand, but I like to think that fairness.
See, I'm about
billionaires
collection.
actually paying their fair share too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You said fairness?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm about
Welcome.
collection.
Welcome to our committee. Good to see you again, and thank you for your willingness to serve. It's certainly a sacrifice to you and your family, but I think it's actually an investment for the country. We need folks who are willing to sacrifice on behalf of a greater cause. The greater cause.
What does that mean?
These generations of Americans you will likely never meet, but we'll be better off because we do the right thing.
It's hard, but I'm like, wait,
Think about
please, I
as
just want the
right
money.
thing.
Okay, we
I know
gonna
you
get money.
grew up in a working class family, and I grew up in a single parent household mired in poverty. Is having stability in our financial system. One of the places where we need the greatest amount of stability is for our banks. So think about Silicon Valley Bank and other banks that failed recently. As you can imagine, as chairman of the banking committee, I care deeply about the stability and strength of our banking system.
I feel like
from your vantage point, can you
I feel
provide
like
your
if Andrew
assessment of the
Tate
current safety
went to
and
Harvard
soundness of
and
the US banking industry
actually like did
and what
stuff
steps
like that, you
believe
know,
are necessary
and then
to
acted on his
ensure
other urges,
long-term
I feel like this he would have been.
Senator Scott, good to see you. Good to have two South
Oh,
Carolinians in
man,
the room.
dude, this guy is
And,
crazy. I
look,
like him.
I think
I like him.
the strength of the U.S. Economy, our financial markets, is the depth and breadth of our financial systems. I believe that we have likely seen the top 5 banks become too big a share of banking assets. we have seen, because of undue regulation, the shadow banking system get larger and larger, and to the detriment of community banks, small banks, and the small regional banks. So I think that we have to take a look at both regulatory and supervisory conditions in those. I think that the banking system is well capitalized, perhaps overcapitalized, and this comes from someone, my background is as a financial institutions analyst. I've also taught the history of financial crises, so I am very attuned to the idea that financial stability is important. The pendulum tends to swing from one way, go into overshoot, and that from 99 to 2008, that was an overshoot. And since then, the regulation, our banking system has been constrained. And if we are going to have the kind of the generalized Main Street prosperity that I would like to see over the next few years, it's going to be driven by communities, small banks, and small regionals.
Well, if I had more time, maybe another 5 or 6 minutes would be great. I don't think I'm getting it. Thank you very much. We'd spend a little more time on Basel III because your answer actually reinforces the fact that Basel III puts more capital on the sidelines, which means there's less capital to loan for mortgages or for starting small businesses. But I won't go there. But where I will go, however, is towards opportunity zones. As you know, I wrote the legislation, and opportunity zones was in fact a bipartisan piece of legislation, although it's only supported by Republicans. And the results of the opportunity zones has been astounding. My friends who are mayors, Democrat mayors, support it and celebrate it. My friends who are Republican governors support it and celebrate it, because the fact is simple, that $84 billion committed and invested in opportunity zones have led to real help coming into some distressed communities. It's only had less than a 5% gentrification rate, which is really important.
Yeah, all these charts are live. I mean, supply's going down, but you have not declined any more than the first 30 minutes.
Zones,
so we're still in the range. Like, that's what I was saying all day. The data was weird in the morning. I think range bound, maybe a wide range, but as long as bonds are good. I mean, again, today's almost over. We're halfway through.
Effective without gentrification. I hope that the administration will spend some time
Apple had bad sales numbers in the morning. People were saying that they're number 3 on the phone sale list globally, not number 1.
A resounding success. And I recently read data that in terms of affordable housing, the opportunity zones have created more affordable housing within the zones than any other federal government program.
I mean, the low tickers finally advancing a little bit more, but other than that,
I think that it's a fantastic
we'll see. I'd react when you start hitting the low and go lower.
I think the inner city redevelopment, I think we could think about opportunity zones more in rural areas.
Yes.
So I look forward to expanding and continuing the discussion.
Thank you. My last thoughts will be a comment, not a question.
That is a good question. What, Yellen? Yellen's mistakes?
As a result of the TCJA,
I think it's about to end.
We saw the richest Americans' tax burden as a percent of revenues coming in go up, and we saw the poorest Americans as a percent of revenue coming into the government go down. I think the easiest way to say that is to recognize that a single mother, like the one who raised me in 2017, made on average $40,000 a year. Her tax burden, her tax percent went down, her tax rate went down by 71%. That is a result of good policy being good politics, and I hope we keep our eye on the ball of helping the average American have more of their money in their pockets. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Senator Whitehouse.
Thanks very much, Chairman.
Whitehouse?
Welcome, Mr. Bessent. Thank you for the meeting we had in my office. I understand that colleagues have already raised the urgency of more sanctions on Russia's shadow fleet, particularly as it is sabotaging our allies' infrastructure in the Baltic, and urged that it is unfair for Chinese manufacturers to be able to underprice U.S. manufacturers by virtue of lower environmental standards. So I just want to give 2 big thumbs ups to both of those notions. As we talked about in my office, I think that the most immediate danger of a major economic collapse is going to come through the insurance industry. We're seeing signs of it in Florida already. The fires in LA are making it worse out in California, but it's occurring nationwide. And as we discussed, where you can't get insurance, you can't get mortgages.
It is funny that there has only been like 2 crisis questions, Elizabeth Ward and this one.
Economist of Freddie Mac.
Everybody else is asking like the other stuff.
Economic recession. So
yeah, he's talking recession.
I would like to ask first that you get somebody on your team to take a look at this report, which I'd ask to put into the record, from the Senate Budget Committee while I was chairing it, on the non-renewals, price increases, and unavailability problem county by county across the country. And if somebody on your team looks at it and can give you a summary, I would be grateful. And I would actually ask you personally to read this Economist magazine article. I don't think it's complicated.
No, Senator Whitehouse, you gave it to me in your office, and I did read it.
Good.
So
all right, so we're ahead of you. So I just want to make sure.
I will point out to my children behind me, doing your homework's important.
It is important. Thank you for doing
little kid nodded. He said, yup, facts, Dad, facts.
That has been proposed. So I just think
that was a serious ass nod from the kid. He was like, yup.
To this problem.
Facts.
I think it's actually started. Ernest Hemingway famously said that bankruptcies happen gradually and then suddenly. I think we're in gradually on a climate change driven insurance crisis that will cascade out into the whole economy. I gave my Environment Public Works colleagues a book this thick. I gave your team a similar book of all the many high-level, serious, peer-reviewed studies that have shown these economic risks. And I just don't think we're ready for it. And I think it's really important that we be ready for it. And I don't want
City
anybody to say
CEO
that they
on
weren't warned about
CNBC
it.
talking
So
buybacks right now.
there's my warning.
I saw him on the high ticker like 20 minutes ago.
Last question to you, and I'm going to be treading into an area where I don't know a thing because I just heard about this morning, and I've been the ranking member in the EPW NOMS hearing. So what I did read this morning is that the manner in which you have structured your partnership has enabled you to avoid the payment of nearly $1 million in Medicare taxes, and that the IRS has taken the position that the manner in which you structured your partnership to avoid those Medicare taxes does not actually support avoiding Medicare taxes. And it's probably more
Wait, so he got a
complicated
tax
issue
problem?
than you and I are going to get through in the next 1 minute and 13 seconds. So we'll follow up with a question for
He's
the
saying like,
record.
why you defer
But I
Medicaid taxes then?
just think that when we're dealing with these massive issues of income inequality and threats to Medicare and all of the concerns that I think actually helped propel President Trump to the presidency, it would be extremely awkward if the Secretary of the Treasury were taking advantage of a supposed avoidance mechanism that the IRS, which you oversee, has determined actually doesn't produce that
Good for him.
result.
Honestly,
And
it's a
somehow
great
those
question
things
for
need to
somebody
come
that I think
into
agrees with him.
alignment. I don't know why. I suppose the easiest thing would be to go back and pay the Medicare taxes. But again, this is way more complicated than you and I can dispose of in the next half minute. But I do think it's important. I think it's really important to send a message as an incoming Treasury Secretary that everything you do with respect to your personal taxes aligns with IRS guidance.
Senator White, thank you for the question. So it is the firm's taxes, and we are up to date on all our taxes. This matter is not by us, but it is in continuing litigation. If confirmed, I have agreed to shutter my firm, and I have also informed the ranking member and the chairman that I will provision the amount that is lower than the amount that was stated in the press release that went out last night. And I will hold that until the case makes its way through the courts.
So he's willing to step down from the firm once they finalize it or pay the money. That's crazy, though.
This actually is a problem that needs to be attended to. So thank you.
That's not a good look.
Thank you. And Senator
I didn't see that one coming. Even though it probably was a rumor, the rumored amount was way higher, but nah.
Mr. Chairman, and
he got a tax loophole.
That after this, at some point, you and I'll have.
That was the best question. That was from a Republican. I'm pretty sure. I think he liked him.
Mr. Bessent, I want to ask about the double standard with respect to tax enforcement in America. The working person, a firefighter or a nurse,
it's a Dem, really?
Somebody who works for
I thought that was a Republican.
Pays taxes with
I guess his
every
name is
single
White House.
paycheck, and the government gets that information.
That was a great question, though.
And to a great extent, the ultra wealthy can have a very different system.
That's his like personal drama.
They can bring in
the other
this
guy,
whole
they're like,
battery
did you
of
drink,
accountants
cheat on your
and
wife,
lawyers
and get
the like,
fired?
say, make
they're like,
sure
did you try
that I
to
don't
dodge
have
$1 million in
income
taxes
this year?
through a legal
And
loophole,
then
but
they
now
don't have the same
you're going to control the
reporting,
IRS.
system. And what I have always felt is that ensuring that the government, the IRS, can do tax enforcement to prevent wealthy tax.
This guy hates the sun.
Absolutely crucial.
I'm surprised he's even outside right now. I thought he was only allowed at nighttime, given the blood thing, and like, I don't know, but yeah, he don't like Bessent or the sun.
You're trying to figure out what's actually going on.
Or
with
garlic.
Lots of wealthy people.
He did not like garlic at all.
To me, the scam is in what's legal. I want it understood that I'm talking about people using their accountants and lawyers.
I hope that earned me a like. I need 400 more, bro. Come on.
My question to you is, do you believe that it makes sense for the Congress to give the IRS the resources to collect taxes from
He a
people
vampire?
who
I don't
may
know,
be
but
cheating?
if we were playing like
And we don't
21
even know
questions, I would
because
ask.
It's so hard to run down all this information.
I'd be like, how do you feel about sunlight and garlic? Okay, no,
Senator
yes.
Wyden,
I don't know if he is,
believe
but I
that
would
collections are
definitely
very
ask
important.
if I could.
And I believe that the IRS, and again, I haven't been confirmed. I have had no meetings. This
How
is
do you
all
feel about
external. I believe that a large amount of it can be solved by data processing, and we are on the verge of an AI revolution. And I would
Curiosity,
hope that the
gold or
AI
silver, which one
revolution,
do you prefer?
much as it has in medical technology, it's pattern recognition, and that my understanding now is that the agency runs on 12 different systems on COBOL, which is the programming language that when I went to Yale in 1980. So I am 100%.
All right, Tesla again and NVIDIA. Again, big tech's bringing you down. Unfortunately, bro, this is equity. Bonds are good, bro, so I'm not going to trip. I encourage you not to overreact. Equities can move, but as long as this shit's not dead, I mean, I don't really see the problem.
It's going to be computers.
Even dollars down, too.
Not people. But I showed up in the United States Senate when only one person, Pat Leahy, knew how to use a computer. And so we've seen these dramatic developments, and I think you're right, AI is going to shape.
I think he just
the
outed
debate, but
Biden.
It still leaves
because I think
question.
Biden was there too.
We're going to need resources. And
you mean only one
again,
person knew how to use a
what
computer?
you
I mean, it
see,
makes a lot of
because they
sense,
don't
but
have the resources to go after the wealthy tax cheats. People who use the earned income tax credit or something.
This
they're
guy
the
grew up
ones,
in Palo
who get
Alto.
the audits and the like. And,
And then he went to
wanna
Stanford.
see
Then he
in
went
this
to
position
Oregon
somebody make
School
a
of Law.
commitment to making sure we'll have the resources to go after the wealthy tax cheats who have this unique kind of system. And I would acknowledge your point that certainly
And then
it's
he
going to be a
founded a
challenge
group
in
called
the years
Gray
ahead with respect
Panthers,
to AI and other
advocacy
technology. We're still gonna
network,
need resources. We
which
can support that?
confronts ageism and many other social justice
if
issues.
confirmed, I will come back to you with a plan for.
He's definitely a vampire.
Unwealthy tax cheats.
You seem to believe that the wealthy cheat more.
Dog, what do you mean?
I think.
Why is your
across the
first
entire
thing
income
for the mission? He said
spectrum,
ageism. We're
so
combating. We're here to
you were saying
combat
that the
ageism.
wealthy have this special cachet, and if there is some large mother load there, then to figure out how to crack that.
And he was a
whether
teacher
it's
too. I don't
through
think he ever had a
AI,
job.
Or
like,
some other
besides
means
teaching.
that I will commit to coming back to you.
Well, let me tell you why it's so important. Former IRS Commissioner Rettig, who was President-elect Trump's last IRS commissioner, testified here that the IRS needed additional multi-year funding because it was, quote, outgunned when it came to auditing wealthy individuals and large corporations. So the view that I have stated today is not just one that I offer, but a former Trump appointee said
Fed Goolsby more comfortable that
the
labor
agency
market
was
is
outgunned
stabilizing.
with respect to resources. So you've indicated that you'll continue the discussion.
This is almost over. It's going to end soon.
Thank you.
Nothing
And
has been
why don't you go
affecting
ahead
us.
with any closing remarks you'd like to make right now, and then I will wrap it up.
I'm going to spare
I think people like it though.
everybody,
Equity's doing its
especially
thing,
the
but the
nominee,
fact
a
that bonds did not
filibuster's
give
been
up
long,
once, there is a Waller
morning,
effect, but
and,
I generally
Mr.
think
Bessent,
people are
we
confident in
started
this
off
guy.
with your
Oh, that wasn't a
confirming
bad
that
one.
You're going to protect taxpayers'
Couple of weird
ability to
spots,
file their
but it
taxes
wasn't.
for
That was
free
actually excellent.
directly with the
And then SPY new
IRS.
low. Now
I think
you
that's
could freak out a
constructive
little
because
bit, but
I think when it
like I
works
said, I don't
for
think
a
we get out of the
second
range too
straight year,
much.
We're going to begin to join
before
the
this
rest
ends.
of the Western industrialized world in making sure that our people have a chance to have a system that works for them, that empowers them if they choose it. With respect to some other issues, I'm concerned about a number of other matters, and we may need to have some additional conversations about it. What concerned me was your response to my question about wealth rather than work with respect to being favored in the tax code. And I think today that's a reality. That's just plain fact. And the people I represent know it because they pay taxes with all their paychecks and they're paying a higher rate than people who, as I've indicated today, have good lawyers and good accountants. So I continue to be very troubled by that. And some of the past reforms have tried to minimize those differences between tax rates for wealthy people and tax rates for workers. But I remain concerned about that. And with respect to some of the other issues, I leave you with the proposition that I haven't really heard you touch on, and it's the proposition that Bill Bradley and I have believed in.
Hey, yo, Rio, big flush.
We want a
at least on the
tax
low
code that gives
ticker.
Everybody in America.
I think they had a headline earlier. Yeah.
And with
There's going to be a headline on that.
About the difference between
and then Q-Del
the
bird
rates
flu
for
test.
the wealthy and,
Shout out by
and
CDC.
for workers. There's a long way to go to get it done. So I'll look forward to continuing some conversations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Rio Glencore discuss possible combo. Wow.
Bessent,
That's another
toward the very
gigantic
end here.
M&A.
I'll be brief myself.
I don't know if isn't Glencore private now?
And where I started out.
I don't know.
I think that it's very clear that you have acted in your dealing with the vetting of this committee in a very, very straightforward, courteous, and honorable way. When it comes to your qualifications to be the next Secretary of the Treasury, there is no room for debate, and you have shown that today here in the hearing. Your background, your training, everything is tailor-made for this role, and your character and demeanor are self-evident. You have satisfied our due diligence process. In prior Congresses, I've joined with many of my Republican colleagues in voting for well-qualified Treasury Secretary candidates put forward by a Democratic president, even though I didn't agree with all of the positions that they advocated. Your candidacy ought to enjoy similar support, and I'm going to encourage my colleagues
yeah, they
on
went
both
bankrupt
sides
back in
of
the day
aisle
if it's
to join with
OTC.
me in advancing your nomination.
But yeah, that sounds like, man, I haven't heard
appreciate
Glencore
you
in a long
taking
time.
The time that you have
Literally a
taken
decade.
to work with us over the past few weeks to get this process to this point. And with that, I would like to remind my colleagues that the deadline for submitting any questions for the record is 5 p.m. today. And without anything else, this hearing stands adjourned.
Yeah, I think he's going to get it. Yeah, that's it, bro. That was great. All righty. Look, bonds are still up. The only problem is that Waller kind of muddied the waters. Again, we are going a little lower. I really would not trip there, like I told you, even till Monday. I think we're going to stay in this 14-day range, man, up and down. But That should get you really excited. I'm telling you that. I think he was confident, and I think he was very good, bro. I think that he was a very, very good one, and I genuinely have confidence. I don't know. I'm kind of sketched out, to be honest, because I'm like, the fact that I feel confident, because last time with even Yellen, even Mnuchin, it was just kind of like cope in a weird way. Like, you can find a way to make money no matter what, but I don't know. He's not your typical person, bro. And I think he handled that very, very well. I give him, he had some weird stuff when it's all said and done. So do I like trickle down theory? Do you work in Senate? Why are you asking me questions like this? You don't have to try to trick me. Just get to the fucking point. Believe me, I'm not up for any office right now, so it doesn't even matter. I liked him for other reasons. That's why I'm wondering why you asked me that, because I said I liked him and I'm confident, but I don't know why we got to trickle down economics, Mr. Reagan. So either way, the whole point is I think people like him. I think the bonds like him, and I think he offers a nice counter to the whole, oh my gosh, everything is bad narrative. I'm very confident in that dude, man. That was wild. I think he had weird questions. There was two. What was the first one that he stumbled on? Was it the Medicare questions? I forgot. Remember, he had that first stumble about an hour in. There was one question he didn't really answer too well, and I think it was the billionaire question. And I get what he was saying, but there's one before that. And then again, his tax thing, I don't think that's good. I mean, obviously, people do stuff with taxes, and again, I don't think he broke the law. I just think he was using a tax loophole. You know what I'm saying? Where he lied about he lied about it. He just failed to say it, because he said, I don't think the policies will have inflation, but the things he said right before about oil and sanctioning Russia, that is naturally, I think he's smart enough to know. I don't think he's a fool. Most people, I doubt their economic knowledge. I think that guy is probably smarter than all of us. I think he knows his shit. So that's why I'm it's interesting that he didn't acknowledge that. So I thought that was weird. And then again, his tax situation, I wouldn't say he's breaking the law, but it's definitely kind of like Raphael Bostic. It doesn't look good. And I'm glad that he's willing to do it. Holy crap. FBI has warned agents that it believes hackers have stole their call logs. What? So again, if you don't know, this morning we found out that the Treasury was hacked by China. So China has everything in the Treasury computers, I'm pretty sure, or a good portion of it. And now they're saying that the FBI is warning its agents that their call logs may have been stolen. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. China. Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting. Then you got some UK headlines, but yeah, not bad. I like Bessent. That was old news. Well, it's coming in again. There's going to be probably an update to it. I'm seeing something breaking now. Brian Bessent new at Starbucks. Dude, that was great. That croissant comment got me too. And then you had Rio headlines. What was the other one? SPT or whatever? Yeah, this one had a M&A acquisition rumor. And then I think there was one more. So you got a couple of updates. And again, the data in the morning, it was just a little lukewarm. Again, most people were responding to yesterday. And then again, everybody kind of froze up until the end there. But as long as the bonds are holding, the dollar's down, I think you're just going to move around there. But yeah, I'm excited, man. Mm-hmm. The bonds are still kind of weak. It's just a good rat. This isn't, like I was telling you, I think they should be around 90. that could account for like, worries, but not really like, oh my God, Donald Trump. And that's still very, very low. So I think I'm being conservative, but like I told you guys, even for the bonds, if you watched the watch list yesterday, this chart, I don't really use technicals, but when it comes to the bonds, I like the numbers. So I don't know, over the years, I've told you almost very accurately where the bonds will go once they hit levels. So, but I agree with the technicals right now. So pretty much what people are saying, people are getting bullish on the bonds again too. I'm telling you, after yesterday's CPI, I think today helped out now with Bessent and Waller. But if you take a look, there you had a bond pump fake in April of 24. So now people are starting to talk about this closing up again. But again, here's what I'm trying to tell you, 10-year. If you are watching the 10-year bond, again, we were near the 4.7s or whatever, pretty much 4.4. So the other like previous high, that's going to be like this support level. If you could break below that, or if we break below this 4.6, you go to 4.4. 4.4 opens up to 4.25 and then 4. So just quarter point at a time, but that's kind of what you're looking for with TLT. Make him bank off the ads. I'll check. I haven't really looked. Like I said, I mean, usually I only get paid off the memberships because of, like I tell you, I mean, all my videos got some copyright or whatever it is. But, man, I'm going to slap this out of y'all. But, yeah, YouTube hasn't kicked me out throughout the day. And apparently you guys don't leave if I don't do philo. So I need 2,000 likes for everything now, since I know I got 700 philo haters holding out, but they're scooping up everything. So I don't know how you guys, or we could just end at 10 a.m. and then I could do a private philo stream. How do you guys want to do this? Because otherwise I need 2,000 likes a day then, if that's going to be the case. Yeah, I was feeling that in the morning. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. But I'm kind of proud. I'm not going to lie. One day. That's 700 opportunities. You know what I'm saying? They don't feel me. OSTX? What does that sound? Look familiar. Oh, it's a biotech. Pop in 3%. Yeah, I'm going to see what the ads are and how that works out. But thank you guys, for real. I mean it just in the sense it's been smooth. Remember, the first day I got back there, I switched back to the default settings of YouTube. But, dude, the first day I got back, the first 2 days, they were cutting me out on OBS, dude. It was annoying. So I'm very, very glad that we've been able to run a little smoother. But now you get non-smoothness via ads. Maybe they were just kicking you ads out so you have to reload and get an ad. I know, bro. Everything I don't do it. It's been running very smoothly, and I'm kind of disappointed in that. My source, the Treasury was 2 weeks ago. Yeah. I thought you meant the call log. The Treasury one, there was news on it this morning, but I don't know if it went that far back. It could have, but that call log thing was just coming out now. YouTube says comply. And then Microsoft Copilot price updates right now. And then bonds going through. So again, even post Bessent market coming down a little bit, but like I'm saying, I think bonds like it. And you already had people getting bullish on bonds yesterday, but we got to get through it. We got to get to the inauguration, but for the most part, that's kind of a decent sign. We have not called Intel yet. No. Not yet. Are we going to get a philo today? No, I don't think so, actually. I have one, but might as well punt it. And I'm going to use this for data research purposes. Because that's what I was going to tell you the other day. I noticed it, but now I have a day with no philo, and that's actually insane. You guys are wild, bro. Wild. Jesus Christ is the Lord and Savior. I'm sorry, I just wanted to irritate some of you. Because now I know you shouldn't have told me, really. I didn't, dude, 700 people who are scared of a Bible or like, you know what I'm saying? Oh, dude, if you don't think I'm going to have fun with this, oh, man, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Then I'm not, I remember, I'm still a work in progress, so forgive me. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. No philo. But you were complaining during everything, though. So why are you in a bad mood every day? I get bad mood during philo, but you were bitching all day. Never mind. It's okay. You'll figure it out. Mm-hmm. Talk the Bible, bro. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I like talking about it, but this is good. I like getting more time. I don't know. Unfortunately, I may have to think about options that we could do. Because I might as well just go private for the philo people and just end my day at 10 a.m. Call it a day. I can make a lot more doing other things. I could talk about my Bible, and then we could kind of torture the other dudes a little bit more, you know, make them kind of, because they otherwise like the video. That's it now. Because I know damn well if that many people are willing to do that, you guys are not liking the video, and you guys are the one adding friction in the chat. So let's figure it out. How the tables turn. The Florida man? No, I did not see that one. Stick around. I don't know. Just like the video, though. Because at the same time, I view that I know how people treat me with that shit, and it kind of makes sense. So, 2,000 likes. We're almost there, too. Y'all did good. Oh, yeah. Can we do it? Can I get 50 more likes so I can tell you what I wanted to tell you all day? It's really good info. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. The bait has been laid. I gave the bait in the morning. I told you guys I have a good thing to tell you, but now we need 2K likes. Got the mind, senor. Senor Senator. There it is. Look at that. So here's what I was going to tell you. It's one part tinfoil, another part understanding how the narrative has just shifted. Okay? So think about this. Do you guys see what has happened with bonds and the pressure from the market and the worries about inflation? So this is a good way to verbalize it. I hope you realize it. But essentially, this last couple of weeks and what happened with the bonds and expectations, this now effectively transferred the responsibility of inflation from the past administration to Trump. Are you following? So think about it. Coming into it, it was going down. Again, most factors haven't gone up, but now they clapped the bonds. They got all. It's not even blame game, but now with how it's played out, now they just shove the ball back in the Trump side now. Because now he's starting from a point of pressure. When Biden came in, y'all let him go for a year before questioning $6 trillion. You see what I'm saying? And then Powell did that in 2022. So essentially now, from the get-go, Trump is going to have the pressure of inflation, and I think they inherently just transferred the responsibility of inflation to his administration now. So that if it does good, he will get rewarded. If he does bad, he will get punished. Both stocks, policy, politics, everything. If that makes any sense. So why do I say that? I mean, now look at it. Why the answer and why I'm saying this is because now moving forward with the bonds, like I talked about yesterday on the watch list, bro, the bonds, like they might move, they may catch a bounce, but the real bond bid, the real bond move now, it happens when we get political stability. That's it. Or gridlock, like I'm saying. So you have to have Trump. If Trump is in the government and we, little by little, if he starts saying, no, we're going to do this, we're going to do that and not go crazy, then it'll be good. But literally, you have to have political stability now. because the market's not responding to that. The market's not responding to the real data. It's worried about the politics. So now you need that to actually calm down, and that will be your next real driver. But that's why I'm like, it makes sense now. The pressure wasn't that high ahead of the election and right after, but now effectively the pressure is on for Trump, and now they've transferred the responsibility of inflation to him. Yeah, and that's why, too, once we get political clarity, I think that's going to smooth out the bonds and let us do our things, you know? So we will be good to go. That's what happened when the economic COVID mess got transferred to Biden. No, I disagree. You know, and if you disagree with me, give me your supporting evidence, because my supporting evidence is that right when Biden got in, nobody gave a shit about interest rates, bonds, or spending. He literally signed a $6 trillion deal, multiple of them, or like a 2 and a 4, and it didn't, literally, you didn't have to worry about bond pressure. Like I'm saying, inflation went up to 9% before people and the Fed's expectations went up. That is exactly like, this is what, it's simple. I could cut through all the nonsense. Biden comes up with crazy spending deficit plans. For a year and a half, everybody said transitory and let him slide. Vice versa, Trump's not even in office yet, and now without him doing anything, they're saying inflation is back before even inflation has gone up. They had to do another weird oil sanction just to get oil to go up 10%. So that's my evidence of why I would say I'm correct. But if you disagree, please follow that up. But yeah, that's how I feel pretty strongly. Inflation was already in conversations before Trump's first term. I mean, yeah, but again, even with Biden, dude, I was making video. If anybody with a above average knowledge of economics knew what was going to happen if you kept dumping all that money. Like, again, let's get rich off of inflation. 2020, 2021. You're delusional. I'm very well aware of that. I've been delusional for a long time, but then again, it helps me not fall for some of the other, basic crap a lot of people fall for as well. But again, back to what I told the other dude, what's your supporting evidence for why you disagree with me? I know you may not like it and you may get your feelings hurt, but again, what is your supporting evidence to what I am explaining about the bond political situation and the administration and reaction of expectations due to potential policy? Do you have an answer for that? Because other things I'm delusional in, but I do have an answer for that based on facts and evidence. So I'm waiting. The other guy hasn't got back to me either, but I didn't ban anybody. I'm just asking genuinely. So, yeah. Strong arm China. I don't know. I mean, the debt, well, hopefully we don't have to sell that much debt. That's kind of the idea. That's why I like Bessent. Hopefully he could kind of calm it down a little bit. Show your work if you disagree. Thank you. Amen, man. Amen. I did it, Joe. Just don't pull the handbrake at 60, I feel. That was funny, too. All of it was funny. Do you think the dollar goes down, prices will rise? I'm not really worried about that. I'd be more worried about the trade-weighted dollar. That's what I was kind of getting crazy about recently. That I think that's gonna be more confusing for everybody. It's more so I'd be more worried about dollar weakness or strength relative to our trading partners rather than a nominal level. So it will be weird, but essentially the answer isn't yes or no. It just depends on how things are, but I wouldn't say that's a guarantee. It just depends if we're talking nominal or trade weighted strength or weakness. You're tripping. Inflation was well on its way back up when Biden took office in 21 due to the Fed monetary policy. No, it was due to spending. I even blamed Donald Trump for the first half of it, but then Joe Biden thought it was a good idea to quadruple it or triple it. And again, just let me put it this way. When was your first rate cut or rate hike? Excuse me. So just check all your timelines before y'all start shooting off, because you'll realize we didn't cut rates or raise rates till 2022. Are you aware of that? That means Joe Biden had a full 14 months of office and policy and $6 trillion amongst many other things before the Fed or anybody stepped in, said anything, or let alone just said, no, prices are going to come down. Don't trip. Meanwhile, that's not what we've seen here coming into it. Now, obviously, the situation is different. I think the best counterexample that any of you who have disagreed with me has said is that inflation already exists now. So prior to Biden and Trump, nobody gave a fuck about inflation. So now it kind of makes more sense because they're scarring. I could give you that. That's a good counter argument. The rest of you are just sad that Donald Trump won. So other than that, I could kind of see that, but that's what I'm saying. But look when we had your first rate hike. Look at the Fed. Look at everybody. It was late. It was not ever pre an advancement. And again, and we should have been, and people warned about it with Biden, but they all got silenced, banned, shut up, and outweighed by Elon and Bitcoin or whatever else was going on. I mean, again, it was wild, but then again, that's the past. Like, all I'm saying is that this is why I feel like they have transferred from the day one, they have transferred inflation responsibility to Trump. That's only me who's saying that? No. I think a lot of people would agree. I think Michael Wilson of Bank of America shares most of my exact thoughts. I think Scott Bessent would agree with me, to be honest. Even Larry Summers, who was used as a Democratic talking point at one point, agreed with me from the beginning. He talked about money supply and all of this. I'm telling you, this isn't crazy what I'm saying. This is actually very basic Econ 101. This isn't actually, this isn't econ and politics. This is not anything crazy. It was just poor execution, shitty politics, and we all let it slide from 2020 till today. Yeah, I agree. These are observations. I feel you. I think that is, I think some people disagree, and that's why we're playing, and I just that's why I'm asking for counter arguments. But at the end of the day, it really is, it is an observation. Less conclusionary than not. I'm willing to negotiate my conclusion, but it's hard to ignore those observations over this time frame. I think it's a beautiful way to put it. I might have pushed some buttons with Econ 101. Oh, well, I think the only buttons you should be pushing are the ones that save you 10% and get you a long term. So press those buttons too at the same time if you're bothered, and your life will balance out. Some people haven't gone to college or common sense. You don't need, I think some of y'all get it. If I told you Joe Biden was about to go and send 4 trillion pounds of weed throughout the United States, what do you think will happen to the price of weed? Do you want another example? Because I'm just saying, it's just, this one's the easy one, man. Supply, demand, money. And then everybody reacts a year later, and they're like, nah. The weed price, it'll come back up. We should sell more. We should give more. Like, you know this. Change the words around. Money, supply, weed, anything you want. You'll figure it out. Trump did the first 2 trillion. I've always criticized that. But that's why I'm saying Trump, you could blame Trump. But then homeboy came up, was like, yeah, let's do it again. And because then he was actually president. Biden was president, and he had, again, they ran it up, bro. But yeah, I think Trump was an extra $2 trillion. I'm not talking like deficit. I'm just talking excess money in response to COVID that you probably could have done something else. That borderline led to the debasement of the money supply that caused all of these global nominal and trade-weighted, variances in currencies and value. You know what I'm saying? It started with Trump, literally, because COVID. But then again, it was they added more fuel and flame. That's why I do blame everybody. You're confused? You don't need to be. It's very simple. Everything was affordable, and then they printed a shit ton of money, and prices went up. And when they printed a shit ton of money, they told you don't do anything, it's going to come down, and you believed it. And some people didn't, some did. And then they just kept printing that money, and the prices kept going higher, and that was it. Was there other things and other things contributing? Yes, I'm making it very, very simple. But this is the age-old, add money supply, debase that shit, you're going to get inflation and lose value. That's all that happened. You point your fingers at whoever you want, all of them did it. It's just they kept putting out money, your houses and everything started to go up. Every equal and opposite reaction, exactly. It was literally half of your money supply got introduced in the last 4 or 5 years. What did you think was going to happen to everything? Whether Donald Trump or not, transitory or not, didn't matter. That was going to be the effect. And that is what is happening and happened. So yeah, that's it. That's what we're really talking about. And then everybody argues on who to blame, or then we start looking at the micro instead of that macro. And then you have everybody arguing because of politics. But at the end of the day, I mean, that's all it is. Common sense isn't common. I have faith in you. I was watching that Scott Bessent thing, and he was like, my family is behind me. And I thought he meant it as a metaphor. They were literally behind him. So, I have faith in you all. And, we all, like, it's all a learning process. So I think anybody can figure it out. You just got to kind of want to. Power Hour Philo? Maybe. Unless you guys have like a business question. Otherwise, I wanted to read, but it's too long. It was a good philo today, but I didn't. I don't know. I knew it would take time, but I thought it would happen faster for some reason. What is my plan for Intel if we elect you CEO? To increase shareholder value as soon as possible. And given that, I may not know everything about chips, I do know how to save money. So after looking at their financials, I definitely think there's a lot of money that can be reduced without ever affecting operations. And then we pivot fully into the data centers, take advantage of our age-old historical advantage of manufacturing. We use that to our advantage, and then we start creeping on the heels of NVIDIA and AMD. I would plan on copying them a little bit or partnering with them, but realistically, there's too much money in that company, and all we got to do is cut some expenses, and I'm not your typical ones, but I'm saying the stuff that is easily avoidable and going to a lot of just unproductive old places. So, yeah. That's just initial, but, I'm very excited. I'm open to other ideas, but I could get you a couple billion. Oh, cheerio, chap. Let's see. Do you know why I did that sound? Because I was thinking that could be my voice when I call, but then my I'm kind of like voice cracking, so. I said, hello, cheerio. May I speak to the head of the company? Do you think that would good? All right, what do you guys have? Does anybody have a new approach? I called yesterday. I didn't call today. I called Intel yesterday because, again, I am looking to become the CEO. And I'm going to call every day until they announce a CEO because that means that the job is available. But yesterday I called and they hung up on me within about 15 seconds. So does anybody have any ideas on how, how we could go about this? I just got to get past the first guy. I know, but he doesn't like me. I don't know what I did to. I don't know. I thought I'm a pretty lovable guy. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I really thought. I was like, yeah, it's easy. I've been nominated for the job. Can I speak to my new colleagues? Lead with your business degree credentials. Bro, that's so 2010. But I don't have a business degree. I have a degree in political science and philosophy. Poke him. The security guard knows too much. If you can extension hop, you will find someone that doesn't know the rules. Get me one. Tether CEOs mulling expanding presence expects higher profits. Tether? Okay. I'm like looking for their phone number. It's in my phone log. Okay.
Thank you for calling Intel. Please select from the following options. If you know the name of the person whom you're trying to reach, you can use our automated attendant by pressing the pound sign. To verify some... Thank you for calling Intel Automated Attendant. Please say the full name of the person you are trying to reach. If you are having trouble, dial 0 at any time to be transferred to an Intel operator.
Michelle.
I am sorry, but name recognition with speech is not currently possible.
You just told me to.
Please use your keypad instead. Sorry, I found too many people with similar names. Thank you for calling Intel Automated.
I got close. Please. Okay, hold on. Let me try that again.
The selection was not that. The selection. Okay. Did you say no? I got close. Say yes or no.
No.
Press 1 for yes or 2 for no.
No.
Okay. Thank you for calling Intel Automated Attendant. Please say the full name of the person you are trying to reach. If you are having trouble. Sorry, I didn't find anyone with this name.
Damn it.
Thank you for calling Intel Automated Attendant. Please say the full name of the person you are trying. Please enter at least 3 letters to search. Please enter at least 3 letters to search. Sorry, I found too many people with similar names.
Fuck.
Thank you for calling Intel Automated Attendant. Let me transfer you to the operator. Please hold while your call is transferred to an Intel operator.
Intel operator.
Hello, my name is Josh. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm looking to leave a message for Michelle.
I would have to have a full name.
Michelle Johnston Wholehouse.
That office does not accept incoming calls.
Can I? Yeah, that's why I'd like to leave a message, please.
I wouldn't be able to help you with that, sir.
Okay, do you know who could help me with that?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay, well, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. That's it. Throwing him off guard for tomorrow. That's it. That's it. He didn't. I wasn't playing around that time. He didn't. That's it. Like, I got him for next time, though. That's fine. He's same guy. He ain't gonna come to work one day. I'm gonna find the next. That's, you know what I'm saying? That's, if I'm anything, I'm consistent, bro. You know that, right? Uh-huh. You can stop me. I will try every day. Every day. My whole life. I've been streaming every fucking day, man. Come on. It's good. They good. I tried. Okay, so day number 4. Again, they get me, man. Yeah, they get me, bro. I try to go into. I'm telling you, I am trying to become the CEO of Intel. Okay, it's very simple. Until they announce a new CEO, that means the job is available. I am more than qualified. I'm more than qualified than half of the Senate, for crying out loud. So, that being said, I think it's only right, and I already own shares, and it's a beautiful American company with a great history, and I can't believe it is where it's at. So every day I'm going to make my effort until we get a CEO or until I get the job. So either or, the company, I only care about the company's best interest. I would like a good CEO in there, and if they're not going to get one, I mean, I would love to serve them. Other than that, we got to get to it, and I mean, we need some action. So every day I'm going to call them. If you guys would like to help out, please, it means a lot. If you could support me in my effort. Today I also tagged Michelle, the interim CEO. So if you guys could follow me on Twitter, retweet this, if you guys could react. If any of you work at Intel, please, I mean, feel free. I can't offer you a job or a promotion. That would be wrong. But if you could help me out, that would be great. Let me know. Yeah, Michelle is a board member as well. So yeah, feel free to, again, I'm Real Cult News, but yeah, you know, if you guys want to help out, what do you want to say to them? Just tell them the truth. Tell them the truth about how you believe, what you believe in me and the company, and you know, and I think the truth will set us all free. And I think they need to know that there's people who like their company, and there's a lot of investors out there who invested in them, and we want to see the best for such a great American name. So let them know. Just let them know, man. And I'm a candidate. I'm out there. I don't know if you've heard of any other candidates, but I'm one of them willing to put myself out there. So I'm just saying, you could tell them you heard about me and ask them how good the conversations are going. I don't have a LinkedIn, so that's kind of been my problem. You know, even though I do have some experience, my experience has been as an owner, so I never really had a LinkedIn. But maybe I could consider that. I could get my CV up there and start doing that. Yes, I'm willing to work for $1. I don't even want money. So they don't, you know, I want to take all the money they would spend and return it back to shareholders. So I don't even want the salary. I believe it's $9 to $25 million base pay. I don't even want it. That's fine with me. I think we should earn it. You could pay me in a stock option grant down the line if I receive my objectives and complete them. I'm willing to work for it, and I don't get paid unless you get paid. That's how it should be. I don't know. You tell me. I'm just saying. I've never ran a public company. I've ran private companies, but you tell me. But like I said, I would love the opportunity. Mm-hmm. Ryan Cohen 2.0, no. I would never mislead you with a filing that I'm going to dump on you and try to tell you otherwise. No. I think my years on YouTube, I've shown you exactly what I will do, and I plan to stick to that. It's a good policy. Look at all the beautiful people we have in here. It's good. The people who don't like me get mad because I read a book. Board secretary. Can you email her? If you like to work at Pearson, you got me. What's Pearson? Like Harvey Specter? I could be a lawyer, I guess, but I really think I could bring value out of Intel. And they don't have a CEO and they haven't announced it, so I might as well try. It seems like they need that help, so I'm not going to lie to you. Do you know what really set me off? It was the day that we were watching the NVIDIA CES, and Intel Gaming thought it was a good idea to make fun of their Indian accents. And now, why did I think that was my moment? Not because of DEI, not because of all that, because I just realized that even if your diss tracks are not even that creative, I can only imagine what is occurring on a product development level. They have no creativity. They're outdated. People on the board have lived double than I have been alive. They have been on the board. So, yeah. And that's when I realized it. Oh, the education? Oh, I know Pearson. Hell yeah, bro. Let me get a textbook, bro. We should make the Josh Answers textbook. Tell them Trap House approves. You come with your own security. Bro, I'm having trouble getting past the damn phone security guard. I don't think I could start with, hey, I have the Trap House's approval to pursue this job. You know, some people may appreciate that, you know, but I don't know if I could get past with that, you know? Because I told you, when I went to Atlanta and I went to go see Trapper Wolf, right? I had to, you know, I had to tell my girlfriend, right? Because that's it. I just booked a flight and I was gone the next day. So I only had like 12 hours. I had like 8 hours to tell my girl, right? I see her and I'm assuming she knows everything. And I'm like, yeah, I got to go to Atlanta to see Trapper, right? And I tell my girl, and she just stops for a cold second and looks at me and says, what? You're going to Atlanta to see Trapper? And, you know, to her, it was kind of a red flag. She didn't really, I was like, no. It's not like that. It's, okay, I can see where we have the misunderstanding. So, yeah. It just didn't, it gave off it definitely, you're like, what? Josh is getting on a emergency flight to go see a Trapper in Atlanta? I knew it. You don't know someone that works for Intel that has an employee email? I've reached out in many ways. Like I'm saying, I think these are some of the failures of the company. And quite frankly, how I do my business, I don't text, I don't do this. I am very consistent, and I get on the phone or I'll come see you face to face. And that's how I plan on running the company. Enough of these delays, and I'll stream it too if I'm allowed to. I'll bring y'all with me, but that's what I'm saying. Like, all of this stuff, we could do it. We could get over this in a phone call. I'm just saying, I don't know why they want to, if they got money to burn like that, I see, but I'm just saying, one phone call, we could get this in and out, man, in and out. You're going for the play? Nice. Oh, you already called that one. Good work. I like Hershey's. Finally, it came up after getting clapped. Roxanne Coester is the actual executive to the CEO? Shut up. No, that's the number I have. Oh, wait. No, that's a different number. Okay, hold on. We're going to call another one because Chad provided me a number.
We're sorry, you have reached a number that has been disconnected or is no longer in service.
Man. Why did he even ring 3 times? That's stupid. Why did they even give me false hope? I tried that number, but it didn't work. They flagged my number. Are you sure? Okay, let me try my other one. Yeah, that one just, other phone said they didn't waste my other number said no false hope. It's dead, bro. You watch the channel every day, even when you're asleep and you want to be, but or do you live in another country? Because I should be live when you're awake. But do you have a long term and do you save 10% of every dollar that you touch? Because if you don't do that, all you are aspiring to is to be short and ugly like me. Because that's it. Because if I didn't save my money, if I didn't read those books, bro, and I didn't get that long term and I didn't work consistently, that's all. I would just be a short, ugly gecko lizard from Geico, born in Egypt. I wasn't born in Egypt, but my mom was. But still, you get it. So get a long term. Get a long term. They flagged your whole area code. I have everything, bro. I'm just saying. Mm-hmm. 2 Walgreens, you've been adding it slowly. What would you need to see? Another earnings, back-to-back. You give me 2 back-to-back earnings with like an economic environment that supports it, or maybe even like a debt payoff or something to shore up that balance sheet. That would be good, or even a dividend raise, but I doubt it. But that's how you know. If they start raising that dividend again and bringing it back, then you know everything's done. Because, again, remember, they were an aristocrat before all of this. Why don't you just show up at Intel's office? You know what? I will put that as the 2-week timeline. How about that? So if I still cannot get a hold of them every day for the next 2 weeks and there's still not a CEO, I will go to their office. I will. I would have to leave on a Friday. I could get there before 3, assuming they don't close. I could make it. I've done it before. I did it with SVB. If they're in San Fran, there's a big Intel office close to my house. You should go. They're going to arrest me. I mean, again, if they did, that's just another problem with the company. That's crazy. But hey, if you want to arrest talent, Intel has outsourced the search to an outside company. That's why it's not good. Apparently, they hired Spencer Stewart to look for executives. Who is Spencer Stewart? Personnel services. Benzinga press release. Oh my gosh. I didn't think of it till you said it. We could put out a press release. You know that we could. We could say Josh Answers, San Diego, California, is openly putting himself in the running for Intel. We could actually do that. Yeah, no, I didn't think about that. We just got to get compliance to look at it. Just make sure you don't make any statements. You know, but yeah, you could if you'd like to. I mean, I won't sign off on it. If you want to do it yourself, just you could let everyone know I want to be the CEO. I would love that. I'd love that. You own a restaurant in Santa Cruz? What do you got, bro? What kind of food we talking? I'm laughing because, like, you know, like I was about to ask the ethnicity question, but this time it makes sense. I'm like, is it Mexican food? What type of food we talking, bro? I'm a big food guy, even though I eat out of a plastic box. Mm-hmm. Practice interview questions. What is my past experience? So I'm going to refer you here to this chart. What you're looking at is Bitcoin. As you see at that bottom number there, that number says about $300. Okay, and I want you to see since then. No, man, I have a good track record, but it's not. I don't really put out my resume for you guys. Once I get the interview, you will see my full resume, all the numbers. I will. I'm going to give them my real resume. I'm telling you, but that's it. You got to give me the job. Not give me the job, just give me an interview, a real one. Can we call? I don't have a number on Spencer Stewart. Even then, everybody on the board qualifies for a reverse mortgage. No exaggeration. The company that's even hiring for them, they all qualify for a reverse mortgage. Every single one of them. I don't have a degree in finance, you guys. I don't know where you guys got that info, but nah, man. I hate to break it to you.
Thank you for contacting Ask HR at Intel. This call may be recorded for quality purposes. If you do not want your call be recorded, please press the pound or hash key now. If you're a current or former employee, press 1. For all other callers, press 2. If you are an Intel's employee family member, press 1. For employment verification, press 2. For information on job opportunities at Intel, press 3.
Ooh.
If you are a current supplier or wish to learn more about doing business with Intel, press 4. For all other questions, visit Intel's website at www.intel.com. To hear these options again, press the star. To view jobs and submit your resume, please visit our website at www.intel.com.
Why'd you tell me to press 3 then?
You must submit your resume electronically in order to be considered for a position.
Okay.
If you previously submitted your resume and wish to obtain an update, you will be contacted by Intel if and when you are selected for an interview.
They all just hang up. I was trying to call HR to ask why they keep hanging up on me, and then they hung up on me after telling me to press option 3 just to tell me to go to the website. But yeah, I think, do I read the Twitch chat? No, not at all. Not at all. I just felt that question from afar. That's why I could be a candidate for Intel. I'm good at anticipating things, and I do good under pressure. Spencer Stewart, is that a number? I don't think they flagged me, man. Dude, this is a powerful phone. Every time it rings, my speakers like blow air on me. I don't sound very qualified? Well, what are my qualifications?
Thank you for calling Spencer Stewart. We are sorry we missed your call. Please leave a message.
Oh. Man, didn't work. All right, we tried. We tried a lot, man. We tried a lot. You don't know what to say? Bitch, you don't know what to say. I just asked you what my qualifications were. I'm sorry. That was just my natural reaction, bro. I didn't mean to call you a B word. I just couldn't. It just came too quick to me. I'm like, man, I asked you a question and you didn't even know what to say, bro. Like, come on.
We'll continue into.
Yeah, it's a Bank of America. I'm going to go pee, man. Follow me on Instagram at the Trader Fraternity.
And that compounds in, and we expect that to continue. So it's really a great job our team does with those wonderful clients and customers that actually drive this. We talk about it like but it's an output, not an input.
We have been hearing time and time again that business confidence is up. Heard this yesterday from another survey that at Teneo that said business confidence up 32% year over year. A lot of that is since the election. But how is that business confidence actually translating into action, whether that be investment banking, M&A, whether that be increased demand for loans? What are you seeing on the ground?
Well, I think if you have to sort of split that into different types of businesses. For small and medium-sized businesses, and we're the largest small business lender in America, what you're seeing is that a combination of their belief that regulatory burdens will be less, their belief that interest rates have come down because they typically borrow on lines of credit which are very sensitive to short-term rates, and those rates have come down, and a belief that there'll be better prospects for them to serve their customers and sell products because customer spending is strong. They have moved fairly dramatically. You see it, the small business confidence levels have moved up dramatically, and the same for the mid-sized companies, 50, 70, 100, 150 million in revenues. When you go to the higher-end businesses, it's a little bit different. They've been sort of sitting there saying, if I want to do a $5 billion, $10 billion transaction by another company, or I want to sell my company, or I'm a private equity firm and I want to put a company into the market, that's been held up because of concerns about antitrust and things like that. Their belief is, with the incoming administration, that'll uncork a lot of activity, and they can be much more aggressive. Even in our industry, even though we can't make deals, obviously you're reading a lot about, the idea that deals can get done. And I think that's good for America because at the end of the day, our companies are worldwide leaders across the large companies. Our banking system is a worldwide leader, and allowing them to continue to make strategic progress, i.e. combine to serve not only customers and clients in America, but the whole world, is good for our country.
Brian, you returned $21 billion to shareholders in 2024. I think you bought back about 3% of the shares outstanding over that period of time. What's the plan for 2025? And would it increase if Basel III, if those restrictions are loosened once again, or if they go away?
So in a broad context, we have three uses for the income or capital we generate for our good work our team does. One is to pay our dividends. Second is to support business growth. And third, if we don't need it, is to send it back to the shareholders. And as you said, $21 billion from between dividends and buybacks last year. We expect the $3.5 billion quarterly run rate where we are now to continue. We've got to let all these rules sort of settle in, and then we'll figure out what that means. Right now, we have about 11.9% of required capital level CET1, so-called in our industry. Our requirement is 10.7, so that's a fairly healthy excess. We'd run more at 11.2, given the current set of rules, but we also think the rules are going to change, and hopefully they don't change to be adverse. I really don't think that'll happen. So all that bodes well. We just have to let some things get figured out. But the idea of us returning $3.5 billion this quarter, continuing to clip like that, and increasing as earnings grow is basically what we've been doing for a long time.
Oh, dude.
What did it mean for Michael Barr?
He have the eggplant in his name. I'm like, why are you talking to him like that?
in charge of supervision for the banks. He was the one.
I was like, it seems like you're being helpful, but I was like, why'd you got to start that off with an eggplant, bro?
It was a pretty unusual pushback that a lot of big banks had against their regulator. That's very uncommon to see people actually come out and say, we don't like these rules. We think it's bad for business. It's exactly what you did, Jamie Dimon.
Chill, I thought I was like, what the hell are you doing, bro?
What did it mean to have him stepping down, and where do you see the future?
I scroll up, I'm like, oh, his name had the eggplant. That makes sense.
But I think you'd heard a proposal, then a reproposal, and obviously a disagreement among the various agencies, and hopefully we can get a set of appointees in that will look at it, come to a determination, get it done across agencies, and put this behind us. Basel III finalization has been open for too long. We have such a higher capital standard in our country than we do in Europe, and theoretically we're standardizing two systems which don't really aren't close in terms of the amount of capital. We're probably 30 to 40% more capital American bank for the same risk as a European bank. All that is what it is, but we just need a set of rules. And so what we all hope as an industry, and we had to push back because it was a little bit it was getting worse every year. It was unpredictable.
They're going PayPal calls. Look at bonds. They're finally coming down. I mean, no news, but
change all the time.
I think generally, I don't know if you'll sell off 0.5%, but
the regulators believe
I think it'll be good, and then equities came back up.
Done. In the end of the day, all the companies you mentioned.
Silver and gold is, believe it or not, the same thing with the bonds. I think at this point, even when they were asking me about the war trade yesterday, I think silver and gold is like commodities. They're waiting for political certainty. As weird as that may sound, because or unless you get like a supply shock somewhere, we'll see what those sanction things do. But generally, because I don't think gold should go again. If gold goes below a price, I get worried. Other than that, it's riding with like everything else. You know what I'm saying? But when it's all said and done, I do think gold, and especially gold, I don't know about silver as much because, again, other commodities and like less investment commodities, I think gold itself will probably be tied to policy certainty / stability. Is my take on it, but really I don't know. I've been talking. I don't know the price ranges. Like I said, if you go below 2,500, people are gonna flip. That I don't like. If gold goes below 2,500, I think you open up a whole new world of price volatility with that asset. But if gold does not, and gold, where it goes up from here, as long as it doesn't go below 2,500, I think it is just going to pretty much follow along with bonds, dollar, but mainly policy. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Mm-hmm. And then if you send me your phone number, I'm going to sign you up for Lending Club. Okay? So don't get cute. This page is informative. Well, thank you, my friend. If you have any questions, let me know, man. Lending Club. You never had someone do that to you? That's what they did. That was like 3 years ago. When I had one of the stalkers, bro, they signed up my email and my phone number to Lending Club the whole time. I think at one point it was Lending Tips did it to me too, but yeah. Mm-hmm. How much in 401k to buy the house? I mean, it depends on the price of the house. Really, just look into the loan, talk with the lender, and see what you could do. Learn about the markets. I mean, the most like market-based book that I've read is Intelligent Investor by Benjamin Graham. And then there is I read a Jim Cramer book back when I was young. That really got me started, and I learned a lot of things from that. It was called Watch TV and Get Rich. I was literally 13, 14 years old, and that led to my first account. But the Intelligent Investor is a very good book. It's very dense. It takes time, but, I mean, if you could take that book seriously, I think that book is enough to make you a lot of money in your life, or at least equip you to do so. This is very bullish. Yeah, I mean, we are doing good. I think that's a good point, that right now it looks like we're not doing much. But, dude, you're still kind of up with big names that are down today. And then the bonds are rallying a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? So, all that's good. That book is called Intelligent Investor by Benjamin Graham. He was the guy who taught Buffett. Oh, I want to see it. Somebody sent me a clip of Warren Buffett. I didn't get to watch it. Let's see. Where is it? And yeah, I tweeted somebody. You know, several people on the Intel board have an $8 to $10 million pay package. Someone said that they don't get paid, but no, they do. I mean, you can look it up. Here it is. Let's see. El Coyote. He tagged me in this one. 7 minutes? Warren Buffett's first TV
Others
interview.
with a more secular approach who have also been very successful. Let's take Warren Buffett of Omaha, Nebraska. If you had put $10,000 in 1965 into his company, Berkshire Hathaway,
$10?
you would have $1 million today.
10?
Warren was a chapter in my 1972 book, Super Money, so I've known him a long time. He learned his trade with Ben Graham, the original dean of security
That's the guy I just told you.
at Columbia University.
Ben Graham, Intelligent Investor.
I don't think Warren has ever been on television until this interview, and he has certainly never courted publicity, but recently he got a lot of it when he emerged as the key figure in the takeover of ABC by Capital Cities. Warren will be the largest shareholder of the new company, and his own net worth is now far in excess of $500 million. But when I spoke with him last fall in his office in Omaha, he very characteristically made his investment style seem so perfectly simple.
The first rule in investment is don't lose. And the second rule in investment is don't forget the first rule, and that's all the rules there are. I mean, if you buy things for far below what they're worth and you buy a group of them, you basically don't lose money.
Warren, what do you consider the most important quality for an investment manager?
It's a temperamental quality, not an intellectual quality. You don't need tons of IQ in this business. I mean, you have to have enough IQ to get from here to downtown Omaha, but you do not have to be able to play three-dimensional chess or be in the
I'm
top
so glad
leagues in terms of bridge playing.
we got similar hairlines that young.
You need a stable personality.
That's it. You're going to be rich if you start losing your hair, bro. I'm just saying. If not, that's your
fault. With the crowd or against the crowd. Because this is not a business.
He's still fighting for life in this one, like I am right now.
And Ben Graham would say that you're not right or wrong because 1,000 people agree with you, and you're not right or wrong because 1,000 people disagree with you. You're right because your facts and your reasoning are right.
Warren, what do you do that's different than 90% of the money managers who are in the market?
Certainly, most of the professional investors focus on what the stock is likely to do in the next year or two, and they have all kinds of arcane. Methods of approaching that, but they do not really think of themselves as owning a piece of a business. The real test of whether you're
He is not 94 in this clip. This is his first ever TV interview.
You care whether the stock market
I've never seen this.
If you're making a good investment in a security, it shouldn't bother you if they close down the stock market for 5 years. All the ticker tells me is the price. And I can look at the price occasionally to see whether the price is outlandishly cheap or outlandishly high. But prices don't tell me anything about a business. Business figures themselves tell me something about a business, but the price of a stock doesn't tell me anything about a business. I would rather value a stock or a business first and not even know the price, so that I'm not influenced by the price in establishing my valuation, and then look at the price later to see whether it's way out of line with what my value is.
So Buffett chose to stay in this world, Omaha, Nebraska, where corn grows just minutes from downtown. Now, Omaha is a nice town, but nobody claims it's a world financial center. Here, the only thundering herd is actually on 4 feet. Don't you find Omaha a little bit off the beaten track for the investment world?
Well, believe it or not, we get mail here, and we get periodicals, and we get all the facts needed to make decisions. And unlike Wall Street, you'll notice we don't have 50 people coming up and whispering in our ear that we should be doing this or that this afternoon.
You appreciate the lack of stimulation here?
I like the lack of stimulation. We get facts, not stimulation here.
How can you stay away from Wall Street?
Well, if I were on Wall Street, I'd probably be a lot poorer. You get overstimulated in Wall Street, and you hear lots of
God,
praise,
Brian, you a warrior, bro.
You may shorten your.
I'm not even looking at the intel number. I'm looking at you, dog.
To long profits.
Yo, you're a G, bro.
Here I can just focus on what
you.
businesses
That's
are
very
worth.
cool.
And I don't need to be in Washington to figure out what the Washington Post newspaper is worth, and I don't need to be in New York to figure out what some other company is worth. It's simply an intellectual process.
Well,
and the less static there is in that intellectual process, really the better off you are.
What is the intellectual process?
The intellectual process is defining your area of competence in valuing businesses, and then within that area of competence, finding whatever sells at the cheapest price in relation to value. And there are all kinds of things I'm not competent to value, but there are a few that I am competent to value.
Have you ever bought a technology company?
No, I really haven't.
In 30 years of investing, not one?
I haven't understood any of them.
So you haven't ever owned, for example, IBM? Which
Never owned IBM.
Great,
Marvelous company. I mean, a sensational company, but I haven't owned IBM.
And so here is this technological revolution going on, and you're not going to be a participant.
Gone right past me.
Is that all right with you?
It's okay with me.
All right, past me.
I don't have to make money in every game. I mean, I don't know what cocoa beans are going to do. There are all kinds of things I don't know about, and that may be too bad. But,
I just said I liked your story, Brian. You're a G.
I haven't worked that hard on them. In the securities business, you literally every day have thousands of the major American corporations offered to you at a price that changes daily. And you don't have to make any decisions. You have to make, nothing is forced upon you. So there are no called strikes in the business. The pitcher just stands there.
I know this one. I know this is my favorite quote.
And if you're playing real baseball and it's between the knees and the shoulders, you either swing or you get a strike called on you. If you get too many called on you, you're out.
Yeah, you're
in the securities business, you sit there and they throw U.S. Steel at 25 and they throw General Motors at 68, and you don't have to swing at any of them. They may be wonderful pitches to swing at, but if you don't know enough, you don't have to swing. And you can sit there and watch thousands of pitches, and finally you get one right there where you want it, something that you understand, and then you swing. And
so you might not swing for 6 months.
You might not swing for 2 years.
Isn't that boring?
It would bore most people, and certainly boredom is a problem with most professional money managers. If they try to sit out an inning or two, not only do they get somewhat antsy, but their clients start yelling, "Swing, you bum!" From the stands, and that's very tough.
Swing, you bum. That's you guys sometimes.
Your approach seems so.
Come on,
simple.
what are you doing? What's the bet?
Why doesn't everybody do it?
I don't have clients. I just get yelled at on the internet.
The academics, for example, focus on all kinds of variables. Partly because
by academics, you mean professors of
right,
finance?
Yeah, the data is there.
In business school?
Sure, and the data's there. So they focus on whether if you buy stocks on Tuesday and sell them on Friday, you're better off, or if you buy them in election years and sell them in other years, you're better off, or if you buy small companies. There are all these variables because the data are there, and they've learned how to manipulate data. And as a friend of mine says, to a man with a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And once you have these skills, you just are dying to utilize them in some way, but they aren't important. If I were being asked to participate in a business opportunity, would it make any difference to me whether I bought it on a Tuesday or a Saturday or an election year or something? It's not what a businessman thinks about in buying businesses. So why think about it when buying stocks? Because stocks are just pieces of businesses.
Wow. That was great. Thank you for that tag, bro. I love it. That's why I haven't watched that full interview. I know the quotes, but you know what I'm saying? Like, that's where the baseball quote comes from. I think he said it before that interview, though. That's crazy. Yeah, dude, that was a long time ago. Like they said, at that point, that was after a point where if you invested $10 into Berkshire, it became worth $1 million. So in the 70s, during the inflation, if you bought Berkshire for $10, you would have had 20 years or 15 years later, $1 million. Oh, did he say 10K? Oh, okay, that makes sense. I was like, dude, no fucking way. This guy was damn Bitcoin. I did not know that. Okay, 10K. That's way more reasonable. Yeah. Okay. Thank God. I was like, what the fuck? I thought my Bitcoin shit was good. Now I got pissed I didn't buy Berkshire when I was negative years old. That's crazy. 10K. But yeah, it's still very impressive. I mean, Bitcoin's done shit like that, but to a degree. I guess not 10K to $1 million, but if you look at the lower numbers. Mm-mm. 10K back then was a 30-year mortgage. No, it was like 30K. It was like a third though. Yeah, it was a lot of money. So what? I keep seeing it. And do you guys know the drama? Did you guys not know the? Do you guys not know the drama that's going on? There's infighting inside of the conservative community. Could you believe it? Trump's about to take office, and now there is a war on Twitter between the conservatives who like Andrew Tate and then the conservatives who don't like that logic. And then you have half of them, they're like, why do conservatives tell us to go work at Starbucks and be happy? And then the other ones, and they call them new conservatives. Dude, it's crazy. There's a battle, infighting within the conservatives. It was pretty predictable, right? I'm right. The moment you get the W, Trump wins, just right away. They're like, okay, fuck Andrew Tate. They're like, what do you mean, fuck Andrew Tate? Yeah, so it's a boomer versus Tate conservative fight, because pretty much they say Tate represents the lazy, easy conservative values, and then you got the other ones. I'm not taking a stance yet. Because I have a question for you guys. That's why I don't want to muddy the waters up. Because I was going to ask you, would you guys really I need one person. I would like to interview maybe one people, or we got to follow along, because I'll have follow-up questions for you. Would you want to actually and you can't, not just because you could go back and buy whatever you want, but would you want to really live in the 70s or 80s? So everyone's like, oh, you could have bought a house back then, and back then you could have done this. Like theoretically, would you actually want to do that? You'll rather live now, simple times. Well, because listen, some of you, I'm not gonna don't get mad at me. Because I see some people, I'm like, listen, are you sure? Yes, there you go. Finally, somebody with some reasonability. Yeah. I hate to break it to you. The homeboy just said, Josh, I'm black. I don't know if I want to go back to the 70s. So that's one thing. I wouldn't want to go back because nobody would give a bunch of Arabs or anybody else loans. So we'll start. So again, if you do really actually want to go back in time for a $30,000 house, just remember, half of you will get discriminated upon. Okay? So, the white guys, I'm sure you guys don't give a shit, but okay. Anyways, that's number one. Number two, how many of you, I will give you the $30,000 house, but you cannot have the internet for 30 years. And then your payment is going to be up there. Okay, tell me why my statement was racist, please. I would like your explanation, because I don't think it was racist, and that was not in my heart at all. So if you're going to make that claim, back that shit up, buddy. Okay? Because this is reality. They were racist in the 70s and 80s. Even when my parents came here in fucking 1999, people in San Diego would spit on my mom because they were shopping for a house in the wrong neighborhood. So I don't want, Joe, please tell me, because I really think I'm speaking reality, and I'm not trying to, I have zero ethical or racial bias towards it that's negative. If you got mad at the white people joke, it's because the dominant race at the time, some people helped out, but again, that was the situation. So I would like the explanation if that's the case. But how do you feel about the internet? So you could go get a $30,000 house, but you would have no internet, and then you would spend a portion of your check to pay for your landline. Do you still want to go back? That's cool with you? Landline. Take peace of mind. Yeah, you wouldn't even have a cell phone either. You like the hub? Well, no, you wouldn't have any of that. You would only have magazines. That's it. That would be it. And then, actually, technically, the only time you would see a hot girl would be the girl you knew in high school. You would only see like one hot girl every 3 months. You know that, right? You would never see this many beautiful women or males too, if whatever you want. You would not. That's it. You just whatever it was at. Why? Because I mean, dude, I don't know if you like anybody. Did anybody grow up during that time? Do you not? I knew like even then. I grew up kind of modern. But, like, you only knew the hot girl at your school and then the hot girl who went to the other school. Then that was, like, about it. I didn't see until the internet or until you left your home, you did not see that. You knew, like, 2 people, bro. What are you talking about? Not true. Very true. I love the internet. Look at this. So, and again, too, that's why if I call some of you out to back it up, you know, I really, really hope you do. Because like you said, not true. Very true. Just this is my stream of thought. So I'm just saying, man. I don't know. Did Koala tell me why I'm racist? Koala, just type so I could check your chat facts. Okay. You could get a cheap car. And then again, I mean, here, let me ask you this now. If you want to go back to the 70s, 30% of your income would go to paying for electricity and water alone. Do you still want to go back? So whatever your income is now, imagine paying 30% of that or more. I think some people were as high as 40 for water and electricity alone. You thought gas was a handshake back then? Shut up. You're honorable people. You give him a handshake and you fill up. He knew you'd pay you back. He knew he was a hardworking man. '80s, '90s. It got a little better. Aren't we doing that for rent now? No, I didn't factor in the cost of a home, brother. That was just utilities. I'm just saying you lived in a different time. And then, let me put it this way now, too. I would say 20% of you, maybe 35% of you would qualify for a mortgage. Would you still want to go back? And then depending on your ethnicity, you're already excluded. And then your ancestors would not be rich. You are who you are today back in the 70s. It would be everything right now, but everything 70s-esque. Take you back? All right. Well, listen, there's no right or wrong answer. I just wanted to ask because, like, I don't know. I think it's cool. I think there is a very good dynamic of because there's like obviously the prices were low and like we look at things, you know, but I think there was both advantages and disadvantages if we actually were like, oh, I want to live in the if only we lived in the boomer days. It's like I don't know because I like my phone. I like the internet. I'm a real big fan of the internet. You know what I'm saying? So like that would be dope to have the internet. I don't know. It's like, yeah, everything else would be cheap, but like, dude, no internet? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy. You were born 89, best year of my life. Nice. So it was downhill from there, man. You'd be rich AF right now? Why? What do you do? So what's your occupation right now? would you still be doing your current occupation? Construction? Yeah, you'd probably be doing good. You would probably be rich. If you took the money, saved it, bought a house, maybe that's it. You would have no internet, none of that, but construction, you pass. You would make it. Any of you who work on a computer, you're unemployed. That's it. You're back your blue collar job at that point. Maybe you work a desk job. Anybody working with computers, tech, software, you're unemployed if you go back. Better music? I don't know, man. Some of the music was good, but I like rap. Rap didn't exist. So that's another one. If you like rap music, you get 20 years of no rap. Rap came in like late 80s or early 80s maybe. At least a decade of no rap. Minimum. And then when they started rapping, they were like a hip, a hop, a hippity pop, a pop, pop. Booyah, MC. So I don't know. Then you got that too. No, Run DMC, bro. Before it's Chicky do rocka, run. That's right. Oh, dude, that was advanced as hell. What do you mean? That was 15 years probably, brother. What are you talking about? He said a hey, a ho, ribbit-a-low. I don't know if you are aware, but yeah. You would be Avicii before Avicii. I don't. You would just be the guy in the 70s like, yo, check this out. Waka, 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 waka. Boom, 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 boom. He said, this is going to be a hit. Watch this. You'd be like, yeah, if you take your catalytic converter and connect it to a microphone and start, just scratching the disc. Watch this, bro. It's the future. I don't know. Yeah, they had R&B, jazz. Good jazz. They had probably great jazz. I think jazz was probably dying around, or like on the latter half of that. Basketball is my favorite sport. I love the way they dribble up and down the court. Oh, man. That's the rap you would have had, bro. That's literally, it's a good song, but I mean, you would have been like, banger. Bars. It's just so cool. Just think about it. We're going back to the 1600s. Boy, I almost slapped the shit out of you. What do you mean? No. Maybe people are mentally enslaved and this and that, but no, this is not. Bro, I'm talking to you from my house right now. I get cold, I turn on the heater. Do you not understand how crazy that is? Bro, we got access to water. Clean water, and it doesn't take half of your income. So, yeah, I don't know. That one's a little too much. I don't think we're going back to the 1600s right now. With everyone wanting to work in tech nowadays, construction talent, hard to find the means. Not really. There's a lot. Construction is, again, it's been around for a while, and everybody from advanced to even again, you could find a bunch of illegal immigrants. I didn't know if you were aware of that, but, construction will always be around, and there's always a demand, especially as population increases, but it's not I think you're going to get a shortage of plumbers and electricians. Plumbers, electricians, who's the other one? Like window installers, AC, those are going to run out of those, and those are going to become I think those are going to be extremely high-paying jobs. Even a welder to a degree. Welder, you could kind of learn it a little bit more, but that one's it's right there. But literally like HVAC, roofing, plumbing, electrician, I think those are going to be in very high demand, and I think we're going to run out of them. I think because none of you want to be a fucking, if I said go become a plumber right now, you're like, what do you mean? Do you know ChatGPT? Well, Josh, do you know what Bitcoin? Do you know what the Solana? You want to tell me to be a plum? You fucking boomer. You fucking boomer. You think I could survive with a toilet? You think the toilet's going to get me a fucking Instagram model and a house and a Ferrari, Joshua? Do you really think I got the toilet? I got to work on that. I got ChatGPT going to replace your toilet. So, like, telling you that we're going to run out of them. And it's in the watch. You're going to pay 10 grand to get your toilet fixed. You're like, I'll be like, yeah, fix the toilet. You're like, what? Stick my hand in it? In the poop water? Ew. You're going to chat GPT it. And chat GPT going to say you're going to get listeria and E. coli. You're like, I'm not going to risk it. I'm not risking that. Nah. You want me to stick my hand in the poop water? That's crazy, bro. You boomer. I'm telling you. You're going to pay $10,000 to fix your toilet. That's it. The immigrants will? No, old Joe. The immigrant is going to look at your parted hairline and charge you $10,000. And then he's going to act like he doesn't speak English so that it's less awkward, but then he's going to rob you as he should because you don't want to learn how to fix your toilet and think you're better than immigrants. So there you go. That's what happens. That's welcome to America. It's a great place, bro. It's a great place. But all I'm saying is it will be a high demand job, and I think it'll be good. Yeah. It is power hour. I've just been letting off. We've been letting off conversations and a lot of things, but as long as the bonds are up, we're good. And then we got to watch Warren Buffett too. Mm-hmm. You'll fix my toilet for $5. That's a good deal. In that scenario. Yeah, there was a South Park episode. I guess not. I don't think they said the toilets would go that much, but they did. It was a great episode. With SMCI, I haven't looked at it in a while, but all I know around mid-February, there's going to be what's it called? There's going to be one of those like filings on the delay. So we'll see. You're not posting any plays under 10K? As long as you don't flex them, by all means, brother. Just post the plays if you flex them. Otherwise, you are at will to do whatever you want. I think, what price was it last time we flipped it? Yeah, remember we got in at the 19 or was it 29? I think it was 29. But yeah, it already came back down. The car in China that flies? Nah. No. I'm not going to. Any, like, new technology, I'm going to wait till, like, generation 3 or 4. So, like, any of the, like, transportation, like, autopilot flying plane, I'm definitely going to let a couple of rounds of Boeings go through. You know what I'm saying? I don't even want to get on a Boeing. Like, why would I? That's crazy. It does look cool, yeah. I mean, I can't, dude, autopilot's a crazy thing. That alone still, like, blows my mind. Like, if you ever, like, see autopilot and use it, that's still, like, that's a trip, dude. It's really a trip. How do we do? Good, it was very boring. I mean, I think the Scott Bessent, that was very exciting. I really enjoyed it, and I'm actually very confident in him. But the bonds got to chill out, but the data was weird in the AM, kind of chilled out, and then now it's we haven't really done much. My knee, the good old knee. That was the original. That was Autopilot V1. I remember my dad taught me that. I remember I tripped out the first time I saw my dad steer the car with his knee. You know what I'm talking about. And I was like, wow, that's amazing. Oh, yeah, the Fed comment. No, we bounced from the Fed comment. I totally forgot about it. It didn't spook us. That helped the bonds go up. Literally, Fed Waller was very bullish or dovish. He said rate cuts middle of the year, and rate cut odds even went down. Or like June odds like popped up. La Quinta seller financing 739, 20% down, 9.5 high. That could be good for a Chad, but it's a high interest. What's it comp at? I like the area though. La Quinta, right? Or I don't know, or La Quinita. I don't know La Quinita. I know La Quinta. NVS. Whoa, Novartis. Big flush. Check news. Yo, NVS. That's Grayscale. I don't know. That's a medicine company. Novartis down 2 in like 2 candles. I don't have a headline yet. There's like one. Someone got the 2-cent contracts. They're gone. There was a snake on there. Yeah, check news. Again, NVS. I'm not seeing anything. I was saying, if you saw anything, take note. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything yet. NVS. All right, it's only 1% though. Don't get too crazy. But that, on the low ticker in that candle, it's a little bit more than 2%. But if it recovers, you're good. It comps at $7.99. Then is it in good condition? Why is it? That doesn't seem like a good deal. Only the seller financing. All right, NVS chilled out. And then IBM. I saw some of you snake it. Someone got a good contract at 2 cents. You made money. I think that one went up 500%. Yeah. No, that one went up 1,000%. That's it. It's gone now. It only was there for a couple of seconds. If you heard the voice call out, you probably hit it. Because there's nothing on the wire. I don't see that shit anywhere. No, Novartis is not Ozempic. They're different. I think they might have a GLP, but they do a lot of other stuff. Yeah, that was the news this morning. They're saying they're marking down Cybertrucks. So they're already starting to is it what? It hasn't even been a year. It's like the #1 selling car, but literally yeah. Ozempic hype is falling off. Oh no, not at all. So they're saying the acceleration rate is slowing down, but it's all everybody is talking about. That's why I bought it. I mean, I don't know how to explain it to you. Like, legitimately, Ozempic is still talked about everywhere. Let me put it this way. There's still people in this country who have no idea what Ozempic still is. But at least in the financial world, everybody is. Like, I heard people at JP Morgan, that was the #1 topic of the healthcare conference. So yeah, it's not like booming at the same rate. And then there's still even some supply issues, believe it or not. But it's still it's actually the #1 medical trend still in America. I would arguably the world, or medical treatment or obesity treatment, whatever you want to call it. We don't know the problems yet, but sadly, or good, I don't know how you view it, but the way people are chopping it up is that most side effects would probably be less damaging than the side effects of mass obesity. And that's where I'm like, damn, they're already justifying. But we've heard the eye, the face, and the pooping over the last 3 years. So the first Ozempic side effect I heard of was that it made you shit your bed. That lasted for like 3 months, and I never heard it again. Then people said it was the, what's it called? The face thing, and then the saggy skin, and then it gives you like dead eyes. And then that kind of is true, and then the eye vision has kind of been recently. Don't get involved. Austin, do you want me to ban you or not? Because I felt bad. I apologize for calling you a bitch. But, you know, and then you disappeared, and then you come. Like, what do you want to do, bro? 'Cause you've been here for like 2 hours. So I don't know how you want to do it. But I'm asking for, you let me know, man. 'Cause I felt bad my first reaction with you. So I'm gonna put the ball in your court, my brother. We only got 30 minutes left. Duel at dawn. Wow. That's tough. You are not even talking to me. Well, the other times, you were. So if you constantly have shit coming out of your mouth, we're going to trace it back to the sewer. So, like I said, do you want to be nice to people and me, or do you want to just not, you know, like I said, I'm trying to, you know, guys, I apologize to you the first time. Ooh, this house is nice, Jeff. This is a very nice home. At least the outside is not bad. What the fuck? It's good, great condition, but they can't sell it. And they can't rent it. And they bought it for $60K. What? Or they bought it for $600. Yeah, I mean, fuck, dude. That one's tough, bro. Yeah, I mean, I would probably do like $550, $600. They got it really cheap. It's a great looking property. That's not distressed. The only good thing is seller finance. That would just be for a Chad who has cash and would need it doesn't have the credit. But I still think it's a little overpriced. 10% down. It's up there though. That house is not selling and it's not renting. So that's what I'm saying. If they're willing to negotiate, because if you don't sell that house, you're paying for it. That house is going to cost, again, what, 15 grand a quarter in losses? So if you're not getting the 4K, depending on what type of mortgage, they're losing anywhere from 10 to 15 grand a quarter. And that's scary because if you bought it, what are you going to do with it? I would flip it, but you need the margin. But it wouldn't sell at the other prices. This is a nice house, though. That's why I'm like, it's not distressed. I love the area, too. No, and then ugh. Oh, no. Bro, you got a comp 2 doors down at 400. That was a year ago, though. Did they ban Airbnb? Yeah, February 420. Yeah, that's probably dude. These got dumped on. Yeah, I don't know, man. Did you see that comp? It was a year ago, so. But then again, I mean, I think the market's worse than a year ago. But yeah. I mean, if they're willing to go much lower, I could be a buyer, but I don't know what I could do with that house. I want to flip it, but it might work as a rental. 450. See, bro, and negotiate with them, or call them back in 2 weeks. Just say stop being greedy. Look at what price they paid. They're gonna, and then again, that 400 comp is terrible. There's 2 houses 3 doors down, both sold for 50% less than what they want. I do think highly of Airbnb. Yeah, I think they're a great company. I mean, my Airbnbs do great. It's funny. Like I make more money on Airbnb, like renting houses out, than I do the stock. But I like Airbnb a lot. Ohio, I think Ohio is a great place for real estate right now. The Cove is right next to the museum, the La Quinta Museum. Oh, China GDP. You're right. You want to move to Ohio? It's good. It's not bad. I think you find good properties. It's like they have weirder like tax laws and shit, but on certain things, but I love the property there, man. I love the property. You own a Merc CLA. You want a new Tesla 3. Is it worth it? You bought it for $58K and used 10 years. Brand new. What the fuck are you buying? What Model 3 is 130 grand, homie? No, I mean, if you don't know much about cars, don't buy a car right now. If somebody try to sell you 100 grand Tesla Model 3, oh, you're in Singapore. Okay, that makes more sense, bro. I'm like, what the fuck? Who's trying to sell you? Send me their number. I'm like, who trying to sell you a fucking Tesla Model 3 for 110K? Let me talk to this person. I don't know about Singapore. I mean, I could buy you a car and send it. You got to pay the export taxes. I have a guy who does it if you want, but I mean, what's your goal? Like, I mean, shit, just go buy a house in America if you have to spend that much on a car. Did you lease the EV9 leases are killer. Yeah, you get EV9 lease deal right now. What's more profitable, rental or Airbnb? Airbnb, but they're both different. Like I turned my LA properties from Airbnb to long-term renters. I don't like Airbnb in LA. It's terrible. San Diego, I love it. Mountain communities, until they ban it, I love it. But then like long-term rentals are easier, stable, and you don't have to deal with not nearly as much. Airbnbs are hit or miss, dude. Like you'll make a lot of money, but like it's just like selling drugs. You make a lot of money, but you're going to deal with a lot of risk. Any sort of profession that offers you high short-term income usually comes at a high risk. So if you don't sell drugs, maybe you work on like a electricity line or something. I don't know. But it's literally like Airbnb, way more profitable than renting out a normal house. But you get a lot. No, we didn't have Philo today. No. We had Scott Bessent. And then I wanted to track some things for data. So it's funny. Because, like, look. So this is what happened. I didn't do Philo. So I guess there was some. It was, like, kind of a drop. But it was, like, 200 people that instead of 700. And then they came back because they come back around the time they think I'm done. But then right when we started doing the Intel calls and joking, we lost about 800 of you guys. So there's like 800 of you who just hate fun. How do I trade you guys? Like can we orchestrate a trade? I trade you to Bloomberg or any other stock channel, and in return you give me hunger, eager, excited people who like that. Like, can we do that? Is there any way that we can knock this out? Yeah, we could send you anywhere. Like, can we do a trade? I'm willing to offer a trade if you guys are down. Well, it's either Philo, but I didn't see that coming. So they didn't leave at Philo, but right when we started calling Intel, they got pissed. So that's good to know. But it's still around the same number of people with that. But that's why I'm like, how do we trade them? Because then that means they, but then, yeah. They give that's good. That's all we need, man. Get a law term, bro. You'll see. I keep calling Intel because I want to become the CEO of the company. Maybe they want the position. That's why they're jealous. Competition. CL. All right, man, 20 minutes. I mean, maybe you'll get a little bit more of a pop. Bessent and Bonds did very good. So, yeah, I think we're good to go. For the most part. I mean, only 20 minutes. Shouldn't get too out of hand. Yeah, today even the data was kind of weird. It was lukewarm, but I think the Bessent thing was exciting, but then it just really, equities didn't do much. Tomorrow is just going to be a fat expiration, and then China data, a little bit more Bank of Japan or Japan data, and then first 100 days. Even with SPY, you could have followed levels and made some money. Amen. And launch. I'm about to, I don't know, after watching that video, I might just go full on Buffett. That's it. So if I don't swing at a pitch for 2 years, you could call me a bum, but I'm going to just chill. But then again, I don't know. Give me some Trump volatility. Like real Trump volatility, not people freaking out. You have to hold for 100. I think I knocked out like 17 or something. So we're almost there. Not really, but, one step at a time. How do you play Pinduoduo for? I think they're going to circumvent the ban, to be honest. The Greenland plays are the dollar. Low key. Yeah, NVS, dude, I don't know that head. Let me double check, though. DC Appeals Court halts generic Novartis heart drug. That's the headline. Yeah. Yeah. That was the headline. Novartis won a potentially short-lived victory across courts to keep generics of its blockbuster heart drug off the market. So that's good for them. I don't know why they're going down, but I think it's because it's temporary. All levels in play. Yeah, and again, I think you're going to stay in the range. If you watched the video earlier in the week, a lot of those levels have been pretty reliable. LaMelo playing. No, I can't wait, though. I'm telling you. And if any of you, if you ever feel like your confidence is low, I encourage you to go watch LaMelo Ball play basketball, and that should get you hyped up. It really works for me, bro. I don't know why. Like, even if I'm feeling good, bro, I watch LaMelo play, bro, and I don't know. I get hyped. I get hyped, man. T-Mac, oh yeah. I used to ball in the T-Macs, bro. That was my basketball shoe. T-Mac 2s. Yeah, that's the thing that sucks with Fidelity. You can't drip. I don't think. I think 4 in stock. Oh, that means we have to buy with our Baba. But any of the ADRs, they don't let you, they don't reinvest it for some odd reason. I think E-Trade does that too. Yeah. NBO. Again, we're coming into close, 15 minutes. High ticker is very active, though, even though you got a red candle. I just see the final move on bonds is either going to take a little bit off top and get you close to even, or it closes strong, and that will be a good sign. The one you could pump air into, I think it was AI. That was a Reebok shoe, I think. Yeah, it was the Reebok pumps, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't think it was like a bat. It was just the Reebok pumps. I was going to buy UPS, but I really like NVO, man. That was up, but then Hershey's too, and then Nike. But like I told you, we'll see where things are at and where they go. I mean, it's not like UPS is any different. This was like the last earnings. I still like it, though. Good yield, high yield. But remember, we bought a lot of yield last year. And then high ticker's still going. Let's see. Oil, again. Damn, oil's down. That's negative on the day. And then gold's up by 1. And then your boy Bitcoin, they did good. And even bonds, too. Everything's chill. My largest yield position is MO, I think. Apple had bad news this morning that said they are number 3 in China. So, like, other brands are selling more. I don't know if it's globally or China, but it was bad sales news. Yeah, LaMelo is the most exciting in the NBA. Wemby's interesting. He's just like, I don't think we've ever seen anybody play like him. It's really cool to watch. He's like a Yao Ming mixed with, I don't even know. It's very odd. It's very cool to see, but I don't think that people have still even adjusted to that. You saw LaMelo you took your grandma to see LaMelo? Wow, what a great grandson. I hope she appreciated it. Yeah, like Yao and KD, pretty much. Dude, I'm telling you, it's odd. Like, I don't know if you've seen, like, Wemby. I'm sure you have. But, like, dude, it's the NBA, like, it's a different type of playing. He's changing people's shots, like, the arch of it and, like, the way, like, he goes about. It's odd. It's, like, I would call it exciting and very just, like, intriguing. It's so different. But, yeah, he's cool. It's really cool to see. You saw LaMelo in high school? I know that people used to do that. I wanted to go do it, but I was like, I don't know. I don't like interacting with people's children unless they're related to me. I'm not gonna. I can't. I was too old at the time. I'm like, I can't go and fucking back to a high school to watch this. I understand he was there. He's a talent, but nah. Nike red to green. You think 4-pointers are coming? If they bring a 4-pointer to the NBA, then I will believe all of this inflation expectation stuff. Because that's crazy. There's no way you get a 4-pointer in the NBA without inflation. That makes no sense. It makes no sense at all. Yes, didn't they have an offer this morning? So that was one of the headlines in the AM. I forgot what the headline was. It was either offer they're buying or someone else is buying, or I think it was guidance. Ten-minute brag. Your brother was in high school? You're lucky. That's acceptable. You were with your brother, bro. Like, what do you want me to say? Like, damn. The PBA in the Philippines, they have a 4-point line? That's wild. I did not know there was a PBA plus the 4-point line. All right, man, 10-minute rigged. You got your little pop there. Dude, high ticker is almost a full gas. Look at that. All right. That 10-minute rig was introduced in 20. It really was. Ever since the online, it never was like that. It used to be like the final 30 minutes was like ramp capital, but now that 10-minute rig, that's a new phenomena. Almost half a decade old now. Alrighty. Oh, shit. We'll get ready to wrap it up, man. That's it. I can't believe it. Tomorrow, China data, big expiration, a little bit of Japan, and then getting ready for the first 100 days. We'll see. You're also going to get a lot of people going back and forth on what happened with Bessent today. So I think some of that will carry over. And then that's it, man. That's it. I think the market is closed on Monday, I believe. Yes, sir, then, yeah. No Monday. Today was a weird day. I think it was just slow. And that's what sucks about volatility. That's what sucks when the bonds and everything do this. Because you go from really fast, or like there's a lot of jerky movements, and then you just stop. But I don't think the data was confusing as much. Like, it was lukewarm, but like I don't think there was like it was weird in that sense, but it was really slow. It was boring. The story didn't change much. You did get a nice thing from Bessent, and then Waller, but it kind of came out of nowhere. And then at the same time, yesterday was good. People were still riding that when you looked at the data today, and now we save it all for tomorrow. Taking a trip to the millions? Oh, enjoy it, baby. That sounds like a great time. That sounds like a good decision, too. I like Ethereum, not as much as I used to. I like Bitcoin more now. And I think you'll get an altcoin rally once Ethereum actually breaks out. Other than that, it needs to get past 4,000 or higher, or get to 5,000. Otherwise, I don't know why. It's kind of odd, but then again, a lot has changed for a lot of people on that one in the last couple years. Me being one of them. Going to Barbados? 3 weeks? Ooh. It's going to be good weather there. Better be sunny. Well, that's the thing about today. Another part, Chad called it out earlier, and I thought it was a very good point, is that look at today. Like, I want you to look at today, right? Qualcomm dumping right now, and Broadcom. You might have chip news. Decent drop on Quali and Broadcom, but then again, final 5 in 20 seconds. But like I told you, it's look at today, and look how boring. Look at the NASDAQ down 0.68, right? This is with Apple and NVIDIA getting clobbered. Even like Microsoft, too. So you even have big tech names that aren't doing too hot. And you're not doing that bad. So we will see. But Chattadonia. Here's the deal. It was a great day. Some of you didn't like it because it was boring. I really liked Scott Bessent. You know that I was a big fan of that. So I'm very excited for even next week. But I can't believe another 7 hours just flew like that. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. I hope you got a long term. And I'm glad you didn't get clapped. But now we must go home. Okay? And now I am going to... I'm about collection. Jeez. What? I'm about to leave. So it's going to get really loud here. So when I say earmuffs, just know that it's going to get extremely loud in here. And the best course of action, if you don't like loud noises and they disrupt your day, it will be to mute your speakers. So earmuffs is our safe word. I appreciate you. That's why I'm telling you this. And I hope to see more positivity. I hope to see less unbanned people. And I hope you got a long term. And I hope you take personal responsibility and protect yourself. Amen. Amen. So yes, earmuffs is the safe word. Are you ready? Are you sure you're ready? I don't know. You give it some time. GG. All right, ready? This is not a drill. Be safe. Earmuffs. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or nah, let's go. Oh, are you kidding me? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we did it. We made it, baby. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. You didn't get banned and you made it to the bell, baby. Give me that GG. Let's go. Good game, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, personalities, info. Way to hold it down. Way to be a part of it for real. Real sportsmanship. I have a high standard, dog. You know that? You know how many people I banned today, and now you made it to the end with the GG? Are you kidding me? Do you know I'm truly thankful? Are you serious? Imagine how crazy I am, and you made it here to a GG. Oh, you a real one. Thank you, my brother. Hey, man, I see you too, Twitch. Way to hold it down. Members, non-members, stream alerts. Bro, you two in a don't. I would have done this for free. I'm being dead serious. I would have. And y'all showed me love. Y'all were nice. Y'all answered each other's questions. I saw that. I thought it was a weird eggplant emoji, but y'all were just helping each other out. Good game, baby. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. I am holding it down for you. That's it. I make no exaggeration. Every day, literally for years, I will wake my ass up on California for you. Do you know how hot my girlfriend is, too? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, for real. I could just sleep in. I could go. I promise you, I will wake up every morning. I will wake up bright and early. I will go from all around the world and I will find you the news. I will bring it to you. I will even provide to you a news wire you still have yet to see anywhere. And all 7 and beyond that, I will also make sure you have the bare minimum of saving 10% and getting a long-term investment. That I could provide. I will hold it down in that. If you need a best friend, if you need me to hold your hand, I'm not the guy. If you need me after 1 p.m. and you don't watch the watch list, I can't do anything for you. You see what I'm saying? We got to set our boundaries clearly, but I know I got you, bro. If that's useful for you, I can hit you with Philo. I didn't have one today, but we will see. We will see, but I don't know if that's what I do, and I will do it for you. You still think I should charge money? You just damn, bro. That's it. No, man. Like I said, bro. If we weren't able to reach people, I like it. Like I genuinely like helping people out. Someone even said, "Do you feel bad banning people that knowing they might need it?" And I used to, but I've just realized, bro. Like again, I've been encountering at least one new person a day. More than that, but like one of them who actually wants to learn, who actually sees what we could have here for them, is willing to get along. And that's worth it to me, bro. You have no idea. Like it actually, I don't know. I feel some of these guys when they're telling it like, bro, I've wrote checks in my life and I've done a lot of things and you could help out. Like I told you the other day, I do stuff that's very impersonal to give back, but you know, I really do think we have an impact, and I have left an impact on people, and y'all have impacted me, and I think it's worth it. And that's why, like, seriously. So I don't think we ever have to. The worst is now you deal with the ads just so. But again, you guys deal with ads. YouTube lets another fucking 2,000 people watch this shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I appreciate you guys, and that's what it comes down to. And at the end of the day, just the beauty of a lot of things is that some of y'all I've known for a long time, and you have known me, and that's the beauty. Because to a new guy, like for real, you don't know who I am, you should probably be like Cap and be like, this guy's full of it. Fuck you, little YouTuber. You just want my money. I fucking hate you. I get it. But I've legitimately done this for 5 years in a row, and I ain't asked for shit. And you could take whatever you want, and we have stuff, and y'all have supported, and that's why I'm grateful for it. But like I'm saying, bro, I got a track record. You got a track record with me. That's why I don't get banned, and let's take it home, baby. Get a long term. Mm-hmm. Amen. 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 Oh, I'm not crying. I'm just saying how much I appreciate those of you who are perfect for this. Because I heard it on the real estate call the other day. They were talking about like coaches. And they were like, do you need a coach? And this guy said something that blew my mind. I'm not going to lie to you. Because I've had a couple mentors in my life. And I've had some good coaches. But he said something that blew my mind. That's why I kind of don't feel bad in some instances. And what he said, it was simply this. He said that the type of person that wants to even go and get coached and learn something, they will be successful with or without a coach. And it just blew my mind because I think that's the reality. There are some of you who are seeking something. You are knocking on the door and you want to learn something. And you get what I'm saying? And I truly believe you would be successful whether you went to me or anybody else in anything. You know why? Because you have that in you. That's what I want, and that's what I'm saying. I feed off of that. You have that. I could be of value to you because you're going to be successful because of that mindset. I don't have to waste time fucking coddling you, playing your stupid question game. You know what I'm saying? It's just because at the end of the day, you have a desire and hunger, and I think whether even if I didn't exist, you would get what you wanted because you have that energy. You are looking for something. You are literally seeking, and whether you've had a coach or not, the fact you are already somebody willing to commit to a plan, discipline, and follow up with something. And that's where I realized, like, yo, bro, that's what I was saying. Like, I feel more bad for the people like that who don't get anything. That's it. I don't really give a and like I said, if I could reach one person, and it's not just any person, like I'm saying, you give me that one person who was like, yeah, I already wanted something, and now this guy, we're a match made in heaven, my brother. So let's go. Finger to the sky. Man, I hope they feel me. I used to tell you, give me 2 years, I'll make you a better trader. It's been 2 years, I'm a better trader. There you go. I mean, even then, I told you as a lot of things, bro. I think you could get things out of it, but it depends on, it's on you. I'm being dead serious because I feel it. I would have done things, whether or not I had a mentor or a coach, that was me. I had it in me. Some of you are like that. You don't need Josh. I guarantee it. You don't need me. You would have still done great. Because you are a fucking hard worker. You are somebody who wants something and nobody gonna tell you that you can't do it. If you're like, I'm alive, I got hands, I got eyes, I could breathe. What do you mean I can't do it? You are going to find the answer. So that's where I'm like, bro, line them up. That's the call right there. That's all we need. Anybody else? That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, I could spend money and get you all the best news in the world. I could literally buy Meta at $90 in front of you. It doesn't change anything if you ain't hungry. If you never wanted it, if you always looking, you know what I'm saying? It's just like there's some things that's it. So it's an acquired taste, but some of you would have already been successful. So I don't even, I'm glad you're here. And then that's what we need more of. Because that mentality, bro, we could do anything. And I think you already see it. So, amen, baby. That's all. I don't know. I'm passionate about it. That blew my mind the other day. This was from the Wednesday call, literally yesterday, or 2 days ago, Tuesday. See, I still don't know the right date. Oh, there's this one. Which one do you want? We'll give him this one. Yikes. Shouldn't say that. Bible where I lay at. Know they get in trouble, but survival how I play that. Do you know the difference between the Benz and a Maybach? You can say the same about this life, cause we the same, man. That's a lesson, very least the bar. I have never golfed, but I know they subpar. A lot of people taught, that don't mean that. Long term. It's a cult, baby. Long term, short term, welcome to the war. Love with the game, I just want a little more. Haters ain't new, I just got a little bored. Stepping in the pace, I be speaking with the store. Tell me what's the store, China on the store. Ready on the land, know you heard this shit before. It was 2018, making videos in the car. Now everybody got a long term, looking for some more. Big bank, I'ma pull up in a Civic. Rollie is a numerals, the Casio and digits. If you never make a move, then you'll never have a critic. Why you think I got these grown men acting like some bitches? $100 move, 10-cent finish. Tell me not to mock it, but you don't know your limit. Both of us could lose, but one of us is winning. All of us alive, so tell me how you living. Blessed. I already know it though, don't care about your whip. I got a crib in my portfolio. You should be yourself, stop back at Cornholio. Fluid in the well, but the pocket's so colloquial. Crypto in the wallet, but we bought it 10 years ago. Put it in the videos, put it in the lyrics, bro. Funny how it's cynical, fuck, still didn't hear it though. Forgive me for the language, I'm still working on the spiritual. Mr. Professional, talk about the revenue. Hard to ride the wave when you riding on my genitals. Talking about my plays, but they hear like an edible. I'm used to little humans telling me what's not attainable. That's some whole shit, trying to tightrope shit. Friend and the enemy, you think we don't know this? Funny how my foes never had the same focus. Forgive them for their sins, I ain't talking about the smoke. I'm back to the mission, lot of holding, lot of sitting. Act like you can't change your mind before you go and make decisions. You don't even need precision, cause you at it while you stack it, while you average your way in it. Who the villain? Money tree, you gonna kill it, cause you keep on fucking with it. Trying to learn the art of chilling. It don't matter your religion, what you have or what you didn't. Cause the future you gon' ask the current you, but why you didn't? Sick with it, boy, I'm talking big business. I don't need no 3 wishes, just a G-O-D vision. I be C-O-D with it. S&D, I keep flipping. No, I'm all about a dollar, but I'm all about a mission. Who we kidding? God is always in it. Ain't no way to spin it. If it's yours, you gonna get it. You could build it in a year, but you could lose it in a second. You could use the tongue for life, or you could use it as a weapon. I already know it. Wow, I had to set up the stream for tonight. Yeah, we gonna do a live one, baby. So let's go, baby. Are you ready? I'm excited, bro. Listen, I have a message. I'm gonna say this every day. Remind me to say this tomorrow in the morning. You know that? Because this is for, bro, where my wholesome people at? Because I know I'm a weirdo and crazy. And if you ever think you're going to get banned for trying to learn, I promise you you're not. Okay? If you ever approach as like a child, bro, and you got that wholesome, I just want to learn. I don't get it. I just want to learn, bro. We got you. You will always get love, respect, and we will show you anything you want. I promise you. That's what it is. You want some non-wholesome shit? That's it. I'm steamrolling it. That's all. That's all it is. I know I could be a bully, but I'm done with bullies. I just want you give me my wholesome. That's it. You genuinely want it. That's all we got to do. So let's go. Yeah, what's going on? I have no idea. Something might have just popped off. What the hell just happened? Yeah, bonds took a drop. Something happened right now. I know there was a couple of earnings. No, it's NVIDIA. Yeah, it has to be something with NVIDIA or Amazon. No, they're not even doing it. Something just popped off. Nah, something just happened. Because that's where you closed, and then you just dropped another point. And then the VIX is moving after hours, and then NVIDIA again. Oh, is it the balance sheet? Something will come up here. We might have missed it. Were any of you looking at this? Boise. What time was it? Like 10. Starbucks. USDA. No, there's earnings. Fed balance sheet in 15 minutes. I don't know, that was weird. I don't know. It may not be that big. But so yeah, all the Mag 7 names just dumped. But usually after, I mean, it's been a while since we've seen after hours moves. As I'm like, damn, bro. What? The watch list. So that's second link, baby. It's all the cues. Yeah, it's Amazon, Google, and NVIDIA. I think it's good for now. Well, we'll see. We'll have a live watch list at 6 p.m. So it'll be there. Maybe we'll just make it a philo list. So then that's it. Maybe we do that. Maybe we just make the whole watch list philo. And then you can't have a... That could be a good balancing out. Either way. I'll see you tonight. We could talk about it. The philo is what I just told you guys, honestly. I'm telling you, wholesome. That's all it is. Like, if you haven't realized it yet, man. And don't, like, and stop the cap. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop approaching this world with disrespect and with this dirty mindset. You know what I'm saying? And, like, you throwing out dirt and like, you know what I'm saying? You're throwing it into the world and you're being surprised when people hit you right back with it. You know what I'm saying? When I'm like, for real, like, people will take advantage of you if you're too wholesome, but it's just like, bro, if you are actually, like, you know what I'm saying, dude? It's only evil people reject somebody who's approaching with the heart of a child. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, wow, no, can I have help? I really want to learn this. I'm curious. What do I do with this? Like, there's a big difference between that and the arrogance of somebody who does not. And then even has the audacity to make problems and other things. So I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I think it's a damn philo. Not only for some of you to be encouraged, but like I'm saying too, like, just like the wormwood, bro. Stop. Trump plans to designate crypto as national priority. Bitcoin not even moving on that. But no, as I'm saying, bro, like, this is 101, man. Don't be surprised if the world shoots at you right back what you give it. You know? That makes sense even for me. That's it. You see all the little shit I get? It's because I give back a little shit. It's like, if you think about it, and then just like you'll tell me, Josh, no, we love you. Look, see, you're right. But it's the same exact thing. Don't be surprised. So, I don't know. I think it could. The obvious questions in life, do not run from them. That Trump run-up thing, I don't know. Bitcoin didn't move off of that, though. At least the futures didn't. But either way, SEC announces departure of Director of International Affairs, Y.J. Fisher. And then Apple's worst day since August. So, Chatadonia. God bless you all. I hope you had a great day. Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. Check out the links. Is this not loaded? There's no way there's 4,500 of you here. We don't have that many real ones. Yeah, there you go. For Chatadonia. That's it, man. It'll take you to the watch list. Second link. You could get a t-shirt, my daily advertisement. I need to do it in the morning, man. You guys got to remind me. We only got one more week on it, though. But other than that, check them all out. I'll see you on the list. You know the books. And don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. And why the heart of a child will open up doors. It will open up doors. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo! So, Chatadonia. God bless you all. I will see you tonight, 6 p.m. Pacific time. It'll take you there. You'll have to click the link. It'll show up right here, and it'll take you there, and then you're good to go for the watch list. So goodbye. Bye. Bye. It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I tell you all about it. And I see you, yes, I see you again. It's been a long day without you, my friend. I see you again. Yeah, I'm sentimental. I gotta leave. I gotta leave the stream. I gotta leave the White House. You guys know how expensive it is to move? Fucking inflation. I call movers to move my furniture at the White. They want $1,000 to move it down the street. I say, what the fuck? Fucking, I say, fucking, how are you supposed to live like this? Fucking stupid, man. What the hell? Okay, Biden now, I'm gonna send him to jail before I go. Stupid. Anyway, I gotta go. Bye. Well, I tell you, you know why the movers are expensive? Because you're shit. We gotta get you out. I'll evict you next time. I'm surprised I didn't have to. I'm joking. I'm telling you, they try to shoot my ear off. I have to be nice now. I've been humbled. I got really humbled. But I'm surprised I didn't have to evict him. I could have. I'm telling you. On day one, if anybody from the Biden administration is still in the White House, I will be evicting them with Pulte Holmes as my director. Thank you. Goodbye. Have a good day. Good night. It's a perfect night. I'll see you on the list. That Josh guy. Weird guy. He's kind of cool, but weird. Anyways, goodbye. Exactly. Anyways, I can't wait till you give me a crack at Scott Bessent like a Bessent. Does that mean you work with the French if your name rhymes with croissant? How do I say? Is it Bessent, Bessent, or croissant? Do you get buttered up in the morning too, or is that's a croissant thing, not a Bessent thing? Okay. Exactly. Anyways, I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.